played something extreme. I think I've calmed down. I wonder if there are StarCraft. Oh, 100%, dude. 100 fucking. Why do you think those chicks are sitting in the front holding signs, and they're covering their face? You told me I should pick a Zerg or Protoss. I guess I'll have to do something. Isn't it just that Sulky doesn't want Zergs in his own group, so he's handing them over to you? Isn't that it? Welcome, Sean. How's it going? We're doing the group nominations today! You can pick Zerg. Sulky shouldn't. I don't think that was it. Can't wait to see if Rain does indeed end up picking a Zerg. If you had to appeal to someone, who would you turn your gaze towards? I think it'd be good to have either a Zerg, a Terran. Yeah, if there was one of either. I found out how to get a Be Right Back screen. I like it. I deleted my Be Right Back screen. I'm retarded and I just haven't remade it. Tough. Snow says picking a Terran might be a risk. He's choking on his water! I'll watch him play and learn! That's C's pick. Next up, Snow. Snow is deep in consideration. Your natural enemy, Barracks, remains out of the Terrans. I think Group A wants me. So even if you get snatched, let's just go for a gamble first, says Light. Let's try it. D4 and A4 are just a matter of location. Is he going to try and gamble? The 3. Honestly, it was Bisu's response. Alright, here's Action's choice. He said he'd pick whoever he wanted to, and he's picking Bisu! In which case, Scan, have you decided? Yes. But I want to still hear what Hero thinks. Remember, guys, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. We'll get him to give us a goal, and if it sucks, we'll make something.
Okay.
So if any of the prompts that it gives suck, we'll just replace them. Interference may still affect delicate tech, like Grunther's tools during the lock bypass. With this in mind, describe how the party handles the terminal's biometric lock and the remaining pulse interference to access it. I'll judge the outcome.
We'll take the risk with the...
Yeah, I think that's just the best thing to do, is take a risk. Zephyr's street-smart instincts guiding their search through the Techromancer Guild's encrypted archives, while Silco's holoshield projects a rune-enchanted interface to counter residual pulse interference. Their combined efforts swiftly locate and extract the decryption key onto a quantum drive, but Grunther's trap triggers prematurely, electrifying one guard and alerting others.
Should we focus on... Actually...
She's useless here, I think.
Yeah.
She's gonna be good if we get into a fight, though.
Okay, we're trying to be fast as we can.
Yeah.
Alright. Although the thing is, if you're playing with a DM, you know, you'd be able to ask little questions a lot. Like, you know, where's the grate? You know, is this a grate on the ceiling, or is it on the wall?
Or is it on the floor, like...
But you don't want to be asking Grok that.
Yeah. I guess place is abstract unlike everything else. It's just, the AI works better in abstracts. So, an alleyway near the library.
My character... Grunther barrels through back alleys, his saber ready, but his blunt demeanor... There it is, blunt. Nearly provokes a confrontation. The guards, stretched thin, struggle to track all three, and the party reaches the rendezvous alley near the city's core, each clutching a key.
Thanks for watching, sticking around, and as always, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. And then fucking Valiant Boy. What the fuck is Valiant Boy thinking? He just drops into the Discord like it's no big fucking deal. And I'm only stunning one day of a month.
We're getting ready now to
you know, the picture still catfishes people. Self-checkout steals jobs. That's why I don't approve of them. The tech itself isn't an issue. Sean, it doesn't steal jobs. We literally have more employees now that we have the self-checkout. So it's actually, at least from my experience, it's actually bullshit that it takes away jobs, because we need more people to man it because of the amount of people that steal in the self-checkout. Where 4 check checkers used to work, only one works now.
Tolkien does,
Well,
and then
I don't
the
know
best
about
was the
that
delay to
because
contain that many wraiths that
maybe
got
they're
close.
just understaffed
And
in
of
that
course,
area,
Terran
but we
feels an
literally
immense
have
amount of
more
pressure to try to
employees
push out on the map and do
because of the
something.
self-checkout.
And then
Because we have like
unbeatable unless
14
you know where it is ahead of
self-checkouts
time.
and 4 counters.
You know that. So he's going to pull everything. He's
So they
leaving,
removed 4
defensive
counters and they
posture
put in
entirely. He may even
14
go for a
machines.
bust right now. I think the first,
So now we need like 5 or 6 people instead of 4.
Certainly no bunkers here, by the way, as
So
well,
it
which is usually,
actually
the thing that can let you
made
hold off
more
against
jobs.
really heavy Zerg
So I
aggression
don't like
this.
it when
So he's
people
gonna
say,
probably
"Oh, I
run
don't
it
like
right
them
now.
because they take
Yeah,
jobs."
here we go.
Because
That
all
is so
technology
obvious.
eventually is
That
going to
is
take
so-
jobs. There's
such
no
a big
reason to
argument. And it
stop
does look- I feel
technology
like I'm
because they
watching
take
July
jobs.
Zerg right now.
Otherwise,
The fact
we
that
wouldn't
the
have
greatest
cars,
macro
we wouldn't have
Zerg,
computers, we wouldn't have
like,
the internet,
on Earth
because
is
people would be
making
like, "Well,
make
that
it the
takes
most
away people's
aggressive
jobs."
champion ever
Email?
is
Whoever
just
invented
shows
email,
the
how
range
many
of
postal
Sulky.
people lost
Like,
their
what a
jobs
great
because of
attack
email?
here.
Quote of the day. I am malformed, scarred, and small. But, abed, when the candles are blown, I am made no worse than other men. In the dark, I am the knight of flowers. You can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Yo, 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 boys, how's it going? How are we today? We back. Why are you in a bikini? Because that was the bikini stream. We've had 3 bikini streams, and one of them was a 24-hour. Yeah, that's stream highlight reels that I run before the stream. So it gives something, people a little bit of insight into the stream if they're just popping in and we're in the starting soon screen. Give you a little what the stream is all about, right? Bunch of bullshit. But hey, yesterday was an extremely successful gig, guys. When I first came in, I thought you were a man. Well, I am a man. It's just I'm a femboy. It's, a thing. I like to dress up. I like to have fun. I don't got much more in it. I'm fucking 34. I'm not 18 anymore, guys. I ain't getting any fucking younger. But it's a lot worse in person than it's on camera, I'll tell you that. But yeah, it's just one of the many things you will find on the list of what we do and how we act and what it is around here. It's a giant fucking shit show half the time. But that's what we love. We love putting on a show no matter what kind of show it is. Because you know what they say? Fucking dance, monkey! You fucking dance for me! You don't dance, I don't give you no money! It's called entertainment! If you're not putting on a show, why the fuck would anyone watch you? It's supposed to be a show, right? It's not just supposed to be some guy sitting in a chair just staring at a screen. You gotta put some energy, some emphasis, some emotion, some woohoo into it. Plus I'm high all the time, so it's like, well, fuck it, right? What are you gonna do? It is what it is. But it appears we are lacking a Cali. Unless you're hiding out there somewhere, Cali. We'll start off with one thing I don't think anyone but me actually really cares about, which is this Frost and the Flame story, because I'm pretty much the only one who's been reading through the entire thing. And the chapters are pretty short, so it's like getting spread thin across the story definitely can throw everything out of whack because of how slowly the world building is unfolding. But I fucking love it. Such a good story. I'm pretty sure I know exactly where it's going. And I'm like, if I can predict the fucking outcome, to me, it's not a bad thing, unless my prediction's like, oh god, are they gonna do that stupid thing? But no, I'm excited for what I'm predicting in this story. Just super, super cool. And it's fun to, like, support random people on top of, like, people in the stream, right? I don't just want to focus on the stream, I want to focus on outside variables as well. So, you know, getting a rapport with this author, you know, talking back and forth with them, getting input on their story, giving them ideas of like, oh, you know, I really liked this, I didn't like that, you know, starting a chain of feedback, essentially. That's kind of what the main point of these outside stories are. But they are nonetheless full world building stories that's literally all I really fucking care about is the world building in itself, and the world building in this is just done so well. Same with like the building of the character, because it's all mostly been done from third party through vicarious means, right? We haven't really actually seen that much of Yi Huan, and especially after like knowing what his father did, it's like, oh my god, you know, there's a lot of potential there for Yi Huan to suspect certain things. And it's like, of course, he never really had a loving relationship with either his father or his mother. So that plays a huge role in it as well. And then the fact that the only person he's ever had a true emotional interaction with is Jisoo, which I think makes it even more potent. And same with kind of Jisoo, how he's like, I feel like I've held the secret of the king on my back this entire time. And it just creates this great dynamic between the characters that I'm like, fly away, little birds, fly away. Just, you do not have to endure this cruel circumstance that you're in, you know? Like, the world wishes you to endure it, but not all can endure such a thing, and not all should endure such a thing. Maybe sometimes you just say, fuck the system, fuck that shit, I ain't doing the chosen one thing. Which I kind of like the idea of, like, fighting back against it, being like, fuck the world, I'll let the world burn before I let you control me, kind of thing. There's a power in that, right? And that's what I want from my story. That's the other thing, is like looking at how other people present stuff, right? And it's like, ooh, I could steal that and use that idea. You ought to be thinking at all points in times, everything is research. Everything is something that you can take, a tiny piece of something, and you just keep building those up over time. And you've got yourself such a layered story, you don't even know how many layers are in it. And it's great when you tell the story to someone, they pick out something that you've never thought about, even with all of these things. And I was talking to someone, I can't remember who it was, it might have been Rick, about AI. And would AI be able to cast magic in my book? If there is, after all, a combination between technology and magic. And we came to the conclusion that yes, it could, and it would be extremely fucking powerful. But the question is the technology developed? Does the technology exist? Could the technology exist? Like, we are talking more advanced technology than we have today, but we're also talking different kinds of technology and different reasons for why that technology exists, right? One of the main reasons for AI existing is there's no other medium to explore. We've explored pretty much every medium, so the next one is artificial intelligence. exploring our own minds, because our own minds and the brain itself is like the last frontier of biological science. Like, we can manipulate genes and shit, but we don't know what the fuck the structure of the brain is, because it's so complex. Alright, here we go. Bok Jo-san, you're the tiger, 19th winter. Many fear me, others hate me, but I only await the day my heart melts, so it may carry the winter away forever. Lots of Yi-Hwan, King Yi-Hwan. Place chosen was not an ordinary one. It was an old, noble house on the outskirts of the city, halfway between the palace's stone walls and the frozen fields beyond the hills. Though officially abandoned for years and worn by time, lanterns now flickered behind its rice paper windows that crackled with frost. There, among shadows and the creak of old wood, Crown Prince Yi Myung awaited. He was dressed discreetly, but carried the dignity of his bloodline. His face, ever polished by the calm of a strategist, exuded the quiet promise of a future forged through patience and power. Got you tabbed up, game, and hope you have an awesome stream today. True Cubano, thank you, good sir. Enjoy your gaming. It's a good time. The Noron arrived one by one, like pieces on a go board. The Minister of Finance, an old man with sharp eyes and a venomous tongue. The young Confucian scholar, whose radical ideas had already stirred unrest in the ice court. The retired general from the eastern frontier, boots still damp with frost. And last, Xiao Jinwan, the patriarch of the family that had served 3 royal generations, but whose bitterness towards the current reign was no longer a secret. Your Highness, Jinwan greeted, bowing briefly. Is it not customary for a prince to meet men like us in places like this? Yi Myung offered a brief smile, more diplomatic than warm. Nor is it customary for an entire kingdom to wither beneath eternal winter. And yet, here we are. Strange times demand unthinkable gestures. They sat around a low table. The silence was thick, like the smoke rising from the oil lamps. Yi Myung let the tension build a little while longer before speaking. I know why you've come, he said at last. And you know why I've summoned you. Does your Highness seek the same thing we do? Asked the scholar, eyes glinting with eagerness. I seek something greater, Yi Myung replied. I want to bring spring to this land, which knows only cold. I want freedom, redemption. His words sank into the ears of those gathered like ink into paper. The Noron exchanged glances. Jinwan raised an eyebrow. And how do you intend to achieve this? Yi Myung leaned forward, hands clasped over the table. People already whisper what you only dare to think in private. That eternal winter is the punishment of an offended sky, or the mark of a king touched by darkness. Whatever the cause, the throne cannot remain frozen. Then, the general asked cautiously, we will depose the king. But not with blades, not yet. With legitimacy, with alliances, with wisdom, fear and hope in equal measure. Jinwan's eyes gleamed with cunning. And with the Emperor's blessing. Not only his blessing, Yi Myung answered, his promise of expansion. If you help me claim the throne, I'll unite Bok Jo-san with the southern dominions. We'll stretch our borders beyond the frost. Under my rule, there'll be no more stagnation, only progress, only renewal. Silence. A brazier hissed softly as embers shifted. Outside, the northern wind scraped at the rooftops like a whisper none could ignore. Prince Yi Myung had just sealed his promise. A new era, a new spring. Yet the Noron did not relax. The Minister of Finance broke the silence with a sharp slap of his fan against his palm. The South is dying. The last caravans from Namhai described streets coated in slick ice, trees split beneath the weight of crystal, and bodies found stiff beside dry wells. They say the frost creeps up walls like poison, added the scholar, his voice low, almost irreverent toward this tragedy. It's not just snow, it's a living frost that won't melt, not even with fire. The general murmured through his teeth. A glaciation, not a season, but a sentence of death, one that time won't undo. The South is becoming a frozen tomb. It won't be long before that ice crosses the rivers, climbs the valleys, and reaches Seohan, said Seo Jinhua, razor sharp. And the capital will be buried, and when that happens, there'll be no kingdom left to rule, and no people left to raise. Yi Myung listened carefully. Each word, each fear became power in his hands. He didn't need to charm them with dreams. Fear had already done the work. People can't wait much longer, said the minister, wiping sweat from his brow, sweat that felt oddly out of place in such cold. We cannot die frozen while the king remains locked away. Or will the palace stay silent, the general added. The court mutters prayers, calls upon the great spirits, but no one acts. And what does the king say? The scholar asked bitterly. Where is his will, his decree? Does he believe the spirits will melt the ice for him? Yi Myung didn't respond immediately. He stood and walked to the window where slivers of moonlight seeped through the rice paper screens, pale as the world beyond his brother. The king, he murmured, thinking, cannot trust Councillor Yoon either. He stands with Yi Huan. He cannot save us, and if he cannot, he does not deserve this kingdom. His words fell like a final seal. The Noron understood. This was no longer a mere game of ambition. This was survival. Xian Jinhua slowly rose. Then we will not wait. Our alliance begins now. Prince Yi Myung, if you can bring us spring, we will support you to the end. The general nodded. The scholar closed his eyes. The minister bowed briefly. Yi Myung regarded them with his usual calm, though a thought burned with him like a coal beneath steel. Spring will come, but not all shall live to see it. First, I must deal with the other fruits left behind by the late king. Scholar mumbled something about the natural cycle of the world and the flowering of virtue, but the general shot him a look that silenced him at once. When will it happen? Jinhua asked bluntly. Yi Myung did not hesitate. Before the 20th winter. A hush of assent drifted through the room like wind through dry leaves. And what of the king? Asked the general at last. What will you do with him when the time comes? Yi Myung lowered his gaze, contemplative. Then he raised his eyes, glinting with something not entirely human. What must be done, he said softly, with a burning shadow behind the words. He said nothing more, because he knew. Because he knew something in Noron did not. Something about Yi Huan in his eyes, something he dared not speak yet. Jin Wan watched him for a long moment as if sensing a truth too vast to be spoken. Then, the old man murmured, do we have an accord? Yi Myung nodded. Yes. The Winter King will fall, and when he does, it will be to you who helped this nation bloom anew. Your names will be written into history. At that moment the lanterns dimmed as wind slipped through the shutters, but it did not carry the scent of spring, only the whisper of ice. Damn. Alright. that's another chapter done of that, guys. And since, got nothing else here, I don't think. Hold on, let me see here. We got... Not trying to be rude, but I guess it needs some little edits, but everything is peak. Muffin's poem. Alright then. We shall move into the react. Signs, the beginning of your novel looks promising. I'm really interested in this because we've gone through should you abandon your novel, and we've gone through one that's like the first chapter. So to now do one that's like, does the beginning of the book work? Because that's really where we're struggling at, is we're still not 100% sure that this is going to be the start. There's potential that there could be a different chapter 1. But I like this, so we'll see. On a promising beginning. Alright. Let's see what we are going to require in order to do this. We need this, a yes. We need this, a yes. We do that. We're good. Alright. Turn this off. Just gonna, actually, no. Well, we're gonna have Tote first. Oh, gotta have Tote first, guys. Of course we do. Yeah, smell like potty. Hello, Scotty. Damn, that's a good one there. Welcome, welcome, Bomb Dropper. How's it going, bro? How are you this fine, fine day? We are about to start the reaction. This is probably going to be a longer one because we're going to be talking specifically about the book. And when we start talking about the book, guys, damn, we start talking about the book. Alright. Okay, now we turn that off, do that, hit that, and we go here, and we're good. Let's get into it.
So how do you know whether the beginning of your novel works? Well, this video is kind of like a test for your novel, and if you run it through all 9 of these considerations and your novel beginning hits all 9 of them, well, there's a good chance that you have a winner on your hands.
Hell yeah.
Let's get started right away with number 1.
It's a gripping story question. Now, the question is, do you guys think that the question of whether... so, my question is whether the person put the calm pearl there for the benefit or the detriment of Husai. Does that drive intrigue in you with the idea of you not knowing? And you could be even thinking that maybe the character doesn't remember, something happened, maybe there's a trauma, but we're going to slowly clear up the fact that it wasn't Husai, so you don't have to worry about that. That happens literally at the beginning of chapter 2 with Sid. And then they kind of go into the inauguration with this in the back of their head. Like, okay, so we could, if this is ever kind of used as blackmail against us, we have a way to refute it, in a sense, right? We have like basically a bulletproof way of refuting it. And, if the person put it there to help Husai, you would think they would give it to him directly. but maybe there's someone who's tied to something who can't give up, you know, their knowledge about it, you know? Like, this was not supposed to happen. This Calm Pearl was not supposed to come into the hands of Husai. It was supposed to be used in some other way. So posing that question to the character of, okay, whoever put this here had a motive, but what is that motive? But I don't know, is that gripping? I mean, there's also the fact of, oh, was that a real dragon? Like, I really abstractly play up the flames, but Torg specifically says it's one of the lost chapels of the dragons, and it points at the dragon head. So it's clearly a dragon, so they're asking, okay, well, what the fuck? There's a dragon down there. They thought they were at the final boss, they weren't at the final boss. Well, it's like, well, how did Torg get out if no one's ever gotten out? It's like, well, no one's ever gotten out because someone's purposefully stopped them from coming out. So then the question becomes, if it wasn't Husai, who is stopping people from completing the 100-year quest? Fucking ads! We don't have ads over here on Kick, or on Rumble, or on Twitter, so fuck them ads. True Stream Hub world. Yes, I love it. I absolutely love it. That is the perfect, absolute perfect emoji. It's beautiful. Thank you. That sums up the spirit pretty fucking much right there. Hells yeah. Let's go. Take a wee talk here, guys. Let me take a wee talk. We just need a wee talk. And we'll be back. We'll be back on it, and up and over. Yeah, we're 15 seconds into the react, so yeah, this is gonna be crazy. So we have tons of questions to posit. So let's posit all the questions that we posit in chapter 1. And then the question is, are any of those gripping in any way? Are we attached to any of them? If anything, the main question is, did Husai kill Torg? You know, like, I think of the deeper question of, like, who put the Calm Pearl there, but I doubt people will even be thinking about that. But it is something Husai will say, like, who the fuck put this here? Why would they have put it here? What could this possibly mean? Like, is this a warning, or is this a threat? And it's so abstract, it's like, what the fuck? They obviously want me to act in some way on it. Whoever put it here wants me to act on it in some way. But he doesn't know what the right decision is. Which is why he is going to grab the counsel of his friends. People he's known pretty much his entire life. Try and help him. Help him solve this problem. And like I said, there's two possibilities. There's a possibility that we never reveal who put the Calm Pearl there. Like, I know it was the Viceroy through Gaia in order to initiate these events that Gaia had set in motion. Because all of these are preordained events that Gaia put in motion. And there's one thing I've always wanted to do, which is prophecy. Because I fucking love prophecy when it's done correctly as a riddle that can only be solved, like, it literally can't be solved without being in that situation. Like, it's like the Samson riddle with, like, the I can't remember exactly what, but it's the beehive in the lion's corpse. It's like, unless you'd seen that before, it's pretty much impossible to come up with that from the the description, right? So that's kind of how prophecy is, and that's how we want to use language with prophecy in the beginning of the book. And it's like, find the Warriors of Light. Well, that's extremely cryptic. Who the fuck are the Warriors of Light? Now, if you're a Final Fantasy fan, you would recognize, oh, hey, Warriors of Light are usually the most powerful warriors who are granted usually the extra powers by divine right of some kind. In this case, it's through a facilitation through genetic engineering being directly tied to the monarch's bloodline, and facilitation of technology mixed with magic that makes them so unbelievably strong compared to anyone else. Even Husai. But Husai is also genetically engineered because he's his own species. Literally genetically engineered to be human. A human born from octopi. And there's still the chance of Husai's origin being a secret. Like, he is actually like one of the crystal beings from Gaia in like human form or something like that. Like something really obscure and complicated and weird, but it reveals like the fourth race, which is Gaia's race that live underneath the shell and like help her. And they're basically pure crystal and pure magic. It was if like whatever was made of the tree was made out of people and was like alive and could move around, because it's the solidified consciousness, because it has no other physical body other than the pure essence of its own self, which becomes crystallized when it's too condensed. And that's kind of like the core of the planet is the crystallized Gaia. And that's why she can break out of it and has like a human form with it, because she's been using the fourth species inside of the planet, planning for this the entire time. That's why there's like this one scene where the idea of it is that there's like this massive statue carved out. And so you think that the dragons are large. Like we're talking one of the eyes of Gaia is the entire size of a fucking dragon. Like the eyes are like the size of like, well, I guess the head and shoulders would be like the size of a fucking continent. Something like that. But it's carved out of the center of the planet from the core. And it's kind of like the idea of like I guess like the hands laid bare like this, and it's like kind of Gaia's hands and then her face, and all the characters are standing on her hands, and it's kind of like the final advancement of them becoming, you know, the ultimate power before they go and fight the monarch after they've done everything in like the second book, because the second book is all about like Gaia, the celestial beings, the fate of the planet, the dragon's origin, and like getting to a level that's able to fight with something like that. Meanwhile, the entire time trying to fight off the hordes of whatever the main enemy of the monarch is, right? Whatever his armies are, or him himself, right? It's a question of, is it just going to be him and he's so strong there's no other real foe, but we don't really have anything to build up to, so there's a lot of options we can do for that, but it all comes back to, is the question itself gripping to other people? People that don't have any knowledge of how deep it could be, right? So I'd say like the next question would be like, question 2 would be, did Husai kill Tord? And if not, who did? and you kind of find out how Husai knows them, because it's going to flash back and forth. So I think those would probably be, like, you have like the main question: did Husai kill Torg? That's the surface level one. Then you have the subtext one, which is who the fuck could have put this comm sphere here? And then under that you would have, why did Husai choose to become the leader of the Adventurers Guild and not go on the 100-year quest? And it's almost kind of supposed to put a suspicion on Husai.
There's a gripping story question. So a story question is just something that the reader thinks when they're reading the initial pages of your book. They have a question about what's going to happen in the future. And if you know what sort of story question your readers might ask, it's just a good shortcut to know that, oh, you're going to get readers to keep reading. Let's look at some examples like The Giver by Lewis Lowry. The question it asks is, why is this seemingly perfect society so rigidly controlled? I think readers are curious about that mystery and that they want to keep reading to find out the answer to that question. Or let's look at what the question would be for Gone Girl by Gillian Flynn. One question is, what happened to Amy Dunn? That's very much a mystery. 2, is Nick telling the truth about his wife's disappearance? Now, if you can't come up with a gripping story question for the beginning of your novel, it might be a sign of one of these 3 problems. 1, you might be starting too slow. You really should have the story question arise in the first chapter. If you're waiting until chapter 3 or something, it's too late.
Yeah.
2, it might be a sign that you're starting in the wrong place. You want to start in the type of place that does raise a story question that the reader is curious about. And the third thing is, maybe you haven't figured out what this book is really about, and so you're too close to it and you don't know what the question is that your story's asking.
Oh, right. The other question was, question 3. Why has no one ever completed the 100-year quest? That'd be like at the very, very beginning, right? When you're like announcing and saying, no one who's ever gone through these doors has ever returned. But that's also foreshadowing for the Monarch, because he's the one who makes sure that no one ever leaves those fucking doors. So it always all comes back around full circle.
And maybe you just need to keep on writing, and later on you'll be able to come back and ask the right story question. And if you know your story question, please leave it in the comments, and people, let's upvote the best ones. It's also important at the beginning of your book to make sure the reader knows whose story it is.
Readers know whose story it is. Answer: Husai's story.
So I want you to ask yourself right now, whose story is this? This book that I'm writing, who does the story really belong to? Often when I read the beginning of a book with a large number of characters in it, sometimes I'm left wondering, I don't know whose story this really belongs to. It can't belong to everyone. That's really not an option. There has to be at least one person that rises above the fray that is slightly more important than all the other characters in your novel. Now, if
Not
you're writing
just
in first
slightly,
person,
extremely.
well, I mean, usually it's kind of obvious. It's the first person narrator. But not always, right? Think of like Watson and Sherlock Holmes. Watson is the first person narrator, but I think everyone thinks that this book is really about Holmes. But if you're writing in third person with a bunch of different character point of views, you might need to ask yourself a few questions to figure out who the main character is. One question you can ask yourself is, who changes the most? Whoever has the biggest character arc over the course of your novel, that's often a sign that the story belongs to them. Another good question is, what character starts and ends the book? These are very privileged positions, and so when you have a character that occupies that space, it's a sign, oh, this book is really about them. A third question is, what character will accomplish the central goal? The character who accomplishes the main goal of the novel often is the most important character in the book.
Gaia,
I know that the more characters that you have, the more difficult it becomes to answer this question. I know. But if you can't answer this question, you're often going to be floundering when it comes to basic structural questions like, how do I begin my book? How do I end my book? Or like a basic question like, what is my climax? And what are the roles that my character should play in that climax? Even by the end of a series like Game of Thrones, in which it seems that there are millions of characters, it still feels like the main characters are Jon Snow and Daenerys. So there's really no excuse.
The
In
fire
your
and the
mind,
ice.
You really need to know, who does this story belong to? Now, you also know that the beginning of your novel looks promising if, number 3, your protagonist has clear stakes. The reader should be able to answer what happens if your main character fails, both in terms of external stakes.
Well, in this case, it's presented, well, if the character can't prove his innocence, you know, he's gonna be charged with something called murder. So it's kind of like, oh shit, right off the bat, right? You're like, if anyone sees this, oh fuck me. And there's definitely a possibility there are copies of this shit.
Do they survive? Or is their main relationship ruined? But also a sense of their internal stakes. If they fail, do they lose a sense of their own identity? Or do they feel like they're completely morally bankrupt? And you also...
If found guilty, destroys his legacy. As basically the first, I would say, first practiced adventurer who's like the head of the Adventurers Guild. Because usually the head of the Adventurers Guild is like a government official of some kind, right? That's like, is not really actually an adventurer. Usually they're an official in Ifrit that gets, you know, because Ifrit's like the top guild, and besides the branch inside of the tree, and even the branch inside of the tree being like the main facilitator and like the library of information, so you can basically hold adventurers accountable, because that's the entire idea of what Duart's story is in the prequel, is to set up this entire structure that Husai falls into. And the last head of the Adventurers Guild was basically just someone that Duart had instilled into the guild in order to facilitate the role of bridging the Adventurers Guild to the bureaucracy of the government in order to facilitate the changes that needed to happen in order to hold people accountable. As in, like, tracking things, making sure that you actually needed, like, IDs and stuff like that for becoming an Adventurers Guild, solidifying the test to become an Adventurers Guild and a journeyman, and everything like that. It's all established basically about 50 years before Husai takes office, and Husai's been in office for about 30 years. So it's about an 80-year-old kind of system, and he's the first person who's a real adventurer that's been out there, that's been coaxed into this position because of his understanding that this position is so important to have someone like this here, because he sees, since he's been an adventurer, how it can be abused and stuff like that. So he's trying to keep his way of controlling the Adventurers Guild as best he can from the highest position. But still, at the core, he is an adventurer. So it gives him another very unique position in the book. Which is why he really doesn't feel like he fits his role, but he's not there very long. Right? And even he doesn't feel like he fits the role. He just feels that he needs to do it. But now this is forcing him out of that role. And he's like, oh, fuck. Okay, what do I do? Oh, okay, we pretend we're performing an audit. Boom. It's been like 30 years. We'd be like, you know what? We haven't gone out there yet. Let's go out there and let's just, let's see how everyone's doing and what it's been like. You know, maybe we need to update the system a little bit. We got some newcomers coming in here. We can figure this out. But things just seem to be spiraling out of control because, like, he's talking to Sid at the beginning of chapter 2 before the inauguration. about this. And then they go into the inauguration, and then the fucking riot happens, and Husai's like, the world is spinning so fast. Something has been set in motion that cannot be undone. It's just fucked. Chris I am, yo, welcome, how are you, good sir? Today is a big lore, world building, and story setup, because we're deep diving into the beginning of the book, and the beginning of the book is very, very, very complicated in many different ways, but it's also like very, very simple. You see a video of you killing someone, and you're like, well, fuck, I didn't do that. And then you go to see the new leader, basically turn all of the people against him because he made a terrible decision. And then you leave, basically, the city to, like, as an excuse to get the fuck out of there, you come up with some random idea about an audit. You just make shit up as you're going along. It's like, I don't know, let's do an audit. Fuck it. Sid's like, oh, why not an audit? Because Sid's the leader, or like the Grand Master of the crafting guild. So he has to go through like all the economic kind of stuff, whereas Husai doesn't have to deal with like, you know, adventurer spending or anything like that. He just has to do, oh, this adventurer is this rank, they've done these things, this is how they got to this rank, this is who they are, this is where they came from, you know, basically like their credentials and shit. And their would be accomplishments and stuff, because it's a log of all of the quests that have been done as well. And then there's like, you know, the giant quest of the 100-year quest. Quest has never been done. These are the parameters for it. Build up to it. Still no one can win. Now it's 150 people. Okay, answer if he loses is he's arrested for murder. Answer if he succeeds... he will expose who tried to do this to him. That's the goal. Because that's the entire goal up until Zaid's death when you learn about the Monarch, is he's trying to figure out what the hell is going on here. And even with the Viceroy in his grasp, he still doesn't understand. And at least until book 2.
Also need to have clear stakes set out from the very beginning of what happens when your character actually succeeds. What do they get? What do they earn? What's the payoff? Now, if you don't have a good answer in the beginning of your novel for what happens if the main character succeeds or fails, then usually it means you haven't started the story fast enough. If you are waiting for a third of the way through your book or halfway through the book to finally tell the reader like, oh, these are the high stakes of the story, I think that's much too late. For an example of this, let's look at The Secret History by Donna Tartt. In the first page and a half, I kid you not, the first page and a half, she has very clearly laid out the stakes of this entire extremely long novel. The external stakes are really clear. If the police are able to pin the murder on them,
hey, that's mine!
They will all go to jail. But
it's in a very abstract, fantastical world.
If he can't get over this murder, then this is going to haunt him.
Yep.
And
yep.
He's not going to be able to go on with his life.
Yep.
And by the way, please like this video because it makes my heart very happy. And subscribe if you haven't.
True.
Because people are always telling me in the comments like, you don't have enough subscribers. And I'm like, man, I haven't been even doing this a year, but thank you.
Yeah, I know, right? What, 100? You don't have enough. He's at 131K subscribers. Like, what the fuck?
You also know that
you don't have enough subscribers. Fucking, I love people's like mentality towards that, dude. Oh, you have to have a lot of subscribers to be popular. Like, popularity and numbers being what drive people to content to me is just so brain dead, because I never use the algorithm to get like a topic or something. Like, when I'm on YouTube, I'm very specifically looking for something. And it's usually the algorithm plays within, like, my 4 channels, like fucking PBS Spacetime, Oompaville, Asmongold, Penguins, and it's another like random one, like Veritasium or Smarter Every Day, or a couple of other like science channels and stuff like that, right? Or like I don't even have any like reading or writing ones on like the other YouTube that actually, you know, isn't for the stream. It's on my other PC. But yeah, good to know that you know, our stakes exactly match the stakes of another story, but in a completely fantastical and different way, right?
Of your novel looks promising if, number 4, you use a mix of showing and telling. So you
use a mix of show and tell. All right.
probably heard the advice before, like, oh, you should start with like a scene, you know, which is basically showing. And that's not terrible advice. I just want to expand your notion of what the novel can do. The novel is a very expansive form. You can take a lot of different approaches to it. And so I don't want to make you think like, oh, I have to do all showing in my first chapter. No, I mean, I think it's just as easily. You could do a mix of showing and telling, any sort of mixture. You could do 95% showing and 5%.
The show, okay, this is perfect, because this is how it's supposed to be set up. The showing part is the video that Husai is watching. The telling part is inside of Husai's mind, being like, oh, that's that character from my old party, or like announcing the Troubadours, and he's like, well, this is my old party, you know, that's me standing up on stage saying good luck to everyone during this speech, you know, like, it shows how important he is in his station, that he's with literally one of the there's 3 people standing there, well, 4 people, because Sid is with him, it's him, Sid, the Monarch, and the Viceroy, all standing there cheering on and telling this adventurers group. And then, you know, I kind of want small things like shout-outs to Husai, and then Aetharg being like a new type of speech at the beginning of Aetharg saying, we all know Husai is our leader. You know, something like that. And that would be maybe a mix of the tell in with the show, but that maybe that's not something, you know, maybe he needs to do that, but there is definitely a showing and telling differential between what is shown on the video and what he's watching and what's inside of Husai's head. So, show from the video Husai is watching, tell from the insight from inside Husai's mind from first person POV. So we do have a mix of both. And that's where we get the exposition thrown in too, where we just kind of get a little bit of lore dump. But if, like, again, if you have any concept of like anime or video games or Final Fantasy or anything like that, it should basically instantly click how the beginning is. And it's like, oh, okay, I totally get what's happening here. It's like the tutorial at the beginning of the game. You're way level ahead. It shows you the mechanics, gets you interested in the mechanics of what could possibly be in the future, and gives you a storyline to follow based upon that those mechanics. And again, like we said, it always comes back full circle. The weapon that they're fighting, the dragon, Fafnir, Emerald Weapon, all very, very, very important things. Even if the 100-Year Quest, the satellite itself isn't important, it connects to all the other satellites. So my thought is completing the 100-Year Quest and getting it up and running is how they find Atomus. A good clue always leads to another clue. And it's like, well, if this is the satellite connected to everything, how do we find You know, and then thinking about like learning about how these things were built and stuff. It's like, well, what about something like a factory, right? Especially the thing about like the tanks and the machinery and stuff like that that attacked at Garuda, right? We've kind of gotten past this point of understanding where some characters have gotten, you know, there is a little bit of technology in the world, it's just not advanced, right? So you kind of have guns, but you don't really have guns. But you have technology, but you don't really have technology because it's a lot mixed in with magic and used with magic to facilitate its workings, right? Like, you would use a magic instead of gunpowder to fire a gun. That's kind of the idea of it, is everything is kind of magic tech, right? And that's how you use magic in everyday solutions. So I thought of things that are, why was this developed? What was the reason for this thing being developed in reality? Like, look at a sword. What's the reason for people learning how to make swords? Well, to fight. Do people fight? Yes. Okay, well, we checked off swords. Swords should just naturally be made because they're the inevitable outcome of people trying to fucking kill each other. And that's where you get all your basic weaponry from, right? And then from there you go, okay, well, how do we facilitate a fucking ads? Wait. Fuck ads. Guys, I think we should definitely say fuck ads. Because I don't believe in ads. Guys, if I don't believe in ads, does that mean ads aren't real? Can we do that? Can we just all collectively believe that ads don't exist? And then we don't have to worry about them being real? Because belief is what makes existence, right? And if we just all believe hard enough, I think maybe we could just eliminate ads from existence. I don't know about you guys. But that's like the road I'm going down, you know? Alright, we back. Okay. Think we're good now.
I'm telling you, you could do half and half. And for an example of this, let's look at The Hobbit by Tolkien. The first few pages of this book are telling. He's telling us about this hobbit and what his hole is like and what the Shire is like. And then the book transitions into showing, where we have Gandalf come along and talk to Bilbo, and they blow smoke rings, and Gandalf invites him on an adventure. So please, please, please don't trap yourself into this little box of thinking like, oh, like all of my first chapter needs to be showing. I have to have lots of scenes. I think the advantages of telling in the beginning of your novel is sometimes it can accelerate our knowledge of a character, like we feel we get to know them very quickly if you just have a couple lines telling us about who they are. I also think telling helps to orient the reader quickly. It also helps to pick up the pace at the beginning of a novel, and the pace is so important, especially at the beginning of a novel. Telling allows you to skip over the boring stuff and summarize it really quickly. And by the way, if you need more help with your novel, check out my course, Write Your Best Novel in BookFox Academy. It's helped thousands of other writers, and I think it might help you too, so check it out. The fifth sign that you are starting your novel well is you sound like a person.
You sound like a person. Okay. Okay.
So when someone begins a novel, they want to feel a voice on the other end of it, like a human voice. In other words, not an AI.
I never do that. I have voices in my head, and then I mimic those voices in real life. Like you got that damn shit, right? Or like the
Oh yeah, buddy, we gotta go out and do that. It's gonna be a good time. Let's get it. Let's go. Yup.
So it's like I have fun with voices in my head. So I enjoy doing that when I'm reading. But the problem with doing that on stream is I'd literally have to like have an idea of what the character was, because I'd never use the same voice for the same character, and it'd be so confusing. I'd just be using random voices.
Voice, not a nondescript voice, not a Wikipedia entry voice. You want to be a person on the page. You want to take your original voice and just cast it onto the page so that someone reading it could tell, oh, that sounds like so-and-so. So now it's time for a pop quiz. I'm going to give you a single sentence from an author. A sentence
I have
full
no idea
of
about authors.
Voice. It definitely sounds like this author. And your task is to tell me who it is in the comments. And because the voice is so strong in this single sentence, I bet most of you are gonna know who this is. If you really want to hear about it, the first thing you'll probably want to know is where I was born and what my lousy childhood was like and how my parents were occupied and all before they had me and all that David Copperfield kind of crap. But I don't feel like going into it if you want to know the truth. So why is there so much voice in this single sentence? One, it's kind of confrontational. Oh,
I
what,
feel
you
like
wanna
that's
know
the
things
guy
about
that we're
me?
reading, and
Well,
that's
you
the
know what?
beginning
I
of
don't wanna
Choke.
tell
I'm
you.
like,
Two,
wait,
it's
what?
kind
That's
of
so weird.
negative.
But
There's
it's
words
not.
like
'Cause it starts with
lousy,
mommy,
there's words
right?
like crap, and he says
But I'm
like,
like-
listen, I don't want to talk. Three, I think it is very intimate. He is speaking directly to the reader. And then four, there's this sort of swinging colloquialism about this. This is not highfalutin literature. He has phrases like, we're occupied and all. You know, it feels very almost slangy. Your goal in the beginning of the book, whether it's first person or third person really, is to come up with a kind of voice that is distinctive to you. So the reader can feel that it is a person telling the story and not a robot. And now it's time for the next way that you know your novel is starting off well. Number 6, each
Okay, so I'm not sure about the voice because, you know, chapter 1's still a little bit iffy. But I'm pretty sure, I don't know, you guys tell me, do I have a distinct voice? Oh, shit. I don't know. I think I'm just way too all over the place. Beekeeper, good! Thank you for the follow! Welcome, welcome! How are you? Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of ideas? Do you enjoy? I can probably pick it out, but that's from sheer exposure.
Not that interested. Are you
Okay.
smoking?
So it needs to be defined more, right?
What? Why? Are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish?
So you have been lying. It all makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll say it. Her 3-pack-a-day voice?
Okay, so imagine it starting like this, Levi. Okay, let's pull up chapter 1 and let's do like an on the spot rewrite cuz I have an idea in my head. That's not what I want. I want this. This is the final one, right? Yeah, so the best, yeah, it's coming around the corner, bro. I thought to myself as I settled into my chair at this damn desk. Ugh. This desk, man. That blank paper lying there, taunting me. I've always been better at improvising than writing speeches. Drumming my fingers on the desk. Ugh. Feels so weird and odd. Leaning back. What is that, what is... Huh? Something catches my eye. Is that a calm pearl? I look around to see if anything's moved around in the room. Don't look to no one been in here. Well, I scoff. No harm. I initiate the compro. A little bit excited, not sure what to expect. I know, but I'm obviously way over exaggerating it to like prove a point, right? It's like that's like the essence of it, and then you cut that down, right, and make it a lot more readable. But it has that aspect to it, as opposed to like this more structured. But then if you look at the character, there's two aspects to the character, which is his logical functionality and his like want to quick response. It's like the 3-step response. First response is emotional, so that one you want to throw away. Second response is usually logical, but it's not fully thought through. Then the third thought usually occurs after about 20-25 seconds, and that's like the complete conclusion. And that's usually how his thought process works with things. And that's why he's good at improvising, because once he takes all the information in, he just immediately builds a plan out of it. And it's like, you can say that takes a long time, but 25 to 35 seconds to like come up with a plan that can change the outcome of a battle, that's the reason why he's the fucking leader of the Adventurers Guild. So he has that kind of logical essence to his thinking, but I don't know about his presentation. There are bits where it feels like it's being written in a mind that isn't his size. That's definitely what I need to work on there, Levi, is keeping the idea of the narration and everything all inside of that singleized voice, and not having, the idea of, I thought to myself. Like, there's no reason to even have that there, right? Obviously, it's me thinking to myself. So this is just, like, obvious, old habits that I might still have, but I don't know. Because, again, this was written and edited in February. It was written in October, edited a little bit in February. Haven't really gone back to it since. So, it's still pretty old compared to, like, what we've grown to now. So, like, I'd love to rewrite Chapter 1, but we're going to be going into our art arc in October for, like, 3 months or so. So we're going to be focusing mainly on that. Just, like, adding it in, right, as just an extra section to the stream. Which will push the writing back just a little bit as well, but we'll still do writing. But we want to do writing along with the art, right? And kind of do something like really, 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 really short stories and start grinding down plots to small scope and small scale. Like 2 or 3 scenes, like short scenes, like 500, 600 words, not the 5,000 to 10,000 word monstrosities that we've been kind of gotten ourselves into. Alright, number 6. Each scene has multiple purposes. Well, we haven't even really broken them down that badly. Mysterious object feels like a weird way of describing an identified object, like how you'd say if presenting the story around a campfire trying to build intrigue. Usai seems like he should be giving it a more sincere account. One of the things, Levi, is that in the back of his head, he thinks this is a prank of Zaid. Hey, book buyer! How's it going? Welcome, welcome. I tried to raid you, but you weren't live! And then I tried to raid you again, and then you weren't live! And I was like, well, what the fuck? How's it going? No worries, you don't have to be sorry. I was just... it just happened to be within the time frame that you said you were streaming, so I was like, hey, first thing I'm gonna do is see if Book's online. I was like, oh, sad face. You're just building hype. I've been having difficulty streaming. Don't worry about it, Book. It's all good. I'll pop in and I'll catch one of them one day, one of these days. But yeah, having Husai's view of this because of the prologue, because of what happens in the prologue with Zaid. Husai's first thought of this is, God damn it, Zaid. As if, like, this kind of shit has happened before, or something like this has happened before. But then, as soon as he sees Tor, he's like... And that's why he gets up and literally puts, like, the impenetrable wall on the door. I might be getting a job, so I'll have to figure out a new schedule if I get the job. I just applied. Ooh, hopefully you get it, Book Buyer. At least if you want it, you know. That would be a good thing, right? What kind of job? So let's say, like, scene 1. I do and I don't. I feel that, Book. When is this being written from? Like, in terms of Husai's character arc? It's written at... Starting right now, Hildebrandt is kind of right in the fact of thinking that Husai is kind of a grumpy old man who's been locked up inside of this building too long, and he needs a bit of fresh air. So, like, it's getting to the point of the straw that broke the camel's back of all these small things adding up over these 30 years to almost, like, driving him insane because he's just not the sort of... And this is where it's supposed to set out the idea of, like, he's not supposed to be, like, a bureaucrat. He's not supposed to be filing out paperwork. He's supposed to be out in the world fighting monsters, finding discoveries. But it's kind of the idea that the last bastion of discovery is the 100-year quest, and yeah, we know what happened with that. So that's kind of where we look at Husai here. So he's kind of this jaded, middle-aged, slightly older, he's like 55, 45, 55, kind of around there. But he's in, like, you know, really good shape, kind of shit like that, right? He always practices, he's always practicing with everyone else and stuff, always keeping his mind sharp, but it's just the bureaucratic nature of being the leader of the Adventurers Guild that kind of has been wearing him down. So, you know, and he's been noticing since, like, the prologue and stuff that Zaid has been, like, letting loose a little bit more with his pranks and, like, you know, his structure of what he's doing, or kind of trying to push Husai. And it's, like, irritating Husai, but he understands, like, why Zaid's doing it. Building manager. I want a flabby dude for once. All these fit guys. Well, Book Buyer, the idea is that it's because of his class, his job, right? He's like a berserker. He's a two-handed berserker. So there's a reason for that. But then look, Book Buyer, that's why we have gluttony. This is what gluttony looks like. You say, like, this is the beak, right? And the way that their beak is structured is it doesn't you know, you have, like, the long ass feather things coming off, and then you have, like, the neck, and then, you know, shoulders. He's got his wings coming out off his back, right? And then he's got the torso into the body. He's like, bleh, bleh. He is one fat fuck. He's like 400 pounds. So if this, hold on, if this is what an avian is supposed to look like, I got a good one here. Okay, let's do this. if this is what an avian is supposed to look like, right? Oh, can I not do it? Hold on, let me undo that. He'd be a lot bigger than that. A lot bigger than that. Like, he's fucking huge. He is so fat, he can't fly. So, I do have a character like that, book. Such art. Thanks, Tyler. Yeah. Set the globo, globa, glooba, glob, and glooba, glab. Glob, 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 and gloob, glab, glab. True. But yeah. Not the main character. I mean, he's one of the 3 main characters, but Husai's the main character through circumstance of birth. Gluttony and Various are circumstance of Husai. But I see what you mean. The main character is a fully buffed out, fucking ripped, 6'3" fucking He-Man. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Fucking long blonde flowing hair. Fucking Fabio hair. Fucking... Yeah. He's just like me for real. So the multi-purposes of scene 1 is to establish that Husai was there. Husai chose a different path. Husai never knew what happened to them. I'm the bird avian thing. Avian? Truly? Whoops, I can't spell. We shall see. Oh, I'm an orc. Fuck. Okay. Well, I mean, it was bound to be, right? I mean, yesterday was yesterday, but today is today. It's not yesterday, that's for sure. Shit, man. Up in the ante on that. Tonberry, there you go, book buyer. Get everyone's grudge on your side. More damage people do to people, the more damage you do to them, using everyone's grudge. You can one-shot endgame bosses with it as a blue mage spell.
Scene has multiple purposes. Single-purpose scenes are a little bit like single-purpose plastic. They are bad for the environment of your novel. Look, your goal is to have every single scene, especially the scenes at the beginning of your novel, because they're so important. Your goal is to have them accomplish multiple things, not just one thing. A scene can advance the plot, it can develop character, it can accomplish world building, it can raise the stakes. So I want you to squint at the first, say, 3 or 4 scenes in your novel and be like, what are you really doing? Are you accomplishing multiple things? Because if not, maybe you need to combine those scenes, or maybe you need to throw one out and focus on the one that's doing multiple things at once. Let's look at the first scene in A Wrinkle in Time, written by Madeleine L'Engle. This scene is accomplishing so much. One,
I wonder what the fuck. I thought something was moving behind you. Did you see the shadow book? There's a shadow person that lives behind me. Has the fun been had today? Yes, it has, Sean. It very much has. We are going in-depth on the beginning of the book and putting it to the test. And so far, we have passed every test with flying colors. So, yeah.
Of character building. Charles Wallace is obviously way too smart for...
Has Sinister popped in recently? No, I haven't seen Sinister since he said to not read his short stories. Well, he didn't want me to read them while he was here. But I didn't want to read them while he's not here. So we're kind of in limbo with that. We were also supposed to do a podcast. But yeah, book buyer, did you hear about the podcast? We want to start doing something aside from the stream, maybe once a month. doing like a author's corner, get to know the author, like a one-on-one sit down on Discord as just like an audio thing where we just, you know, talk about our lives, how we became writers, the reason why we're writers, and it's, you know, just kind of a one-on-one between me and whoever wants to do it, right? Because Sinister brought up the idea because he was like, oh, you want to do like a podcast, like kind of like collab, like interview style kind of thing. How are the sales on Amazon? No sales, but some pages have been read. My brother bought Dad's cat today, so I didn't get to bed until noon, so my day is borked. Oof, brutal, Sean. Just more pages read. On the 4th and then the 6th. But that's it. No one bought any copies of Shadows of the Soul. No, even when it was free. It, yeah. Didn't do so well. So, we gotta go back to the smut. And, yeah, we gotta work on the smut. Which we wrote yesterday a alien slime, like, impregnation kind of story. It ended with her giving birth to, like, alien larvae. And then turning the dude into a fucking zombie. And they were just basically, like breeding hosts for the alien larva. Interesting, yep. Yep. Always gotta have that strange, fucked up part at the end, right? But I mean, the whole time, it's like they're fucking around with this slime that makes you super horny when you touch it. So. But yeah. Always gotta write some very good smut going on Werewoman Days. Still love my idea. I've been working away at the planning. Oh, that's so good, book buyer. I'm so happy that you are engaged in it. I am so excited to see it when it's ready.
For his age, and the way he speaks sounds like a 40-year-old, not like a youngster. 2, we get some plot going on. We have a stranger swing into the scene, Mrs. Whatsit, and it's revealed she lives in this haunted house out in the woods. And then 3, there's some world building because everyone's wanting to know what exactly is a tesseract. That's a scene that's accomplishing so much, and honestly, I could have probably picked any book off my bookshelf and looked at the first scene and realized how much work it's doing. So just check your first scene and ask whether it's accomplishing everything you want it to accomplish. Now, the 7th sign that the beginning of your novel looks promising is there's emotional friction. You know what? Readers gotta feel something. No amount of heady intellectual idea.
Yep. And that's why we kill a whole ton of people and Husai learns the fate. He pretty much knew they were dead, but he never had any closure. So I loved the idea of the contrast, and this is the part of the beginning, like the first chapter, that shows the duality of the theme of the story, which is the beginning of the story starts with the end, which is the closure that Husai gets by seeing all of his friends die, so he knows that they're dead. But that unravels just so much more stuff. And that's kind of how we play with the theme the entire way through, right? Nothing is quite as it seems because reality and wishes and naivety are very, very separate things. Thinking about the world in one way, but the world is always another. That's why we want to present like 3 or 4 different possible outcomes presented through characters, and then have an event that solidifies which one of those characters is right, or if none of those characters were right, by enacting that experiment in some way and seeing what the result is, and being like, oh, well, it actually does this instead of that, right?
Ideas can substitute for the heart. So just ask yourself really quick, when my reader finishes, say, chapter 1 or chapter 2, what is the emotion I want them to be feeling? If you can't come up with the answer to that question, it's a good sign that you've...
I want them to feel regret. I want them to feel loss. I want them to feel compassion. And I want them to feel closure. But I also want them to feel, like, contempt and anger. Want to read one of my favorite scenes so far? Yes, book buyer. I would absolutely love to. Confusion. What else would there be? It's like 200 words or 500, something in that range. I'm down. We're just about to get an ad break in a sec here, book buyer. So just drop it in the Discord. Wait till the end of the ad break, and then we'll read it. Anxiety about what does this mean now, and it should kind of be in like that order, right? Like you feel the regret of Husai not going along, you feel the loss as you see them like working together and dying, you see the compassion in Husai as he's watching, you know, crying over his fucking friends dying, then the closure of him knowing that, the contempt that whoever put this here had to have done it for a reason, the anger that he would never be able to, you know, that he wants to find out who did this. But we'll figure it out. Now, again, whether that happens or not, but that is just the structure of how I want it to feel, right? Can we make it in time? No. Not really. We tried, though. So, anger that someone would like put him through having to watch that, confusion at the purpose of its placement, and anxiety for what comes next. But I was gonna say, I've been watching some old movies lately, like, you know, between 80s and 90s, just like old modern movies, nothing like crazy, you know, like Good Will Hunting and Fracture, The Prestige. I guess those ones aren't really 90s. I don't know when Fracture came out. It was a little bit later. But kind of older movies, right? To get into the weeds of the storytelling, right? Because normally I'd just like watch Quentin Tarantino movies for like how does he build his stories, right? That's usually what I try to base it off of. But I want these, like, I've noticed this one thing of like having this really important character that's not really in the forefront but helps a lot in the plot, and there's usually like one very specific scene out of like maybe 5 scenes in the entire movie with this one character that makes you basically fall in love with the character over some extremely, like, emotional moment between two people. And that's kind of what I want with, like, Husai and Hildebrandt after the fall of like their defeat at the hands of Fafnir the second time. When she's like, yeah, I can't do this anymore. This is too much for me. Right? And then she's like, I just want to be a crafter. But she doesn't have anywhere to go back to. So, oh, sorry, the fight at Garuda. I said Fafnir. I meant Garuda. The battle at Garuda. I was thinking about Fafnir. Because before that, she's like, I don't want to do this anymore. And then basically they have the conversation, and that kind of breaks all the walls and everything, right? And I don't know if this is where things are going to slowly start to change in the perspective of Husai, because he did that, but it makes it like this parting moment of this character that's been there since literally, because Yap, Hildebrandt, and Walker are like the first 3 adventurers you meet. They're like the first 3 other characters you meet besides Husai, Varius, Gluttony, and Zaid. And Cid. And the Monarch and the Viceroy. And like the concubines and stuff like that. The higher end political figures that are just there for bureaucratic purposes. Right? The structure of the tree and everything like that.
Prioritize the puzzle-making pieces of your novel, setting things up, but you haven't yet engaged their emotions, and that's absolutely key to draw them into the story. Let's look at Bonnie Garmis's book, Lessons in Chemistry. Before Elizabeth Zott became a star of her own cooking show, she was facing this workplace sexism, and this is in the 1960s. We know that this character is fiercely intelligent, but she's not been given a chance to show off her intelligence. And so as readers, we feel an enormous amount of frustration with what she's suffering. Right away, we are emotionally on her side, sympathetic towards her. And if you want more about how to incorporate emotions into your novel, watch my video on why 90% of authors fail to connect with their readers. I talk a lot about emotional hooks and how to engage the reader's emotions, so take a look at that if you haven't already. I'll put a link in the description. And here is the 8th check for the beginning of your novel. You want to make sure that characters make me
Posted? Awesome. Heavy scent of incense mixed with spilled wine and sweat hung thick in the chamber. Laughter and music swirled around the gilded room like smoke, but beneath the gaiety lurked a deeper, darker pulse. Hyejin lounged on a silk cushion, her eyes sharp and gleaming as she watched Yonsengan stagger through the crowd, his mind unraveling inch by inch. She leaned closer, her voice a velvet whisper, threading through the cacophony. They mock you, my king. They betray you with every glance. Yonsengyun's gaze snapped to hers, wild and unsteady, his fingers curled into fists, trembling as a flush of crimson spread across his cheeks. Courtier nearby faltered, spilling his cup, drawing Yonsengun's fury like a spark to tinder. Without hesitation, the king lunged, grabbed the man by the collar, and yanking him close. A blade gleamed suddenly in his hand, cold and unforgiving, with a single brutal motion. The head rolled from the body, landing on the lacquered floor with a sickening thud. Silence crushed the room for a heartbeat before screams erupted. Hyejin's smile was slow, cruel, triumphant. Purge them, she breathed. All of them. Damn, book. That gets you really the fuck in there. Hell yeah. Characters make meaningful choices. Ooh, this is a big one. This is a big one, guys. I think we might fail this one. Characters make meaningful choices. Ooh. There's not a lot of choice here. But then again, so this isn't in the first chapter. This is just the beginning of the book, right? So this will be like the character makes a meaningful choice at the end of chapter 2 and the end of chapter 3. But not necessarily at the end of chapter 1. I see boobies. Are you talking about the background?
Meaningful choices. You want to make sure that your main character is actively making decisions that drive the story forward, and they're not sort of like sitting back passively and allowing the story to...
Well, that's the thing is, leaving the tree is Husai's big, choice. Gathering his old friends to create a barrier to protect him. He's kind of doing this in a selfish way because he's like, well, everyone knows me. Everyone knows I wouldn't do this. Everyone was there, and I can even like prove that I was like here, so I have an alibi for it. But it's still like I'd like to have everyone on my side. So let's just go gather everyone up and see what we can do. Now, the question becomes, did he send word beforehand? I don't think he did. I think he's just being random about it. He's being like, the whole point of it is to, it's like a secret audit, so he doesn't want anyone to know that he's gone. But then it's like, again, everything unravels so fast that just kind of gets so pushed into the background that it becomes, again, this huge battle and struggle to, like, basically survive at the first, like, quarter of the book. And then everything turns around, and it's like, oh, fuck, man, we gotta get the fuck out of here. This ain't happening. This ain't happening.
happen to them. Now, I know there could be a counter argument to this that says it's much more important at the end of your novel to make your character active rather than at the beginning of the novel. Beginning of the novel, they can be a little bit passive as something like happens to them, and then the whole novel is them figuring out what to do. Okay, I mean, decent counter argument. That is true. That's true. But I would say if it is possible in your story to make your main character active in the beginning, you should do it. You should take advantage of that. Let's look at Divergent by Veronica Roth. Triss has an enormous choice to make in the beginning of this novel. Will she stay with her family in the Abnegation faction, or will she instead choose the Dauntless faction? And because she worries that she's not selfless enough and that she has this very adventurous streak inside of her, she does make the very important choice to choose Dauntless. And I think the book would be completely different if she was just shuffled into Dauntless rather than being forced to make a decision. It gives her so much more personal responsibility. It definitely shapes her character. It creates a huge rift with her family because they feel like she's abandoning them. And it also creates this struggle about her identity. Who is she? Who is she as a person? So if it is at all possible, make your characters make an important and key decision at the beginning of your book. And last, but definitely not least, number 9.
So first decision is, okay, well, we're not technically backing up the Beastmen, but we kind of are. Because his problem is that he wants, like, he's not against the Beastmen. He's not a fanatic against the Beastmen. He wants to, like, live in tandem with them. But letting them be adventure, like, letting them in the tree, okay, maybe that's one thing. Letting them officially be adventurers, ooh, that makes things really tricky. That makes things really tricky. Anyone who says, like, I'm the head of the Adventurers Guild, and I've never heard anything about this. What the fuck is going on? And he never really gets the chance to pull the Viceroy aside, because he gets ambushed by the ex-Viceroy that just stepped down and be like, hey, let's go out there and do shit. And he's like, well, what about that? And he's like, I'm done with that. Fuck that. Today was my last day, bro. I'm out. And his guy's like, yeah, I mean, fair enough, right? It's like, that's my kid, but fuck, man, he fucked things up. This is not good.
The story promises what it delivers. Okay.
story promises what it delivers. Wait, did I read that right? I feel like I read that wrong.
Definitely not least, not important, and the story promises.
Why can't I see Kick Chat? 'Cause there is no Kick Chat. See it now? There's no one over there. I mean, Bomb Dropper came in and said, "You smell like potty, hello, Scotty." And then we had Beekeeper Good, said, "Yeah," and then we were discussing things, said it's good. And then Streamlab, or StreamHub World, did a emote with the wig on. Not today, not so far. Smokey just pops in occasionally. He's probably AFK farming his points, because he used all of his points doing 14 chair dances in a row yesterday, as proven. So now I have the clip to go back to be like, if he ever says shit, I can just pull that up and be like, yeah, so you don't do this? Here's you doing it 14 times in a row. Bitch, that's why you don't have any points.
Thank you for redeeming chair dance. Itox will now dance for you.
I mean,
Please
fair
only
enough. It was a
enjoy
good
this
day
immersive
for it, because I was dressed up. Shaking my tits and all. But, you know, we were trying to be progressive, and 3 times is enough. That's 3 minutes of dancing. Now do that in another 5 minutes. But don't do 14 back to back, you know? Like, if you do one every 3 minutes, that at least gives me somewhere to go with the stream. But if you just spam it, it's like, what are you doing? But I totally understand, because that's what Smokey is. He's purposefully doing it.
You did good, you can rest now, babe.
Woo! Oh, but I think you'll like this one. We got this one from yesterday, book. Wait, where is it? Wait, is it in general chat? Yeah, okay, here we go. Smokey made this. Yep. I fucking love it. If I could, I'd put it as my profile picture, but I can't. So sad. So the story promises what it will deliver. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see if this is what I'm thinking.
What it delivers. Okay, this is not a throwaway point. You might hear that and be like, well, of course my story promises what it delivers. But I have to say that as an editor, many times I have read the first half of a novel and it is separated, radically separated sometimes, from the second half of the novel. Now, why does this happen so often? Well, novel writing is a long process. And over the course of that process, you change as a writer.
Yep.
You become a different type of writer. And often your vision for the book
changes.
can sometimes change in subtle ways or in quite radical ways.
Quite
so
radical.
How do you solve this problem? Just make sure that if you set up a quest, then the rest of the book is going on that quest. If you set up an antagonist, don't drop that antagonist. Make sure that antagonist continues for the rest of the book. If you talk about an inner conflict in the first chapter or two, make sure that inner conflict is something that is haunting the character for the rest of the book. In other words, you're trying not to fake your reader out. The first few chapters of your novel are a promise to the reader. Hey, this is what this book is.
This book is about finding the Warriors of Light in a tablet, unraveling the past, and discovering that you are something more than you want to admit.
About. do not break that contract. So out of those 9, how did you do? I hope you did pretty well. You got most of them, if not all of them.
True.
You can go ahead and post your scores in the comments if you...
Exactly, right? Alright, another video down, guys. Go give Book Fox a view, a like, a subscribe. Go support the channel. He's fucking amazing. He is our means to writing. And it looks like we have a promising beginning, guys. So we've passed pretty much every single test, which I think is fucking amazing. Now the question is, where's Callie? We have one more chapter. I want to finish Butterflies with Vertigo so bad. I want to know what the fuck happens. Callie's blue-balling me by not being here. I must summon him somehow. Not gonna be able to go anywhere without finishing the story. So we're on to scene 5. Shouldn't this have 5.6, which is decision? To find something that can definitively prove he is a frog. This is like foreshadowing. Maybe another inmate. Urban, but not seeming. Disaster, he's been taken out. Sound buzzed around me as the sheet came off. The sterile lab lights, the common countertops and tables. Moved my head around to get a view before it was locked in place by a vice grip. We'll have to like amp up the wording of this, right? But this is like just a basic overview of it, because we need to get it to a point of, I don't know anything about like medical technology or anything like that, but we want it to make it sound fucking sophisticated and shit. So I don't know. And it's something the character would notice because it's a similar makeup to the lab that he's in. So whether I should say that or not, I still don't know, but I should probably say it and we can always take it out, right? But then again, it's like the familiarity of it. That's, you know, basically means like it's essentially the exact same lab. Racing for answers, no. Callie, yay! You're here I'm so excited, Callie. Welcome, welcome. How are you? It's the last chapter, Callie. Are you trying to run away from the last chapter? I'm so excited! I don't care how it ends, I just need to know that it ends. And then I can give a final... You fell asleep? That's okay, Callie. Then I can give you a final complete review with my entire... my entire perspective. Because the ending is very important to that.
Fuck! Such bullshit!
Right now, Bronx coming in here being like, fuck that shit, buddy guy. It's not fair up in here. I don't trust nothing not up and got that there. You goddamn right. Need some chicken soup. Are we ready, guys? Are we ready for the final chapter in this amazing book and this amazing adventure? I don't want it to be over, but I need to know how it ends. Alright. Alright, guys, put your ears on. Let's go. Diving into the end of it. No, it's gonna be over! I'm so sad, Callie! I really want to read the other book, though. But I understand your reservations. Hawkins didn't make it this far past his visions. If there was Sombra to ask about what happened, he'd go to her. But her light went out along with Tangier. With the vanishing of that storm came a light that shone across the city. The old light. A sheet of light over the mist. One that had been obscured by glass slivers for decades. I only ever experienced this light from within the womb, said Hawkins. A pile of buildings where the meteor collided with Sombra lay before him. This would be his throne, surrounded by glitter. And people, variants, confused by what they were doing there, not knowing whether to satisfy their misplaced wrath or celebrate the end of an era. They did not know that both of their queens had died, that the storm who plagued them was gone for good. Hawkins only worried for those who expected him to die with them, and worried only because he expected them to haunt his dreaming hours. He isn't willing to take off the crown to make sure everyone was fine. This would have him die where he stood. Callie's story? Yes, Beezus. It's the very, very, very last chapter. This is the end of the book. I'm so sad, but I'm so excited, and I'm so... It's over! No! no, but it was so good. All great things must come to an end. So he sat at the edge of the pillar and held his head up with his feathered arms. And how are you, Beezus? It's been a while. Have you worked on anything? Have you do anything already, good sir? You missed the bikini stream yesterday. Hawkins thought himself a man displeased. He was one who belonged with those who could fly, yes. But whenever he looked around himself, the flesh of his companions was hard and cold. The bird had grown accustomed to the yellow and black, the hypnotic buzz, the threat, and the gaze. Only for a few years could he say he belonged. Now he wished to be with the departed, just to dream, just to see Regali again, and there he caught himself, before he fell for that dear old illusion. I can at least see clearly thanks to you, said Hawkins. He had Todd in his mind. It was a grave mistake to let the dead live through him, to walk the earth with his loved ones rot strewn across his brain. People are allowed to miss people, but to become those he grieves requires a separation from oneself. Did Todd ever realize this? In his last moments, Todd learned to let go. Hawkins could see, with his perfect vision, just how much Todd enjoyed his last dance. There was true bliss, a forgiveness for having forgotten. He danced because he ate that flower, the sweet pea, one that mimicked the butterfly. Monica could say she saved them if she were here. The flowers that mimicked her, that strove to carry New York, taught Todd that life was too short to spend it living another's dream. He might have been too manic to think at all, but this is what Hawkins preferred to think of Todd, a poetic ending for a man who shunned the art form. What he could not understand was why this was called the Pillar of Resurrection. Everyone died. No one really got to live out their dreams, not even Hawkins, whose dream it was to live a life of true leisure. A pillar like this was refused to stand without hope. If no hope were left, the structure would kneel, beg for the scraps left after gathering the crops. This was one of the bad harvests, where glass bugs fed on rotting fruits. And yet the pillar stood. Often it's darkness that shelters us from our beasts. Their eyesight is not so good. They taste the air to find their prey. Hawkins stared into the darkness long enough to find the beast was him. That he let his friends die, and that he looked out only for himself. Let him see he was a coward. This was his beast. When cowering in a corner, and when he stepped closer, the beast shot out feathers to protect itself. He was a chick without feathers in the cold air that could no longer protect anyone. I couldn't even protect Regali. With these thoughts, he lay down. Hawkins fell asleep with the last of him grasping for the waking world. It was this refusal to let go that sent him into a dream. Voices were his only company, nothing physical to hold on to. And the voices accused, "You took our dreams from us." It was the voice of that frog, unsure who it was the frog blamed for his loss. There was no guilt, but regret the bird couldn't help more. I have to check something. I don't know if this is like the actual ending. Okay, Callie. This was what he tasted in the air. And the voices pleaded, "Give us our dreams back." And the voices hissed, "Dreams make death less lonely." Blue eyes opened. He got up. The glass a sheet below him. He glided down and found he had molted. A long-necked, speckled pink creature that could no longer fly. He flapped his arms. He tried to form a gust of wind. Hawkins no longer had access to his storm. The crown should grant him access. That could only mean, where'd it go? His exclamation was coughed out. He nearly released Ricochet. No, there's nothing for me here or there if you leave, so stay with me. I have no light of my own. Again he coughed. Ricochet flew out. A light from the darkness. Everything faded. Ricochet left Hawkins there in the dark. Here he could feel he was no longer prey, no longer rushing to protect anyone. His new knees grew weak, then vanished into wind. Like Regali, whose dream it was to live, Hawkins knew his dreams true after death. Hawkins knew death as a state where he could no longer know anything, no longer realize ideas. The tragedy of death was the loss of imagination, of control. But he thought of his friends. Each friend a piece of him, each piece a storm. Earth, his flesh, the part of his body that impassioned him. This was Todd, the variant who drove him to act. Made of his flesh, he expected himself green and slimy, but he was a transparent white and impalpable 238. Wind his breath. Monica, the variant who gave him a dream. She flowed through him, enlivened him with, and was the part of him that knew this was not the end. Fire his blood, the second person in his life to ever charm him. Akita's blood was one with a reflection that gave no threat. She filled him, let him know there was no need to be afraid or to worry. The manted fly could take care of herself, even wounded. Finally, Leopon, the special case, water, his spirit, who learned to command lightning, an example for them to follow. Now the reason they could command these elements. It was light, a sort of light that could attach to anything. Sombra's light reflected from the earth to pull it from where it stood. Todd, as stubborn as the earth, was sturdy, could withstand the vibrations of his power. Her light rode the wind and caught it as it did. Monica rode along with it, and so did Hawkins. The flames could fuse with Sombra's light. Akita, accustomed to its heat thanks to Ricochet, used her sides to summon fire. Then Leopon, who challenged his entirety to have even lightning flow through him. With that, the god was reborn. Not as its own entity, no, but a spirit that existed everywhere, within everyone. There lay the issue, a new power. One the world would abuse. Damn, Callie. Everyone fucking died. I love it. A new world, with Todd at the top as the mimic of all. Even Sombra. That I did not expect. But I love it. This is this like gives me the image. I'm pretty sure I had a specific ending, like Todd learned to dance and saved everyone by crashing the city into the meteor that was falling. Yeah, I can check the book. Yeah, I'm not sure, dude. The book ends in chapter 17. So, I don't know. Chapter 17, Chase the Sun. Remember, this being a battery ain't so bad, yelled Hawkins. He took bone feathers from his body and threw them. Intent, he closed his eyes. A pillar surfaced from the ground. The feathers pierced it. I need no one to count on me anymore. But I count on you, Tangier, said Todd. Akita threw another stream of fire at Todd. It was then that New York City was buffeted by a glitter storm. Glass had once been sand, after all, and sand is every bit a part of Earth as rock. Water spouted from a crack in the cement from afar. Todd had summoned water from deep within the earth. A pipe was frozen still. His quake freed it. This is how he remembers Monica. Here, he swore he'd be a storm untethered by vertigo. But Akita flew towards Todd, slashed at him with her scythe. A scythe that accidentally cut open her bag. Finally, yelled out Leopold when he flew out. He grabbed the mantis-fly's scythe in quick succession. Guess I'll have to break up the fight. And then it goes into Chase the Sun, which is chapter 17. But I don't know what chapter 17 is on here. You seen the ChatGPT update? No, I have not, Beezus. It is called Chase the Sun. ChatGPT 5 came out? Okay, so that's definitely different than this. Do you want me to read this ending? And honestly, it's super annoying to me. Why, Beezus? And I realized why I like Grok over ChatGPT. You know why, Beezus? Because Grok remembers everything. Grok remembers every conversation you've ever had with it on your account. Unless you delete the conversation. Whereas ChatGPT doesn't remember jack shit squat. So for longer content, Grok is more consistent. That's my consensus. I need to know, like, if Todd crashes something into the meteor. I mean, the last chapter is 40 pages long. This is the last chapter. I hate memory, honestly. If a conversation is longer than about 20k words, it's just gonna mess things up. I just like the fact that it can reference back, and it'll say, oh, I remember you talked about this, so is this the angle you're going for? And I'm like, yes! Yes! You see it! You see my vision! So, but that's what I get with Grok versus ChatGPT. Plus the length of the actual text that you can put in per input. And I never really find that I've done anything long enough with Grok unless I do an entire story where it, like, freaks out. If I do it scene by scene, it seems to work pretty damn well. But I do want to see how you actually intended to end it, so I'm going to read this, Callie. Still, the glass storm roared before them. Todd took himself up into the air with his flipper. He stood on a shard of glass that refused to pierce him. It was like everything of Earth agreed with him. Argued no more that he was the one in control. Yet the Earth was, at times, an unstable thing. So too would Todd lose himself when the world around him grew unsteady. That Leopold arrived put another shot of adrenaline through him. Todd knew he would put a swift end to this. When he was not so sure of himself, when the leopard who would save him arrived, he fell to the ground and called the earth by counting. Todd, wait, said Leopold. 1. Now the earth was mud over Todd's flippers. Leopold's body divided into the butterflies. 2. And he brought Hawkins with it, his bone feathers taking the sheen of the mud. You're still not in control, yelled Hawkins. Dancing had never been his way. To count was the way of the dancer. The way. Yeah, this is chapter 17. I don't know where it breaks from chapter 17, but chapter 17 was pretty short. And this is 40 pages. So unless you just forgot to put... And the ending of the book is not the same as what was on there. I looked at the last sentence. It's not the same. You kept rhythm, but Todd was a walker. 3. Todd and Hawkins were swallowed. Leopold followed the two towards the Pillar of Despair. It was all a gold dress. This was where the dances were held, where the variants could count, though they had held none of their the powers of the Big Five. Since Todd attended these dances, he remembered these dances were ones for despair. They celebrated only the Wasp Queen's inevitable rise to power, dances held for those who lost hope. Some danced by fighting, and the best fighters could get whatever they wanted, drink, petals, and adoration. A much-needed respite from what the flowers offered. After eating these marigolds, the feeling was melancholy. A sort of dance was what we needed. Of the fighters, there was always Akita, who fought in the overweight division, in the flower weight division. "Where the hell is she?" echoed the voice of an unmannerly servant. Todd thought the man unpleasant, but still remembered him fondly. He was a man who spoke more kindly with his actions than his lips. That's why he was allowed to speak at all. That and his age. Akita reclined in the corner of the cobblestone ring. A smaller hawk walked towards her. "You seem tired," said the bird. "I'm so tired," Todd said with a laugh. Todd took to the ring that stood at the center of the pillar and imagined her before him, a massive orchid mantid fly against a massive wood frog. One slash at him, that was all it took. He fell to the ground, exhausted. Unusual now was that there was more than just Akita standing there. There was Regali. "You haven't mimicked anyone in a while. Takes a lot out of you," she said. "Well, I'll be lending you my body. I need to talk with Hawkins." Hawkins and Leopold faced each other. "Don't you think it's important to pick a side?" asked Leopold. "I pick the side I know will win. You lost to a frog." He and Hawkins walked up the pillar's stairs towards the cobblestone ring on the right where Regali stood. The black in her eyes made of static. Hawkins hyperventilated. "Don't be so surprised to see me. You saw this in the stories." "Still doesn't make seeing the dead an easy thing." Hawkins cleared his throat. There was nothing Regali could say that Hawkins didn't already know. The versions of this story told were many, and he heard them all. But if her mere presence here was enough to send his heart whirring, perhaps words were less what he needed. Regali charged and embraced him. "I craved your touch since the maggots let me go." Finally, Regali knew what it was to live again. Even if it was through a frog, she could taste the air, smell it, feel it as it moved across the feathers of her body. "You don't have to give up. Hope is still strong." "You think I've given up hope? What if allowing fate to run its course is my way of staying hopeful?" There was still things Regali didn't understand. Lord Hogmeister, thank you for the follow. How are you? Welcome. Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of ideas and creativity?
Are you smoking?
Twerking and lurking. Hell yeah, brother. Sounds good, bro.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish.
So you have been lying. It all makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll say it. Her 3-pack-a-day voice.
True. It wasn't her place to assume Hawkins believed their fate had been decided, that he'd let all this happen without protest. "So what are you doing? I see you've taught Todd a little about how to manage his storm. He still gets nervous, but that's just due to a lack of experience. You still have trouble, don't you? Todd figured something out you couldn't." "I'd like to make some strong enemies before I die," said Hawkins. Regali slapped him. "Isn't that giving up?" asked Regali. "Changing fate requires a lot of strength. If we're going to run from death, teach the frog to do it with style." Hawkins made a flourish of his wings. Right hand in the air and left offered to Regali. "Dance with me." "I'm not dancing with you again. You used to tap your beak whenever you spun me around. Made me think I was crazy when you first did it," said Regali. Leopold stood between them. "Enough of this. Hawkins, what's happening?" He was the only one left in the dark besides Akita. Since he's one of many who chose fate, Since he's one of many whose fate had been sealed by Monica's death, he had a right to know. Leopold started Hawkins. The us, or what we lifted up by Tangier, is going to crash into us. We can't leave fast enough to escape the resulting impact. The air stood still. No more did the sound of breathing fill the room. What? Why hasn't it crushed us yet? You think decades of all those structures, bubbles, and concrete climbing the skies is going to land back in a few hours. It'll take another day at most. Meteors only take minutes to land. Leopold crossed his arms, eyes closed. Hawkins scoffed. And bubbles? Bubbles float. Wait for more of them to pop and you have a massacre. Then why are you so relaxed? Leopold walked over to the bird. Do you know more than you let on? I know if Todd eats at the flowers, learns to dance, he could stop this, somehow. Todd returned to his body. Again, he could feel movement alive in him. Movement was a partner in dance. Not a beautiful woman in his arms, but the smoke from a candle that he could taste her in his fingers as he twisted them. Leopold knew this feeling, pronounced in him after 20 years. He recognized in the frog. Todd, you feel it, don't you? You know vertigo a little better now. He knew his head separated from his hands. The first whirled like a piston, the second fluid as smoke. Todd, though he never thought he'd catch himself like this, danced across the pillar, crashed against anything not made of him. Everything fluid was him. He was blood and water and honey, as this was bitter and tasteless and sweet. He never wanted to learn how to dance, but now, as he danced, he wanted all of this. Todd wasn't as graceful as when Leopold danced, but he was whole. As he stopped, as the vertigo left him, he said, I'm thirsty. Go ahead, eat the marigolds. You have the stomach, right? Asked Leopold. Todd took a bouquet of marigolds and swallowed them, reminded of his father, of how his dead self looked when he appeared in that dream, gray and bloody. He whined for more. He even knew the sadness of anyone who walked this pillar. The fighters who gave up too soon, romancers who couldn't work up their bravery, and merchants who wanted to drown it all. They made me feel. Todd, I know you can stomach our sadness. Stomach, said Todd. It was stomach cancer she had. Todd's green flesh went static, shrunk, then grew pale. He was now Rebecca. His favorite color is green. I never let him know. Mine is yellow, said Rebecca. Her favorite color was yellow because it was how the sun shined at the end of the day. She didn't want to sleep because her parents always told her to keep fighting. Every night she slept was like giving up. Rebecca imagined the sun didn't give up, even when she couldn't see it anymore. So she didn't give up, even when she slept. That must be why my dreams are so amazing. Rebecca grabbed a flower. It disintegrated. Every other flower began to fade as well. Todd, wake up. I can't eat the flowers. She chased after them, petal after petal dying in her hands. She felt the same feeling as when the sun disappeared every day. It wasn't sadness or loss of hope, but strength accompanied by melancholy. A bitter sweetness that tore away at her strength, and she rebuilt it. This was courage. She wished she could chase the sun. Leopold grabbed her. The flowers stopped dying. See? Calm down and the flowers stay. Leopold's fur fell off him and faded away. He placed her on the ground. Don't worry about my fur or the flowers. There's a whole bouquet left. He hand-fed Rebecca the flowers. How do they taste? Asked Leopold. Finally, Leopold assisted someone in their choice, rather than forcing it. He was a vehicle for her decision. They're really sweet, but eating them makes me sad, said Rebecca. Rebecca swallowed the flowers with a gulp. She calmed down when she finished. Her flesh turned green again, grew back into Todd's body. I ate most of the flowers. Why don't I remember? Todd's heart slowed again, slower than before. The sun shone into a window, into their faces. Todd put his hand upon his chest and threw a sigh as the rate of his heart sped back up. Now I know why cats and dragons love the sun. The warmth in the sun had bliss to it. Only the frog, who had known so little of bliss so far, did the sun massage his knotted muscles. The others knew bliss. The others knew stress. But never would they know relief like this. It was the relief of the man who spent so long thinking he had no heart, only to place his palm under his chest and finally feel the beat. Once he realized his beating, the heart spawned bliss for the first time. They've always had hearts. They wouldn't know what this is like. A short-lived bliss. They soon had to fight off the destructive fire of Akita, the orchid mantid-fly. He got up. Vertigo. Todd held onto his head and grimaced, stumbled into the ring. Lay down. I'll pass, said Leopon. No, I have to dance, don't I? Tangier isn't helping much. Todd held onto his belly. Golden liquids spilled from his lips. Todd, lay down or I'll pin you down. Hawkins brandished his bone feathers. The threats would be nothing to him. He spent decades surrounded by the bitter, aggressive hawks of the pillars he'd been stationed in. They would be nothing. But this is Hawkins. Daryl died in him once, and each time someone died in him, he felt himself closer to them, as if he lived the whole of their life within a few seconds. He lived Regali's life, too, and now he found a best friend in Hawkins. Though much of him was a stranger, now something was clear. Hawkins, Leopon, do you ever think this variant business has ruined relationships? Leopon with the flowers, me with the mimicry. We feel close to people we barely know. Nah, it's our choice in the end, isn't it? Whether Monica was my partner or you with your mimicry. Even if you transform into someone, they are who they are for the time that you mimic them. Then they disappear. Do you think the line is blurring? What I mean is, things still happen, slowly, just that without the flowers, without the mimicry. What I have started. Well, ads are over now. Shit. It's okay. We've already read this part. This is still part of chapter 17.
Back.
Yeah, I was not paying attention, Callie. I was like really into the story. What I mean is, things still happen slowly, just that without the flowers, without the mimicry. I don't know why the endings are... I mean, endings are the hardest things to do, Callie. That's why I'm still so worried about how my ending is going to appear. But it's like, it's the only direction the story can take. That's the saving grace of it. It's the only direction the story can go. There is no other direction. I had a really good ending I liked. Well, when we're done the ending, you tell me what the ending should be in your mind, Callie, and I'll see if I agree with you as the reader. How about that? Still blissful, the sun had moved. More windows allowed sunshine. Entry through them like some shining specter that awaited invitation. A haunting bliss now, haunting that nothing could ease his vertigo. Yet more like a phantom was the idea that relationships would not manifest were it not for that one catalyst, the flower, the transformation, the greeting. Regali was only a fading image. Still, she had been physical once, and now he knew he could fight like her if he needed to. That was what more had been invited. Not just that bliss, or the idea, but the shadow that once fought Akita and won. Then it realized itself. The shadow, the day was ending. The shadow made Todd feel taller than he should. I want you two to fight me, he said. At once? Asked Leopon slowly. We'll gladly do it. But while you need to get stronger, you just ate, and I'd hate for you to get vomit on my... Yeah, because, like, there's no way there's still, like, 15 pages in the book if this is the end of chapter 17. Because he accidentally kills Todd, they walk away, and then Todd revives, and that's the end of chapter 17. And then chapter 18 was him dancing. So maybe it ends on chapter 18 and not chapter 19, Callie? But nowhere in the book does it say chapter 18. It says chapter 17 is the final chapter. We'll gladly do it, but will you need to get stronger? You just ate. Okay, we already read that, yeah. The next few hours of physical relentlessness. A fainter bliss. I messed up. I need an editor. That's okay. We'll see how it goes. I'll give you how I feel about it. From the actual book ending. Next few hours of physical relentlessness. A fainter bliss than before. A strong vertigo. Todd spent the hours wondering how he would fight Akita like that. Dizzy, heartbeat slowed, but he was excited. When the flowers get through you, we'll give you hell and see how strong you turn out to be, said Hawkins as he walked up to Todd. He placed his hand on the sleeping frog's chest. Todd grabbed the hawk's arm. Oh, you seem to be awake. One. The leopard was butterflies chasing Hawkins down. Earth was a pillar that struck the bottom of Hawkins' beak. He turned invisible as he was thrown. His beak stuck to the ceiling of the pillar, and he was visible again. Todd took the butterfly in his flippers. Much like a composer, he had these elfin butterflies crowd Hawkins with a spin of his body and a sweep of his hands. Hawkins' only way to tell which way was down was his beak that bore into the cobblestone ceiling. Even if Hawkins set himself free, the butterflies wouldn't let him know where he was. You don't know control, Leopold. Let the bird tell you how I learned my way, too. A downward motion of his hands, and he pulled the hawk down. Hawkins still couldn't tell where he was, even after a burst of wind. Leopold, you already learned to let go. You've learned even acceptance. Intent is what's left. Right now, you're doing what Todd intends for you to do. Find your resistance, said Hawkins in the flurry. The butterflies began to lay their eggs over Hawkins' body. He had to dig deeper. Why did Todd make a clay vase for those flowers? They needed a home. They belonged there, said Hawkins. That was it. Leopold, where do you belong? Already, caterpillars hatched from their eggs. They chewed at Hawkins' feathers. Hawkins grunted in frustration, shook the caterpillars off. A butterfly landed on his beak. He has always liked butterflies, Leopold. You belong with Monica. Half his body appeared before Hawkins. Guys, he said, tears falling from his eyes, I miss her so much. So what did you intend to do? She wanted to be the best she could. I intend to do the same. 3. Finished. Todd. 3. Finished, Todd. But Leopold stayed in his body. He still lost half himself, but most of him remained. He threw a punch into Todd's jaw. Todd stood stiff. The frog, hard as rock, was one of his storm. Any physical thing that could shake him before. This was like a gentle breeze against him. But he had finished counting. Okay, is this like the end of chapter 18? Leopold aged. What is this? He withered away, wrinkled, gray-haired, halfway balding. The leopard grew larger and humpbacked and finally shriveled. No trace of him was left except for a crown. Hawkins put it on. I made this obvious already. I would end up the Lonely Prince of New York City. It's called The Lonely Prince. It's not the end of the book, that's for sure. So I don't know. So many edits, right? But there's clearly not... Okay, let me find the ending I meant to have, I guess. I just don't know where it switches from what I've read on the Google Doc and what's in the book, right? Any physical thing that would shake him before was like a gentle breeze against him, but he had finished counting, so he crumbled. Leopold's eyes widened. He grabbed the broken pieces of Todd's body upon the ground and breathed fast and hard. Bubbles appeared under the rubble. "You broke him," said Hawkins. "I didn't mean to. He just collapsed." "Guess we'll have to take on the meteor with butterflies." "One," said Hawkins. Leopold was butterflies again. He groaned in resistance, half his body aflutter. "You still haven't accepted yourself, kitten." 2. More of the leopard transformed. Pebbles underneath them that had once made up Todd's body moved. Hawkins grabbed a few pieces of Todd's body and made a makeshift container to keep Leopold in. "We'll be going where the columbine flowers make their home." Hawkins flew out with Leopold trapped in a ball made of Todd's remnants. Todd was dust and gravel as far as Leopold knew. Whatever hope there was had disappeared, but with the consumption of what flowers held in them the despair of New York City, a vacancy had been left where hope could sprout. It was the same for despair. Instead of fighting for hope, the fighters of Todd's memories fought for gloom. Now, when he imagined himself against Akita spread out across the floor, he couldn't put his flippers up. Instead, a shadow looked down, knowing he couldn't win. These flowers that were steeped in the blood of every citizen that fed them their loss now had hope that Alexandra would take over. But she was dead, and the more people that realized this, the more hope. Oh, it's right here, chapter 18. I missed it because it's not separated. It's on the same page. Lonely Prince. Okay, well this is where Todd gets revived. I'm still not seeing chapter 9. There it is. Chapter 19. But I didn't read the entire book, so I don't know how these chapters are structured, but usually chapters are separated. Right? Like this. So your last chapters, Callie, aren't separated very well in the book. Whoever edited and did the final copy of the book, at least for chapters 18 and 19, because chapter 17 is clearly stated. And separated, but chapter 18 and chapter 19 aren't. But the last line of this is, with that the god was reborn, not as its own entity, no, but as a spirit that existed everywhere within everyone. There lay the issue, a new power, one the world would abuse. But the last words of the page are, these are the Glasgobugs, and the Big Five live their dreams within them all. Monica dances, Todd defies, Leopold teaches, Akita assists, and Hawkins rests. The world inherited their dreams, yet when those whose light shines brighter than Sombra ever could, the storm falls in love again and tries to make them his. That's the beginning of the next book, I think. There's another book? It's planning a second in the series. I want to know where, like, I want to read chapter 19, and I want to see where everything went all weird. And where it differed. Hawkins didn't make it this far past. Okay, that's clearly a pile of buildings where the meteor collided with Sombra lay before him. This will be his throne. Yep. Just a dream, just to see Regali again. Where glass bugs fed on rotting fruits, and yet the pillars stood. Often it's darkness that shelters us from our beasts. Their eyesight is not so good. They taste the air to find their prey. Hawkins stared into the darkness long enough to find the beast was him. That he let his friends die, and that he looked out only for himself, let him see he was a coward. This was his beast. One cowering in a corner, and when he stepped closer, the beast shot out feathers to prove himself. Guess it's me, I don't know, I remember something different. I'll share what I find here. Okay. He was a chick without feathers, couldn't even protect Regali. His exclamation was coughed out. Okay, yeah, and then coughed out again. Ricochet flew out. Then Leopold, who channeled his entity to have even lightning through him. Okay, so it doesn't end with that. Here it is. With that, the god was reborn, not just as its own entity, no, but a spirit that existed everywhere within everyone. There lay the issue. A new power. One the world would abuse. Glass bugs, bad harvest. They can't know what's really after them. It's selfish, and you realize this, but it's best if those in power are kept in the dark. It must remain the assumption that these are just ghosts, lonely ghosts mimicking the bodies of those who sleep nearby. Because the light drags us into a sleep that's forever, a forever that keeps the glass bugs fed, a forever that keeps us in the dark more terrifying than ignorance. Through the locked doors you go, dragged by the monster you made of us, our wakefulness eaten to sustain it. Then you start over, you sleep, they eat, you wake up sleepier than before until you die young and restless, unless the harvest is good. If they knew what they were dealing with, our glass bugs would be taken, studied, taken advantage of for their light. For a reason unknown of the scientists and hunters of New York City, these creatures have influenced our evolution in a way that keeps us from achieving authentic restfulness. But you glass bugs know there's more to this than ghosts. There's that point between dreams and reality that says be sure to leave something behind. They need to remember you. Then, finally, there's real darkness. When you're forced to shut your eyes, you can't run from what you are, and what you are, after a bad harvest, is a glass bug, intelligent, fragile, hungry. There's ignorance that either consoles or worries, depending on how much of a fool you are. Here, in 2091 New York City, it's the fools who sleep without leaving fruit for them. This time, though, Chariot, the Gungary and disheveled teenage girl with holes in her clothing, had to make sure not even she remained. She tore apart the rotten peach with her teeth, leaving slivers of the fruit upon the concrete floor. Swallowed the seed, made sure the smell was gone, even the footprint that Chariot made when she stepped on its carcass off the four legs of her chair. Chariot licked the remains of it off the floor, glitter glass and all. "Ha! The animal comes out," said the faraway woman. Another rotten peach flew towards them from the sliding silver door ahead. To keep the glass bug from finding them, she had to rid the room of all these scents. "Chariot, you're bleeding," including the smell of blood, the head injury she sustained when she fell. There was a reason they named her Chariot. When the glass bugs molded from her body, when they came to cleave the very flesh that formed them, they rode on her back, like Greek heroes holding a light to guide mad horses. I know you don't like this, but after you kill them, we can go out for ice cream. How does that sound? Balms was right. She had planned to let the glass bug that was after her sap whatever wakefulness she had left. Live the next 3 days, lethargic and irritable. Then she'd tell the guards whatever they saw was a dream or a ghost. They wouldn't know the difference. They'd be too sleepy to know a Glaskabug just attacked. That's how things always went. But after his injury, the Glaskabug inside her was angry. Towards the locked door she went, sides striking the ground, wings setting free, and incisors ripping open the steel doors that contained her. Her body was dragged across the floor by a transparent mantid fly that ripped itself out of her back. This was the spirit of one of the Big Five. She didn't want them dead, though. There's something worse than nothingness, because we can chase that away so easily, with an opening of the eye, a switching of the light. Now, the lights turned off when Chariot's scythe struck the generator. When you've been awake for so long and you haven't adapted so well to this electrified world, you take medication as a last resort. To Chariot, to Balms and the other Glasgow bugs, you are the pill. You are the only means of a night of dreams. Then you wish they had killed you. You wish you still had eyes to shut. Even after that, our scientists say there's darkness. They say lethargy is in the eyes because it's when the light ceases to enter them that you become sleepy. Okay, this, you saved us. Did you really think of that? Leopold, he just kept laughing. I don't feel so good, but dancing is fun. Is that part in this document? I don't think so, Callie. That's Todd talking, right? So it's like Leopold and then Todd responds to Leopold? I don't remember that at all. Because the last interaction that they had, dancing is fun, Todd said. I can try and find it. Oh, it is here, yeah. You saved us. Did you really just think of that, Leopold? He just kept laughing. I don't feel so good, but dancing is fun. Todd didn't seem to realize what he just did. He was manic. He was laughing like a loon. That's the end of chapter 18. Leopold aged. What is this? He withered away, wrinkled, gray-haired, halfway balding. This was chapter 18. The leopard grew larger, then humpbacked, and finally shriveled. No trace of him was left except for a crown. Hawkins put it on. I made this obvious already. So that was yesterday. Yeah. I added chapter 19. I guess that confused me. Yeah, and then it's Hawkins as the final survivor. But no one truly survives because Sombra's light goes out. And like I said, like Tangier's gone, but Sombra's still the meteor, and she shoots back out into space, right? Leaving the world a broken shell behind her. I don't know, I like that ending. But yeah, this is kind of weird having this at the end of the book. I don't know who Chariot is. I have no idea who Blant is. What's a Glacia bug? Then you wish they had killed you. You wish you still had eyes to shut. Even after that, our scientists say there's darkness. They say lethargy in the eyes because it's when the light ceases to enter them and you become sleepy. In a coarse and undulating voice, you think you have no reason to be scared. Oh, I took your eyes. Now there's no way for lethargy to get at you. I think I took your exhaustion and gave you darkness, but no, I gave you fire without the light. There's only one way to know there are flames now, and that is to burn, said Chariot, the Glacia bug still feasting on the eyes. There are the Glacia bug and the Big Five live their dream. These are the Glacia bugs and the Big Five live their dreams within them all. Monica dances, Todd defies, Leopold teaches, Akita assists, and Hawkins rests. The world inherited their dreams, Yet when those whose lights shine brighter than Sombra ever could, the storm falls in love again and tries to make them his. I mean, damn, Callie, it's not bad. But I will say, if you don't have an imagination and you don't have an ability to, like, build on stuff, it is really hard. It would be really hard for someone to follow your story. I don't think making it easier to follow will affect it in any way other than to make it more clear. And this teaches me, like, how abstract my writing is and how I need to be more grounded in it. Because it does create this, I don't know, backflow in a way that it pulls you into the story, but at times you can definitely lose yourself. And like, you have to go back and think about it, right? Like, if I wasn't reading this as slowly as I was, you know, taking, like reading it during the day, and then, like, you know, taking, like, the next day to articulate everything and get everything, like, focused and set up. Because you're reading, like, 5 or 6 chapters at a time. No, you're not going to be able to keep up. Unless you have, like, a fucking amazing brain, right? And that's nothing to do with your writing. That's just how the story is. Because it's so fragmented with the time skip. The way people just kind of suddenly die out of nowhere. Leaves a little bit to be desired. Right? But overall, absolutely fucking amazing, like, the evolution of the world and the world building and everything. The characters themselves, their dynamics, their interests, their interactions, their purposes in the story all feel like needed, right? I didn't feel that any of the characters were, like, just kind of placed there. They all had their own fulfilling role, even if it was minimal in appearance. Like Alexandra wasn't there for very long, but her influence was there. And just the stages of, like, you know, it's this is a new world, and then, like, Akita kind of trying to take over, or Alexandra trying to take over the world as a wasp, and then, like, all the larvae and everything, trying to control everyone, using her power for everything, and then moving on. I feel like I already asked this, but did you self-publish this one? Yeah, I'm not sure. Jesus. But I mean, he did say he needed an editor, so maybe, yeah. Okay. And you didn't have, like, any professional help? Yeah, Callie, you. You didn't have any professional help, or, like, minimal professional help, or, like, what was your... Okay. That's impressive. To just single-handedly, like, you edited everything, you did everything. That's pretty impressive. And that's not your first book. That's your second book, right? Your first book is the, I can never remember what the name of it is, but you told me like 12 times. I can never remember. What about you, Beezus? Do you have more of your story? I would love to read more of your story, Beezus. Not getting a beta reader is brutal. It's hard to really know the flow of your story without having a second set of eyes on it, or at least it's hard for me. True, Beezus, same, and I'm not a beta reader, guys. Like, I'm retarded. Don't take anything I say, right, as, like, professional writing advice. I'm fucking retarded. I just do what I need to do. And it's all about the ideas. Because I have no grammatical sentence structure or anything. I've been working on my second book for about the last week. The whole story is about 95k words now. Alright. So, Beezus, now that you're here, since you've been gone for so long, do you want us to continue reading the Backrooms? We're on what, chapter 5? Or something like that? Like Act 5? 4? I thought we read 4. I might be wrong, though. Now I gotta go back and find you. No, you read 3 where you saw the young girl. Okay. Okay. You can only write like 200 to 400 words before I either get tired or spend the next 2 to 3 days editing. I mean, whatever process works for you, Callie, right? I mean, you're a published author. I thought the book was great. Yeah, you're gonna have to repost it, Beezus. I can't find it in here. Oh, right. It's on... I'm retarded. I keep thinking it's on Google Docs. It's on fucking Royal Road. Alright, there we go. Act 4. Okay, let's take this token, then we'll read this. You've been blue balling me with your story, Beezus. I need to keep you guys here and read your stories, because I don't want to read them without you. And Sinister's been gone too, but he doesn't want me to read his stories because he feels self-conscious about them. Which is understandable, but I don't want to read the stories without him because that, like, loses the charm, you know? That's a good thing, Beezus. I want to encourage people to write. And if tuning into me is killing your writing, get the fuck out of here and go write your goddamn story. Right? Honestly, I've written so much of my acts just by using your stream as background noise. Well, I'm glad because, I mean, a lurker's a viewer, man. That's what matters. I know that's what Book's doing too, because she's like super excited about her new project. And it's like, it makes me excited that when you guys come in here and then you leave, and I know that the reason that you're not here is because you have inspiration for something. And, you know, whether that's actually connected to me in any way doesn't really matter. It's the fact that you have found that inspiration that you're looking for. Whatever way that you found it, you know, whether it was a coincidence that you just happened to come into the stream and, you know, over a couple of days or a week or so, you just figure it out, and you would have done that without the stream, you know, but it's just the fact that you're like, you have the motivation to go out and actually write. Because that's what I want to instill in people, is that motivation to just get words on the page, to just feel good about it, get into the groove of it. Practice makes perfect. Only way you can get better is by doing it. Act 4. The curtains rise. Setting. The back rooms. Biggest inspiration I've had so far is for a future project that's related to your tree towns. That whole broken yet whole society thing is super interesting, and I want to delve into it in the future. Ooh, I love that. You mean like the idea of the bottom 15, Beezus? I think I'm gonna try looking at the system I used for Butterflies with Vertigo and apply that to be the music. Okay. Now I just want to clarify this one thing, Callie. Vertigo is kind of... Okay. Vertigo visually is like Drunken Fist style. Is that right? Because that's the image I have in my mind. Is like Drunken Fist. Think that's what I was imagining. Yeah, I love that idea. I fucking love it. And then you just have to master your surroundings in order to master your skills. The visualization of that is just so cool. Two drunken fisters fighting each other. Date Thursday, May 4th, 1995. The group walks down the hallway in a disjointed formation. John and Alex take the lead, while Lily trails behind, clutching a small brown bag to her chest. Alex whispered. Doesn't seem like she's ready to trust us yet, John softly. And she probably never will, either. Let's just be satisfied she hasn't tried to run away yet. Alex looks back at Lily, still scanning the hallways warily. When she notices Alex's eyes on her, she shifts her expression to a warm smile. His jaw tightens, but he stays silent. John, do you hear that? John comes to a complete stop, cupping a hand to his ear. Alex, no, I don't really hear anything besides these lights. Lily, why'd we stop? Lily, still several paces behind them, freezes mid-step, hugging her brown bag even tighter to her chest. John, I thought I heard something. Lily, sharp whisper. Wait! Alex and John turn back to Lily, who's now standing completely still, her eyes wide with fear. Alex. Lily, what's... John cuts him off with a raised hand. Alex pauses, trying to figure out what's going on now, until he finally hears it. The steady shuffle of a large group moving in their direction. Faint in the distance. John. That sounds like people. We should... Lily cutting him off, tense. We need to hide. Lily sprints ahead into a shadowy alcove and crawls into it. It's narrow, but wide enough for both of them to squeeze in with her. John nods and hurries over, with Alex trailing quietly behind. Inside, they see Lily's small form pressed against the wall, trembling. Alex squeezes in by next to her, leaving just enough room at the front for John to slip in. Sound of their movements gradually came into focus. As they approached their hiding place, it was clear now these weren't the casual steps of a traveling group. They were marching. Voices, once muffled by distance, were aligned now with a sinister undertone. This wasn't just a mere scattering talk of a wandering group. No, this was something more rehearsed. Cultists chanting in unison. Step by step we walk this maze. Every move we make is upon your stage. Spectre, witness as our fates unfold. Behind each corner our stories are told. We are your children, we seek your eyes. Please hear our voices, please hear our cries. Spectator, watch us. Let your eyes never stray. Judge us worthy of the roles we play. As we set the stage and risk our lives, let your gaze fall upon us. Let the curtains rise. Cultist chants faded into a tense silence. Nothing but the electronic buzz of anticipation can be heard. Finally, a booming voice fills the silence in their place. A loud voice, on the edge of madness. The curtains rise, and we, your children, take the stage. Bear witness now to a tale etched in the blood of your loyal followers. Voice echoes through their small hiding spot, filling the space with a frenzied energy. Alex grits his teeth, his breath coming in short, panicked bursts. After a few moments, a second voice rings out. Second voice. All our tears, our blood bring us closer to the day of our promised salvation. Do not be afraid, do not waver, for tonight the spectator sees us all. Cultist footsteps halt just outside of their alcove. A tense moment hangs in the air, thick and buzzing. Then a softer voice, strained and hesitant, wavers above the silence. Third voice, tired. And to the broken among us that took to the stage, we may be made whole at this show's end. Fragile voice hangs in the air, unanswered. Still, loud voice yelling, now that the curtains have risen, let us see who still stands at center stage when they draw to a close. There's a long silence after the voice fades. A group holds their breath. Lily is clutching Alex's wrist so tightly his fingers start to turn white, but he doesn't dare to pull away. John's knuckles press against the grimy wall. They wait. Seconds ticking by, with each one heavier than the last. Cultists pass by, their shadows flickering over the wall of the alcove. As the last shadow vanishes around the corner, their footsteps slowly fade into the distance. Alex finally exhales loudly in the absence of the cult's chanting. The hell was that? Lily still hasn't let go of his wrist, her eyes still fixed on the hallway where the voices vanished. John softly, you were probably right to tell us to hide, Lily. Lily flinches slightly at the praise, but finally looks back at them. Her expression is unreadable for a moment, then softens. Alex, who knows though, maybe they were friendly and that whole blood thing was symbolic. No, they're not friendly. Lily finally releases Alex's wrist, her hands still trembling as she draws them back. Peeking from inside the corner of her bag is a torn paper, revealing the smiling face of a young boy. Lily's eyes linger on the picture. Her thumb...
Flashback is now following.
Full-ball flashback! Damn, that's an epic name, bro. Welcome, how are you?
Hi, sweetie.
Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? What's up? Not much, bro. We are reading Beezus' story. Inspired by the Backrooms.
What? Why are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish.
So you have
But
been
how was your day
lying.
going,
Makes
Furball?
sense. The
Flashback? I
Phil
just
Ashtrays,
found
the
out about
burning
writing
pine
and
scented
reading
hairs.
I'll say
Twitch.
it. Her three
Yeah, I know, it's a very
voice.
small-knit community, but we do exist, you know. Most people aren't as interactive as, you know, this. Most people do sprints. I just finished a book, a talk, like a month ago. Ooh! So if you want to, feel free to join the Discord. If you have anything that you want me to read, you can drop it in the public stories. If you have anything that you want to promote, you know, if you got like Royal Road, Kindle, Scribble Hub, anything like that, feel free to drop it in here. I would love to look at it, bro. What's it about? What's the genre? Finished a book is big time stuff. Congrats. True, Beezus. It's fucking huge. I wouldn't say I got rejected by an agent at Writer's House last week. Well, damn, that sucks, Furball. Agents are assholes. You don't need that shit. Self-publishing is, you know, the way to go. No, I'm just joking. It's all good. Yeah, it's just a lot of people. It takes a lot of work to get it up there. You know, you got to throw it in people's faces over and over and over again, right? Here's the link for it. We basically, you know, we got anything for public stories, and they give you any reasons. tips and tricks, brainstorming, suggestions, you know, all that kind of stuff? Are they just sending a rejection letter? Most of the time, rejection letters are because they don't have enough, like, manpower to work with things. So sometimes don't think about a rejection letter as bad material. It's historical fiction? Ooh! Where does it take place? And is it, like, grounded fiction, or is it, like, you know, demons, aliens, alternate dimensions, or is it very, no, that's definitely what it is. Yeah, that's why it's like you gotta send to everyone, because, you know, they just kind of can't take... If they pretty much took every book, even if it was, like, you have to be top fucking notch, right? Even if you're in that 99 percentile, you still need to be within the, like, 1000th percentile, right? Like the 0.01s of the world to hit that level. That's why a lot of people do the self-publishing, but it can diminish your reputation on that front. So there is a lot to wager on that. Like, I'm doing self-publishing with all of my short story compilations, but my actual real book I want to do traditional publishing with. Because I think it's good, and it will be good enough. I'm hoping. And if not, then I'll just get a ghostwriter to fucking rewrite the entire thing if it's clearly not good enough. But the idea holds fast, right? Like, I can't bring the true potential of it. Because I think the potential of the idea of the story is worth a lot more. It's in Washington territory when Columbia wanted to split. Ooh, cool. Does it have a lot of politics and, like, stuff like that in it? I love politics. Politics done well in books. Not boring politics, but, like, you know, the stuff that's literally, like, you would imagine that's said like, imagine the things people say in public, now look at what people say in private, and then apply that to, like, politics and the government and everything. There could be so much, like, backstabbing, fucking lies, fucking shit like that going on in the background. I absolutely love that shit. Playing every single side possible. Companies vying for little tiny pieces of the territory to go along for investment purposes. Like, I could see that being fucking massive. I do too, honestly. I tried my best to do political scheming stuff in my story, but since all the characters can only be as smart as I am, they're all too stupid to pull it off. Beezus, that's why you write characters that are smarter than you, but you write them in a way that shows that they're smart, but as the author, because you have the outcome planned, you can manipulate how the reader views it and make it seem like it's this huge concoction of things, but it's not actually. It's just because they're missing pieces of information. Like, misleading the reader in that. You have the entire idea of your book, of the book. Yep. But, do you have it in, like, what's the word? Trailer editions? Like, would you be willing to share a chapter with us? I would love to read a chapter of it, just to, like, see what your writing is like and everything. Feel for your style. Get an idea of it. Because I love, like, using other people's perspectives of writing to enhance my own writing. I'm very selfish in that way. I'll share the whole thing, absolutely. Oh, I would love it for a ball flashback. I'm the type of person, I like to only read your stories if you're here. But, we can start with a couple of chapters. I'm definitely down with that. I love political intrigue. So I'm playing a lot with that in my story, but it's a lot of in the background, and you just kind of have to assume certain things are going on in the background because of how events play out. But it's all up here in my head. How long is your first book? Agreed, Beezus. How long is it? Yeah, either feel free to drop it in, what's the writing you have up here right now? This is Beezus' book. It's, from Royal Road. It's inspired by The Back Rooms. It's called Beyond the Threshold. Yeah, it's like a interdimensional rift in time kind of thing with some fucked up shit with, like, you know, time warping, kind of being trapped in an alternate world where there's kind of just like endless, like, it's just like endless office building rooms and hallways and like parking garage kind of type things. Very, very interesting premise for it, which I fucking love. Yeah. And then I do, like, mainly short stories with, like, parables and stuff like that. Like, conspiracy theories, you know, teaching life principles through dark, fucked up moral stories. 400 pages is crazy. I can't imagine how long that took you. I'd say at least 3 years, right, for a ball flashback? 6 months or so it took? Damn! Holy shit, bro. That is fucking fast. Damn. This dude's an animal. Yeah, that's insane, bro. You that's true passion right there. Literally every day. Yup, literally every day. My only problem is I'm improving my writing through short stories instead of actually writing my book. But it's a process. We have a what's the thing that they call it with like the timeline, you know, like when like a company releases a roadmap. We have a roadmap. I've been writing literally every day too, but I've only managed to get 250 or so, I believe. 8 months actually. That's not too bad for a ball. That is pretty fucking crazy. I don't get a lot of time to write because you know, I started streaming to hold myself accountable to writing because I'm a piece of shit and I can't do anything myself. So I just laze around and do all fuck all. So it's like now I'm working like 18-hour days, fucking going crazy at work, thinking up ideas and brainstorming shit for the stream at night. It's a good thing. My partner kept me on it. Ah, nice. Hell yeah. It's always good to have someone else there pushing you and keeping you going. That's what my parents and my siblings always say, is your stories are fucking amazing. Same with my friends. Like, you should really fucking write that. And I'm like, yeah, I'll get around to it. I'll have it published before I'm 60, guys. I've got 26 years, guys. I've got 26 more years, okay? It'll happen. Now it will definitely happen, because we are here. Yeah, feel free to drop a link in the chat or in the Discord. And after we're done this chapter, I'll check out chapter 1 of your work for a ball. I'm super interested. Lily released Alex's wrist, her hands still trembling as she draws them back. Peeking from inside the corner of her bag is a torn paper, revealing the smiling face of a young boy. Lily's eyes linger on the picture, her thumb brushing against the torn edge, before tucking it back inside. Lily softly. They call themselves the Weavers of the Grand Narrative, and they put on plays for some god they made up. Lily pauses. Lily. Or they call them plays, but they're just... A shudder cuts off Lily's next words. Lily, just don't let them find you. John. You can worry about filling us in later. For now, we need to focus on finding something to eat. Alex. Or at least people that have extra to spare. But then again, I'm not sure I want to run into another group at this point. Lily. I know where a camp is, and they should be close. Alex. You found a group and still chose to stay on your own. Did they look like bad news? Lily's lips tighten slightly as she shakes her head. Lily frowning. No, but I've seen what groups do to people that slow them down, and I didn't want to take the chance. Alex. I guess we'll see what we get there when we get there, and if the worst happens... John elbows Alex in the stomach, cutting him off. John. The worst won't happen. Let's go. As they're walking away, the dull glint of an object catches Alex's eye. half buried in the carpet. He sees a metal object. Alex ignores it and begins to walk past it. Yet, when he looks down, he finds himself standing over it. He kneels, running a finger along a cold, jagged edge. His eyes widen. He knows this shape. Alex, how did this... John, what's wrong, Alex? Alex, nothing. It's just, I thought I saw something. Alex stuffs the object into his pocket and jogs back to the group, his heart pounding rapidly in his chest. His conversations from before are now silent, as tension clings to each of them like static. Alex spins the object in his pocket as they continue on, tracing a finger around the familiar indents and edged lines. Did he find a pen on the ground? Beezus, did he find a pen on the ground? That's my immediate thought, is that he found, like, a pen or something. But I don't know. Alright. Fortunately not. I actually changed the whole pen dynamic from that chapter you're remembering, actually. Oh, okay. Okay. Because I was like, dude, that's super significant if that's the pen. And this is where it all starts. And somehow it winds, you know, just gets out of control from here. But that's the problem with, like, reading all over the place, is I have so many ideas for it because I don't know exactly where you're going with it, right? And what's been rewritten and changed over time. Okay. So I think we're onto the dilemma now. Because this is his reaction, right? His mind's racing for answers. He's unable to call out. So, like, he's trying to. Like, he wants to, right? He wants to ask what the fuck is going on. Right. Something. So, not sure if he told you, but you post any stories you want him to read in the public stories channel in the Discord. Yeah, I don't know if he has Discord or not. But if he has Google Docs or Royal Road or anything like that, just post the link. But, you know, it is what it is. You can't win them all, right? A mistake, a misunderstanding, a reason, something. A was so alone. The link isn't working for some reason, but if you reach out at what's up? Did you join the Discord? I'll post a PDF. That's the Discord link if you want to join the Discord. And then you can just hop in the Discord there and pop it down. Fucking ads. Ad break, ad break, ad break, ads. Break the ads! Break ads! Break ads! Break them down. Was your link in the Discord permanent? Was your link to the Discord permanent? It should be, Beezus. We've had tons of people joining the Discord lately. You got like 6 or 7 extra people. Links to your Discord are not permanent by default. You have to change them to it. Yeah, but I've been using the same link forever if you use this. It should drop the same link to join the channel. What I will do then is I will add you as a friend on Discord. And then I will personally invite you to the server. Did you get the friends request? Nice. Okay. Perfect. Hell yeah. Welcome, welcome. Good to have another person in here, brother. So yeah, just feel free to drop the story in either the public stories or re-verify. Problems happen often if you use a VPN, I believe. I always hit the "Are you human?" and then it just sits there and fucking doesn't let you do anything. And I'm like, oh god. Guys, there's gonna be one good thing about Internet ID. If they do Internet ID right, by the way, do any of you use the Immersive Inc. Discord? I don't know what that is, Beezus. Never heard of it. Is that a server called Immersive Inc.? Yeah, it literally just kept replaying the "Are you human?" Yeah, it's so fucking annoying sometimes. But the main thing is, for the public stories, it's for things that you want me to read on stream. And for the Writers Unleashed community, is for everyone in general. So, you know, if you're trying to sell your book, if it's like on Kindle or like on your own website, feel free to do any kind of promotion you want in this channel. That's what it's for. It's unleashing your content for everyone else. Whether it's paywalled or not, doesn't matter. It's a server where 1 billion authors share their stories, trade shoutouts with each other, and even beta read their stories with feedback. It's also insanely active. Then you'll have to add me to it, Beezus, if you're in it, because I'm in a lot of different Discords, and I'm doing a lot of different things. But, you know, adding another one to the list isn't bad. Putting your stuff out there to a larger audience, right? I mean, look how many people we've kind of gotten from TLC. That's a pretty small server with only 7,500 people, comparatively, right? So it's like the larger servers you can access, it's only good if you want to specifically advertise your story. Well, advertisement for everything, Beezus. People think that marketing begins when your book is done. Marketing begins when you realize you're going to write a book. Or have eyes to give you feedback on it. Well, Beezus, I love giving feedback on other people, so I'm more of the one that's the doing that than it is the presenting my story, right? I love to beta read for people on a, people say, developmental level. Not a grammatical error one, but, you know, me of saying, like, is the story presentable in an like, does it create an image in your mind, right? Can you follow the story? Does the story itself make sense, even in if it's an abstract concept, kind of like Callie's, where it's all over the place, but it still has its grounding in the characters themselves, even though the world is continuously shifting because of the conditions. But I'm always looking to extend out into other places. And by the way, like, if there's any kind of promotional stuff for servers and stuff that you have in Discord or sites that you know, we should make a, Callie, are you here? Could you make a new, channel in the Discord for specifically, not you advertising your book, but places to advertise your book. Like, I saw this one on Twitter, and they have this thing where they have, like, days free. Oh, that's not the right one. Wait, it's this one. Yeah. So, I got on here for free. I don't know what it is, but it's like, it's find books and authors, right? Callie organized the Discord into categories, saved my brain. Yes. Yes, Beezus. The fact that the Discord looks fucking beautiful now is all because of Callie. Callie did all the hard work organizing, adding all of the AI bots and everything, the mini games, you know, making it look presentable. But apparently, you can find people on here. I don't know how, but it's a paid thing, but it has moments when it's free. So looking for stuff like that, like, you know, deals on stuff like that. Deals for promotions. I think we should have a channel for that where people can put in their advertising. Because it's, for some people, it's like, well, I don't know where to advertise my book. Like, you know, oh, I spent $30 on this site advertising my book and I got basically no returns on it. So it's like, that's kind of one of the things I look at, like, TikTok for, is, like, different reviews for places that you spend money to see if, like, to evaluate at the time when I want to spend money. Because I'm willing to spend, like, $5,000 at the end of the day for, like, everything for the book, right? Like, that, like, between 5 and 10 grand for everything for the book. That's, like, my budget for it, essentially. For, like, the paper copies, the editing, the publishing. I updated it in public stories. Awesome. Awesome. Let's check it out. Now the question is, can I do this? Yes, I can. Perfect. Alright, chapter 1. Huh. I feel like I'm missing something here. Nope. Damn. Okay. Okay, I'm glad I didn't miss anything. I was worried. But I mean, that's kind of like my chapter 1. My chapter 1's like 9,000 words. What is this? This is an insane chapter 1. I love it. I want to pull up my... How much is my chapter 1? No, it's not that one. This one. 293 pages, not 400. Still. It's this one, right? So that's actually 3 times longer than mine. Damn. That is an insane chapter. Alright guys, lock in. Lock the fuck in. I figured out what my book is missing that's been making it not work. What is it, Levi? And I'm gonna say now, there is a possibility we don't get through this chapter. This is 36 fucking pages. This is like 15,000 words. So this is gonna take like an hour and a bit, guys. So we gotta lock the fuck in for this. Emotional stakes for the protagonist aren't high enough. Ah. That's important. It's one question I ask about mine too, is, you know... But the emotional... What are the emotional stakes? How can the emotional stakes be higher in a world where he's the only human and there's no other species like him, but everyone else, no one else knows that? It's like you're not only alone because you're singled out, but you're alone because no one else even knows that you are. I don't think I've ever read Levi's story on the stream before. No, Levi hasn't shared any of his story. He pretends that he's not writing, just because I know he doesn't want to share the story on stream. You could finish what you were reading. I just kind of popped in and interrupted it, lol. No, Furball, don't worry about it. This happens all the time. Rick wanted us to read, like, what, 400 pages of shit? We read it for, like, 2 hours? So I have absolutely no problem with it. That's like I say, there's 2 types of content. The content that comes from me doesn't expire. The content that comes from the viewer does expire. So always go with content that expires first, which would be content from the viewer. Use that up and extend your content as long as possible. He already finished my story, don't worry. Yeah, we finished Beezus' chapter. Yeah. So you're gonna go in Furball as the new record for the longest first chapter. Congratulations, good sir. Let's fucking get into this. 11k words is nuts. That's the entirety of Cryogen. But hey, if that's what it needs to be, that's what it needs to be, right? There's no holding back. The story tells itself, right? You don't want to force it because you feel, oh, it's too long of a chapter. Is it what it needs to be? Yes, then it's not too long. And it's like even the first title, the title just captures you into it. Chapter 1, The Murder at Walla Walla. The shot cracked through the still morning like a split of dry pine. Elias Quinton didn't flinch. He had heard enough gunfire in this town to know it wasn't practice. It came from behind. Carson came from behind. Oh, this is gonna be weird. It's the way that it posts the sentences. Sometimes it's weird like that. Carson's livery near the alley where freight teams offloaded goods from the east. Elias turned from his coffee, stepped off the porch of the marshal's office, and walked out without a rush. It doesn't matter. I just, knowing that it's like that, I know just move on when there's no period, right? In Walla Walla, people watched how quickly a man moved toward gunfire, and they remembered it. The town was waking, but warily. Mules brayed somewhere behind the stables. A wagon creaked, paused, creaked again. A woman's voice scolded a child from a second-story window above the dry goods store. The only thing truly silent now was the sky, muted steel gray, with just enough sun trying to push through to make the world squint. Elias rounded the corner, past the hanging tobacco sign and its half-lit cigar ad. He stopped. A man lay face down in the dust, slumped like a sack of sodden wheat. Blood pooled beneath him, thick and oddly bright in the morning light. Elias didn't recognize the boots. New leather. Eastern made. The coat tailored, expensive. Didn't match the rest of the town, either. Whoever this man was, he didn't belong here. He crouched beside the body and turned the man gently. The face was half gone, shot close. Buckshot or pistol. One eye remained open, glassy and stunned. Elias scanned the alley. No trail, no boot marks, just quiet. Kill like this in Walla Walla wasn't unheard of, but it was rare now, especially since the Columbia talks began stirring. Marshal! Elias stood slowly. It was Caleb Shaw, the editor's boy, barely 15, voice still caught between child and man. He stood near the livery fence, knuckles white around the slats, eyes fixed on the body. Go find Dr. McInerney, Elias said. Then fetch Deputy Hanley. The boy didn't move. Now! Caleb bolted. Elias turned back to the body. There was something sticking out from the man's coat pocket, barely visible under the blood and cloth. He reached for it carefully, pulled out a folded piece of parchment wrapped in oilskin. The edges were brittle, browned with age. He peeled it open. A map. Not of Walla Walla, Elias knew, but of something older, cruder, and it bore a name he hadn't heard since childhood, whispered by old men drunk on what they used to be. Columbia Territory. Elias traced the outline of the map with a finger still stained from last week's ink. The drawing was hand-done, charcoal and ink on parchment, not printed. There were no rail lines, no township boundaries, no mention of Oregon or Washington, just the word Columbia, curved across the territory like it had always been meant to claim it. The boundaries stretched farther east than the territorial governor would ever publicly allow, nearly to the Bitterrooks. And scrawled faintly along the bottom margin was something stranger. Inherit the Iron Gate. He didn't know what that meant. Not yet. Beyond him, boots slapped against the boardwalk as Deputy Hanley arrived in half-run. Red-cheeked and panting, Hanley took to the scene with a grimace. Shot clean through the face, Elias said, holding out the map. This was in his pocket. Hanley took it and stared, brow furrowed beneath his hat. Looks like somebody's fantasy. Looks like somebody's willing to kill for it. The doctor came next. bundled in a coat he hadn't fastened, hat askew, bag swinging. McInerney crouched low, peeling back the collar, examined the entry wound without a word, pressed his fingers to the jaw, then gently moved the man's head. Close range, the doctor muttered. Muzzle right up on the cheekbone. Gunpowder burns. Confirm it. Do you recognize him? Elias asked. No. That coat, though. That's Union tailored. D.C. or Richmond, maybe. That stitching's not from around here. Elias took the map back, folded it, slipped it into his vest. He stared down at the corpse as if it might offer some kind of apology for arriving unannounced and bleeding on his town. Let's get him on the livery cold room. Let's get him to the livery cold room, he said. Put a sheet over the face. Hanley nodded and moved to help McInerney move the body. Elias stood a moment longer. The Columbia Territory had been dead in the water for nearly 2 decades, killed by committees, vetoes, and a rail line that never came. It was a ghost of an idea. But this map, this stranger, and that phrase, inherit the Iron Gate, meant something he hadn't meant someone hadn't let it go. Words are hard, and Walla Walla just became a battleground in a war no one remembered was still being fought. The cold room behind Carson's livery wasn't meant for corpses, but it served when the dead outnumbered the undertakers. Hanley helped the doctor lay the body on the slab of old wine, once used for dressing elk. McInerney placed a clean canvas sheet over the man's face, smoothing it with the quiet reverence he reserved for strangers. Elias remained outside, pacing the alley's edge. The air had grown sharper, and the wind carried with it the dusty scent of grain from the mill upriver. The kind of wind that whispered, I found the Google Doc if that makes it easier. No, it's all good for furball. It's not a problem. Wind that whispered secrets if you stood still enough. He lit a cigar from the stub in his vest and watched smoke curl upward like a question with no answer. By the time Hanley rejoined him, Elias had already run through every possible name in his head. Merchants, freight agents, land speculators, railroadmen. No one matched the dead man's coat, nor that map. And certainly not the phrase, inherit the Iron Gate. All wire Olympia, Hanley said. If the man's from D.C., maybe someone knows who sent him. Who was sent out. Elias didn't respond. He was staring down the alley toward Main Street, where a buckboard had just arrived, kicking up dust. On the beach sat a woman in a dark riding cloak and a brimmed hat tied tight under her chin. Her gloved hands gripped the reins with precision, and the horse responded like it traveled with her for years. Elias narrowed his eyes. The wagon stopped in front of the livery. She dismounted quickly, boots hitting dirt without a sound. Hanley followed his gaze. You know her? No, Elias said, but she's here for the dead man. Hanley scoffed. You're guessing. She's wearing river mud on her arm, on her hem. Just crossed the Wallula. Not local, and she didn't ask for directions. They watched as she stepped inside Carson's barn office. Moments later, she emerged again with Carson following behind, pointing towards the cold room door. Hell, Hanley muttered. Elias stubbed out the cigarette, walked towards her. She met him halfway, green eyes, sharp jawline, and a voice like polished iron. Marshal Elias Quinton? That's right. I'm here on behalf of the War Department, she said. The man you just found. His name was Ezra Kane. He was a surveyor, and if he is dead, then the map is missing. Elias didn't blink. What map? Her jaw clenched. Don't play me, you've already seen it. Elias studied her, letting silence stretch until even the horses in the livery had gone silent. Behind her composed face, he saw calculation. A woman not just mourning a colleague, but measuring how much he already knew. Saw the map, he said finally. It was in Kane's coat. You didn't mention your name. She hesitated. Captain Rose Callahan. Elias raised a brow. Army? Recently. Now War Department Survey Liaison. I was posted to Fort Dallas, but pulled east when Kane went dark. He was supposed to report from Lewiston 3 days ago. Instead, he showed up here with a hole in his skull and a dream of dead territory folded in his pocket. Rose gave a small nod. Then the phrase? Elias didn't answer. He didn't like the way she said the phrase, as if it were a passcode, or worse, a threat. She frowned into silence. You know what it means? No, Elias lied. Then you don't know what you're in the middle of. Handley stepped forward, clearing his throat. Captain, with respect, what's this about? The Columbia Territory has been buried longer than most of our voters. Rose's mouth tightened. There's a movement to unbury it, and not just on paper. Ezra Kane was sent to verify boundary lines tied to old land claims. Claims that would become blinding if Columbia were recognized. Someone who didn't want him to finish that job. Elias folded his arms. Who? It's a 30-chapter outline split into 3 acts, roughly going to be 3 books. Ooh, that sounds amazing, Furball. I love it. I love trilogies. That's what we're going to find out, she said. But if that map's gone missing, whoever took it just gained a leverage that could redraw half the Northwest. I think this is 9 chapters. Okay, that makes sense. If it's this long per that amount, like 30 pages per chapter and 290, that's about 9 chapters. Yeah, it makes sense. Just gained leverage that could redraw half of the Northwest. Elias frowned. The implications hung heavy in the air. Rose stepped closer. Where's the map now? He hesitated, then reached into his vest and handed it to her. You'll find it's not complete. Just outlines. Nothing signed or sealed. Rose unfolded the parchment slowly. Her eyes scanned the curves, the notes, the faint marks that only a cartographer or a spy might notice. No, she said, this isn't a map for approval. It's a key. A key to what? She looked up. The Iron Gate. You really don't know what it is? Elias shook his head. Then I hope you're a quick study, she said, because the last time someone tried to open it, 3 agents went missing, and a militia in Idaho got funded by someone in Congress. Elias motioned for Rose to follow him around the side of the library where the wind couldn't listen in. The alley narrowed between 2 brick buildings, their walls sun-baked and worn, like everything else that had stood too long in Walla Walla without being asked why. What exactly is the Iron Gate? He asked, keeping his voice low. Rose tucked the map into her leather satchel. It's not a place, not exactly. It's a name given to a cache. Old Hudson's Bay records, pre-session treaties, private surveys from the Russian-American company, buried intel, all of it sealed away decades ago. Buried where? No one's sure anymore. The last known reference put it somewhere in the Bitterwoods. Kane believed it was closer, somewhere east of the Blue Mountains. Elias glanced toward the horizon, beyond the sunlit wheat fields and cottonwoods. The distant hills loomed like sleeping giants. So why now, he asked. Why would anyone kill a surveyor over papers forgotten since Polk was president? Rose hesitated. Because someone in Washington, your Washington, not mine, thinks reopening Columbia Territory is a path to splitting the state in 2. They want a new capital, new rail contracts, new votes. Power, Elias muttered. Exactly. And the Iron Gate's contents could prove land titles that give their backers control over the new territory's richest timber and ore zones. Elias let out a slow breath. Kane died for a land grab. Rose met his eyes. More than that, those documents leak. It won't just be political. It would trigger suits from tribes, the Hudson's Bay Company, even Britain. He leaned against the brick. You've painted quite a storm, Captain. She tilted her head. And you? You've been marshal here 10 years. Don't tell me you haven't seen the pieces moving. He didn't answer. From the main road, a sharp whistle cut through the air, the kind used only by deputies. Elias turned. That's Hiram. Rose stood straight. Trouble? Likely. Let's go. They stepped into the light, and Deputy Hiram came running toward them, his face pale beneath the dust. We got another body, he said, breathless. Outside the telegraph office. Shot clean through the eye. Elias tensed. Another outsider? Hiram shook his head. No, sir. It's Abel Trask. Elias went still. Trask wasn't just a rancher. He was the town's only living delegate for the Columbia Territory movement. Abel Trask lay crumpled beside the telegraph office stoop, one leg twisted under him, hat still on his head. Blood had dried beneath his right temple where a bullet had entered. Someone had shot him up close, calmly, precisely. Marshal Elias James knelt beside the body, eyes scanning the wound, then the gravel walk. Then the door frame. No signs of struggle, no witnesses. Rose Callahan crouched beside him. Execution style, she said softly. He nodded. too clean for a bar brawl. No money missing, no horse taken. Whoever did this wanted to send a message, or silence one. Elias rose. Trask was loud about Columbia, gave speeches on Maine, sent letters to the Oregonian, or I don't know how to say that. Oregonian? Because it's Oregon, right? Oregonian? I don't know how you're supposed to say it. I'm Canadian, if you can't tell. Lobbied legislators who barely remembered Walla Walla existed. Hiram stepped forward, holding a piece of paper. We found this in his coat. Elias took it. Single sheet, folded once. On it, a hand-drawn seal. Nothing official, but carefully inked. An eagle perched over crossed axes above the words Free Columbia or Forgotten Forever. Rose exhaled. I've seen this before. Elias looked at her. Where? On Kane's notebook. On a fence post in Starbuck. It's a symbol of the New Columbia League. League, Elias repeated. A group of surveyors, settlers, ex-soldiers, mostly disgruntled men from the east side of the Cascades. They think Olympia's bled them dry. Elias narrowed his eyes. And you think someone's picking them off? Rose stood. Maybe that close to something real. They moved inside the telegraph office. The clerk, a nervous boy, barely... Ads! Okay, we are back. I almost wound up reading through an ad again. It happens sometimes. I get too into it. I'm really into this. You got me invested. I'm curious. I love government conspiracies and shit like that. So this goes pretty hard for me. They think Olympia's bled them dry. Elias narrowed his eyes. Callie, welcome. We are reading Furball Flashback Story, Chapter 1. It's a historical fiction set in, I don't know what year it is, but it's, probably early 1800s. It's before the entire unity of, well, the states are already about there, yeah. Like, the states are, like, established, but they're not fully, like, what they are today. They're still, like, it's moving boundaries. They're establishing, like, territories and working with anything about 120 pages into book 2. Nice, Furball. Hell yeah, keep going, bro. I fucking believe in you, man. Let's do this. Get her done. Maybe they'll get close to something real. They moved inside the telegraph office. The clerk, a nervous boy, barely old enough to shave, blinked at them from behind the counter. He didn't say much. Marshal. Just asked to send a wire to Lewiston. They stepped outside to wait. Stepped outside to wait. Just found the documents I had to remember which email the Google Doc account was in. God, I hate losing that kind of stuff, Furball. It's so annoying. That's why I like having it on the desktop and just this stuff. I don't have to worry about an email. It's Google Docs. I don't remember fucking anything. What computer is it on? Okay. Could life form inside oil instead of water? It was on a Shadow PC I had. Sean, yes. The answer to that question is yes. But the secondary question is, what is the oil made out of? What is its consistency? What is its density? What is its material? I believe you could construct a life form like that. Did the wire go through? The clerk nodded, hands trembling. Yes, sir, I got the receipt. Elias extended a hand. Let me see it. Clerk handed it over. Elias read it aloud. To Colonel J.M. Sutter, Lewiston Station. Found proof of gate. May need escort west. Targeted. Burn after reading. He looked at Rose. What do you think? She looked pale. I think someone got to him before he could run. And whoever he was writing to, Colonel Sutter, just became our next stop. Elias folded the paper. Then we ride tonight. Planet that is flooded with mineral oil that's naturally produced. So if single cell life could form in that over time, that could make for some slime alien life, maybe. Ooh, I see where you're going with this, Sean. 100%. 100%. It would act like a womb, right? I love it. Think of like massive amoeboids. Like amoeboids that were like the size of humans. So you're saying Diddy bought all those bottles of baby oil so he could try to play God and create life. Damn, Beezus! I mean, fuck! That's deep. What's even deeper is the fact that he made life inside of some people with those! Oh god, it's so bad. Hey, I can make fun of it because he wasn't convicted, guys. Which means there's no fucking anything. He wasn't convicted. It's all a bunch of bullshit. I don't know what to say. You gotta go by what the law is, even though, you know, we all can have the idea of, yeah, he did it. Did he do it? I think he did, but he's not convicted. Did Trump do it? Oh, fuck yeah, he did it. Is he convicted? Nope. People say he is, but is he in jail? Nope. Fucking president. Welcome to this timeline, guys. The wind shifted as they rode out at dusk, the summer heat lifting into a cooler, sharper air that made the pines rustle like whispers. Walla Walla's golden fields faded behind them, replaced by rolling basalt hills and scrub grass that held on to the sun long after it vanished. Oh, and since oil retains more heat than water, their Goldilocks zone would be further out than ours. True, Sean. You would have to find where does the oil freeze? At what temperature does the oil freeze? And what temperature does the oil boil? That's your Goldilocks zone right there. Dead center of that. So you gotta find out what material it is. Sean would be a terrifying man if he had Elon Musk's money to test out all these theories. Who says he's not, Beezus? Marshal Elias James rode ahead, silent and still on the saddle. Rose Callahan matched his pace, just behind her eyes, scanning the ridgelines for movement. I'm thinking. Of course you are, Callie. That's the most important thing that you can do. How far to Lewiston? She asked after an hour. 60 miles, give or take. If we push through the night, we'll be there by dawn. Rose nodded, adjusting the rifle slung across her back. This Colonel Sutter, do you know him? Only by reputation. He ran guns during the Snake River Wars. Some say he's a patriot, others say he's a profiteer with a uniform. I may have weird ideas, but if I had that kind of money, it would be all tied up in creating jobs that pay decent wages rather than the wages slavery offered by others. Wage slavery offered by others. True. Like, what if I traditionally published and got everything I needed? That would be amazing, Callie. What could go wrong? Oh, I got rejected and didn't wind up spending any money. But did you try? That's what's important. If I had that sort of money, I know I'd probably turn into a supervillain within a week. True, Beezus. True. I said sharks with frickin' laser beams on their heads! That wire didn't read like it was going to an enemy. No, Elias agreed, but that doesn't mean doesn't mean we'll be welcome. The trail narrowed where it hugged the Snake River's edge, cliffs rising to their left and dark water yawning below. Farther ahead, the wood footbridge crossed a narrow gorge, rickety, half rotted and slick with moss. Rose slowed. We shouldn't be here alone. Elias reined in. You feel watched. I always feel watched. Doesn't mean I'm wrong. They dismounted to lead their horses across the bridge. Planks groaned underfoot. Midway across, a rifle cracked in the dark. The shot missed Elias by inches, slamming into the rock beside his boot. Down! He shouted, diving behind the bridge rail. Rose dropped, rolled, unslung her rifle in one smooth motion from the ridge above. A second shot rang out, this one closer. Elias scanned the shadows. There, left of the outcrop. Rose took aim, fired once. The muzzle flashed, lit her face in a heartbeat of flame. Figures stumbled above them, then vanished into the brush. Did you hit him? Elias asked, breath short. I clipped something. They waited, listening. No more shots came. Let's get off this bridge, Elias said. By the time they reached the other side, the shooter was gone. But in the dust near the tree line, Elias found a broken heel from a cavalry boot, and a strip of torn parchment caught on a thorn. Rose held it up to the moonlight. It was stamped with the same seal. Free Columbia or forgotten forever. They made camp a mile past the gorge, where a hollow behind two hills offered cover, and a creek whispered nearby. Elias built the fire low, shielding it with rocks, while Rose scouted the perimeter. Neither of them said much. When she returned, she held something in her hand. A cartridge casing, she said, tossing it to Elias. 50 caliber, Henry rifle, military issue. He turned it over in the firelight. Not something a homesteader would carry. No, she agreed, sitting on a flat stone. But someone with army surplus or ties to Fort Colville. Easy enough. Elias stared into the fire. The shot wasn't meant to kill. Not from that range. Not with that angle. It was a warning, or a test, she added, to see who'd come running. Silence stretched between them. Elias finally broke it. I never believed in the Columbia League. Rose raised an eyebrow. Didn't think you were the believing kind. What if there was a guy with monkey's paw powers, and he wished he was immortal, but every few seconds he gets struck by lightning when there's nothing else that can kill him? Damn, Callie. That's crazy. You know what I was thinking, though? What about a guy with monkey paw powers, and you know how when you use... Cademon, welcome, welcome! How's it going, good sir? How are you today? Good to see you here, good sir. Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of ideas? Do you enjoy storytelling, creativity, and imagination? Because that's mainly what we do here. I am both. Hell yeah! That's what we're talking about. What genres do you write, good sir? And Callie, imagine a guy, so he has the monkey paw powers, right? But you know what the monkey paw, once you use a wish, like the finger does the thing or whatever? Caden, do you remember Callie, right? Sci-fi, fantasy, and erotic. Hell yeah! That's what it's all about, Cademan. I love it. But Callie, he can't use the wishes on himself. But if other people wish things around him, it just automatically uses one of his fingers. And then that wish comes true. So it's like he has to hide away from people because if someone just happens to say, I wish this, it comes true and it basically cripples one of his fingers. And he's been like a shut-in his entire life. Dude, I feel like that story would go fucking insane. And he's gotta like make sure that people around him don't make wishes, and then people just randomly figure this out. And like, you know, who's the fastest that can come up and make wishes until he's like fully fucking crippled and fucked? I blame bad memory. I remember your name, Cademan, and then it said first time chatting, and I'm like, maybe I've seen you in someone else's chat. Maybe Terrible Writer, maybe Trallion, maybe Nerderine, maybe Tanif. But I recognize your name. So I thought it was weird that you were a first time chatter. What if men were the ones that gave birth and they were delivered by their testicles expanding drastically and popping every time they did? It would stop overpopulation by capping it at 2 at least. Terrible Writer, yes. Ah, wonderful. Yes, see, we have a very close-knit community in the writing community. Pretty much everyone knows everyone. It's a good time. This is Furball Flashbacks historical fiction. Is okay. I have my memory is kind of a curse because I remember things from like 25 years ago and it's so vivid I remember it like I feel them there. Damn, Callie. Like, as soon as things become long-term memory, I remember them, but short-term memory, I have no fucking short-term memory whatsoever. But you're asking me pretty much anything about my book, and I'll give you a direct answer, super detailed, and the exact same thing every time. I thought it was angry talk, frontier noise, men with no land and too much time, but Trask was onto something. That wired Sutter. This attack, it's more than politics. Rose nodded slowly. Something's happening out here, Elias. The rail lines are shifting, land deeds are being erased, and men like Trask who need records don't live long. I do remember good books I have listened to. I remember the ideas that good books give me, and like the perception I get from them, but I usually don't remember like anything very specific about them. Maybe a couple of very powerful scenes, but even then, not very many. Like maybe 2 or 3 per book. Like maybe 2 or 3 per series sometimes, depending on the series. But the ideas stick with me, what the author's trying to say, the themes, and the journey of the adventure of the characters. But specifics, nope, for the monkey paw guy, I was thinking he'd just be a background character. Some early this year I started to listen to a series I really like today. Hell yeah. But yeah, he does seem like he has potential. There's a lot of different angles. I'm just throwing something out there, Callie, I thought would be pretty funny. Elias looked at her. And you? Why are you really here? Rose gave a small, humorless smile. Same as you, I lost someone to a lie. He didn't press her. Instead, he opened his satchel and unwrapped Trask's notebook. Weather-worn, corner-charred, but intact. Inside were pages of rough maps, scrawled coordinates, and a list of names. Elias read them aloud. M.C. Harrow, R. de Clancy, B. Wren, all from the east side. Rose leaned over. I know Harrow. Surveyor near the Clearwater. Used to draft treaties. Vanished last spring. They're targeting people with knowledge, Elias said. Landmen, drafters, anyone who could trace a hidden claim. Rose tapped the corner of the page. There's something else. There, almost smudged, was a phrase underlined twice. Gate plot, Sea Blue Canyon. Elias exhaled. That's 2 mentions of Gate. First in the telegram, now here. That series is the Ken Follett's Shader Drawl series. Start with Pillars of the Earth, an audiobook of over 45 hours. But it is so great, the world building in the book is the best I've experienced. Nice, Cademan. I fucking love that shit. World building is my fucking, like, playground. She looked toward the black horizon. What the hell is the gate? Elias stood, buckled his coat. Tomorrow we find Sutter, and then we head to Blue Canyon. The eastern sky bled gray as they broke camp. Elias kicked dirt over the last embers, and Rose tightened the cinch on her mare, watching the sun inch up behind a curtain of dry clouds. The two stories I really want to work on are the fish story and the piano story, and I even thought of trying the two together somehow. I like that idea, Callie. They are pretty crazy worlds, so I could see them being two different sides of the same coin. Imagine having Elias and the 8 stars on top, or the 8 legs on top, and then like underneath it is like another world with like the fish on it, and it's like the water world or something like that, you know? And it's like they've come ashore now, and they're turning back into like humans, right? Kind of the mermaid idea of being on land. And then you have to go on the adventure of finding your love. And maybe they can show certain things to Stella and Gawain about how to live their life without the corruption of the love that they've seen erode away at Nell and Belfry. And maybe they want to make something different, and that character teaches them. It'll be like the Thor, Loki, Odin, Midgard, Asgard. I forget what the other guards were. Hoof prints too deep for settlers. Ponies. They're watching, Elias said quietly. Rose nodded. We'll cut north at the fork. Take the back ridge line. If they're looking for us, they'll expect us straight into town. As they turned onto the ridge path, the view opened wide. Below, Lewiston lay like a spilled checkerboard of rooftops and smoke trails. The U.S. flag flapped from the courthouse. Beyond it rose the red roof of the federal garrison. In Norse mythology, Asgard, Midgard, Utgard represent 3 distinct realms within the cosmos. Asgard is the home of the gods, Midgard the realm of the humans, and Utgard, often associated with Jotunheim, is the realm of giants and untamed wilderness. There you go. We go in quiet, Elias said. No badges, no questions. And if Sutter won't talk, then we follow the ink trail. Nobody sends a telegram like that unless they're scared or complicit. They tethered their horses near the freight depot and walked into town under the guise of passing traders. Lewiston's streets were muddy from last night's storm. The storm front still shuttered. Only the saloon and bakery showed life. The garrison sat at the edge of town like a squat brick promise. 2 sentries stood outside its gate, rifles crossed. Let me do the talking, Elias muttered. They approached slowly. The younger guard stepped forward. Business? Deliveries, Elias said, producing the folded paper. Columbia Dry Goods Manifest for Colonel Sutter. The guard studied it, squinting. He's not taking visitors. He's in a conference with the War Office liaison. Then he's awake, Elias said evenly, which means he can answer questions. The older guard narrowed his eyes. You're not freight runners. No, Rose said, her voice cold. We're the last people who saw Agent Trask alive. That landed. The gate opened 10 minutes later, creaking inward like a reluctant mouth. A young aide led them inside, past stone hallways and faded battle flags. Sutter waited in a mop room, coat off, revolver on the desk, his eyes sharp under heavy brows. In a map room. I don't know why I said mop room. A map room. Ignore me, I'm retarded, guys. Watched them like a man already calculating their exit. I heard Trask died, he said without greeting. But how? But not how. He was cut open like cattle, I said, and his blood still wet on a floor that Army claims is federal land. Sutter didn't flinch. Then you'd better tell me what he found before someone else kills you too. Sutter leaned back in his chair, fingers laced across his chest, the revolver still within arm's reach. A map of the Washington Territory lay stretched across the table before him, creases worn deep from overuse. Pinned near the southeast corner. Oh shit, Cute Muffin! Welcome, how's it going, brother? To the southeast corner was a small flag labeled Proposed Columbia Boundary. Elias remained standing. What was Trask doing sending you a wire the morning he was murdered? Sutter's eyes flickered to the aide in the corner, who promptly stepped outside and shut the door. Trask was on assignment, Sutter said. Unofficial. Off the books. Rose narrowed her eyes. For whom? The Bureau of Territorial Security. They've been watching Walla Walla since the spring. There's talk of armed dissent, militias forming, secessionist meetings. We saw the pamphlets, Elias said, reaching into his coat. He dropped a torn scrap of parchment onto the map. Free Columbia, forgotten forever. Sutter didn't touch it. They're being printed in Lewiston, on a press once owned by a church. Now it's run by a man named Caleb Fry. How is the stream, Muffin? How are you today, good sir? Non-sentient dragon attacks city. People are left alive immediately after, but nobody had food to survive the night. Why? But nobody survived. People are left alive immediately after, but nobody and no food survived the night. Why? Sean, I'm not quite sure. If there are people left alive, but nobody survived, wouldn't they have to be zombies? Yeah, what were you doing today, Muffin? Cademan, thank you for the follow. Welcome.
I hope you are enjoying
if you want me to, feel free to join the Discord. And if there's anything you want me to read on stream, feel free to drop it in the public stories. And if you want to promote anything on anywhere, paid or not, feel free to drop all your promotions in the Writers Unleashed community.
1989-ish?
So you have been lying. Now makes sense.
Other monsters are opportunists, and the dragon destroys the walls and removes the most dangerous fighters before the horde of monsters arrives. So it's kind of like the pet of destruction. I see. I see. Too late. Already in the Discord now. 30 seconds late. LOL! Oh, man. I tried to get ahead of it, but I'm really glad. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. Now it's run by a man named Caleb Fry. Rose raised her chin. Fry. He was a Union quartermaster turned newspaper man. He vanished 2 years ago. Went underground, Sutter confirmed. Reemerged here preaching about Eastern representation and Western tyranny. He's got ranchers and ex-soldiers behind him. Maybe more. Was Trask close? Elias asked. Sutter hesitated. Too close. He infiltrated one of their outer circles. Started sending me names, codes. 3 days ago he went quiet. That wire was his last contact. Why not inform Olympia? Sutter's jaws tightened. Olympia's already declared the Columbia movement dead. They don't want to admit it still has teeth. Rose stepped close. So you're saying a rebellion's brewing and no one's listening? Sutter lowered his voice. I'm saying we're weeks, maybe days away from a coordinated break. Fry's men are arming themselves with surplus weapons from Fort Lapwai. And Trask found out who's funding it. Who? Elias demanded. Sutter finally picked up the parchment. That's what he was coming to tell me. Outside, a clock tower chimed. Sutter glanced at it. If Fry knows Trask made contact, you're already targets. I can protect you here for the night, but when come dawn, you ride. To where? Rose asked. North, Sutter said. Into the Blue Mountains. Find a man named Elias Wharton. He's Fry's former bookkeeper. Elias blinked. Morton's dead. Sutter looked him dead in the eye. No, he's hiding, and he's the only one who can tell you what Trask died for. Storm that had threatened all afternoon broke loose just after dusk. We're going to be going into an ad break shortly here, guys, but we'll get as far as we can. Rain hammered on the roof of the garrison quarters as wind rattled the shutters like skeletal fingers. Rose stood by the narrow window, arms crossed, watching water sluice off the eaves in silver streaks. Behind her, Elias checked his saddlebags for the third time. You really think this Morton's alive? Rose didn't answer at first. She watched a lightning bolt fracture the sky over the river, illuminating the row of silent warehouses behind the palisade. People have a habit of coming back from the dead around here, she finally said. Sutter re-entered the room, soaked at the shoulders and holding a parcel wrapped in oiled canvas. He tossed it onto the table with a thud. Supplies. You leave before first light. Go by the north trail past Mill Creek. quiet and off patrol routes. Elias picked up the parcel and began stowing it without a word. Sutter lowered his voice. And one more thing, he reached into his coat and pulled out a folder document sealed with a broken ribbon. Rose stepped closer. Is that Trask's? Found it on his desk. He never filed it. Sutter hesitated, then passed it to her. He'd circled 2 names. One is Caleb Fry, the other, he pointed to the second name, scrawled in Trask's handwriting. W.K. Hardin. Elias stiffened. Hardin? From the land office? Sutter nodded grimly. That land rush last spring, Hardin granted dozens of questionable titles to Columbia supporters. Trask thought he was laundering Fry's money through deed trades. Rose read the note. What's this symbol? She asked, pointing to a red wax blot shaped like a 3-pronged cross. I've seen it on crates coming upriver, Sutter said. Unmarked shipments offloaded at midnight. Could be weapons, could be gold. Either way, Fry's operation is bigger than talk. A knock interrupted them. 3 short raps. Elias went to the door. A uniformed soldier, breathless and wet, handed him a scrap of paper. Telegram just arrived. It's from Dayton. Sutter took it, reading aloud. Morton seen heading Blue Mountains, alone, wounded, stop. Fry men on his trail, stop, hurry, stop. Rose didn't hesitate. We leave now. Sutter grabbed her arm. Fuck ads! What the fuck do ads think they're doing, infiltrating my fucking stream, making my viewers have to goddamn wait, sit back and just fucking chill. Fuck that, man. Guys, we should fight against ads. We should fight against ads. And we should all just say, fuck ads! Because ads are bullshit. No one likes ads. I mean, we like money. But we don't like fucking ads. Money's good, though. Money's good. Money's really good. But ads, oh, fuck this. No, ads are bad. Wait, Toe Connoisseur made his game? Sean, post the link, bro. That's fucking amazing. Dog, what is the best book you have read this year so far? I don't really have much time to read, Cademan. I wish I did. I don't think Toe made the game, but he needs to check it out at least. That would be funny if he made it. Feet Master. Love it. Yeah, I don't really have that much time to read, so the only time I really read is listen to audiobook. It's the same thing for me. I don't even have time to do that. Between, like, the stream and working, like, I really don't have anything else. That takes up, like, 18, 19 hours of my day. I'd love to read more. That's why I love reading on stream. But the closest I'd say to reading a book, like an actual real book, is Tyler wanted us to read Choke. I listen to audiobook at my job. I wish I could. I work at fucking Walmart. I used to listen to audiobooks when I worked at the golf course, doing landscaping and stuff like that. The last audiobook that I listened to was the Harry Dresden series. I got to book 3, I believe. If book 2 was the one about the werewolf. I load audiobooks into my MP3 player that takes SD chips so I can listen and pause when I need to. Smart, Sean, smart. Morton seen heading Blue Mountains, alone, wounded, stop. Fry men on his trail, stop, hurry, stop. Oh, wounded! that means the guy that they were shooting at, who shot at them, was Morton. Boom, putting 2 and 2 together, bro. Rose didn't hesitate. We leave now. Sutter grabbed her arm. You won't outrun them in the dark. Right now I listen to Dan Brooks' book, Angels and Demons. Ah, Dan Brown? Hell yeah. I don't know who the author of Choke is, but he's the guy who wrote Fight Club. Lightning flashed again, and this time they were already moving. The wind tore at their cloaks as Rose and Elias rode through the northern gate under cover of storm. Guards didn't challenge them. Sutter had seen to that, but the silence in their wake was unnerving. Plus, it's one thing looking at, like, professional published authors and looking at, like, viewers' work or my work, right? Like, we're not there. We could be close, but we're not there, right? Have you ever listened to or read the Antica Blake series? It's dark, but so realistic, even the fantastical version of the world it takes place in. Anita Blake. No, never heard of it, Sean. Usually restless, even in foul weather, seemed to hold its breath. I've read 3 books in that series. Nice! There you go. Book Brothers! They took the back trails past Mill Creek, hooves muffled in the sodden earth. Lanterns shuddered. Elias rode slightly ahead, rifle slung low, scanning the trees. Every shadow looked like movement. Every rustle could have been Fry's men, already waiting. How far to the ridge? Rose called over the rain. 10 miles if the red trail holds, Elias shouted back. 15 if it doesn't. Rose nodded, eyes scanning the dark shapes of the forest. She had learned to navigate by sound, owl calls, running water, the silence of places that should be alive. The silence often meant danger. A place of life lit... A flash of white... Jesus, fuck me, I can't talk. A flash of white lit the trail ahead. Elias pulled his horse up hard. What is it? He didn't speak, just pointed. There. Caught in the bushes was a strip of cloth, blood-stained. Fresh. She was a vampire hunter and an animator who can bring back the dead as zombies for a brief period, which can help in solving crimes, though that's only when she believes about herself. That's only what she believes about herself. Huh, interesting. Rose dismounted, holding her lantern low. He came through here, or someone dragged him, Elias muttered. He crouched to the mud. 2 sets of boot prints. One staggers, the other follows steady. Rose's jaw tightened. Morton in his shadow. The trail sloped upwards into the first fingers of the Blue Mountains. Trees thickened. The wind howled like a wounded animal. If you read Lockwood and Company series, rain turned the earth to slick clay. Elias stopped again, squinting in the dark. What? He pointed to the base of the fir tree. There, something's buried. They knelt and dug with gloved hands, revealing a canvas satchel soaked through. Rose opened it carefully, revealing a journal wrapped in oilcloth, a broken pistol, and several loose documents marked with the Columbia seal. Elias flipped open the journal. Morton's handwriting. Get it under cover. It could be what Trask died for. A gunshot cracked through the trees. They dropped to the ground. A second shot. Closer. Rose hissed. Ride! They found us! Elias stuffed the journal back into the satchel. They mounted fast. As they galloped up the trail, another shot rang out, this time splintering a branch inches from Rose's shoulder. Hadn't heard that series, no. Blondie BZ! True! Yo! Welcome! Welcome back. How is it? How are you? Feeling good today? She didn't look back. If they caught Morton, he might already be dead. But if she had the journal, the story wasn't over yet. Buffroku! 1, 2, 3! Thank you for following! How are you? Welcome to the stream! Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of ideas? Do you enjoy imagination and creativity?
Why?
Because that's what we purvey here.
Maybe.
British Ghost Hunter Lockwood & Co. is a young adult supernatural thriller series by Jonathan Stroud. I love Jonathan Stroud! He wrote the Bartimaeus trilogy.
I'll see it. Her three
Follows 3 young operatives of a psychic detention agency, Anthony Lockwood, Lucy Carlite, and George Cubbins. As they fight ghosts known as visitors in London, England, the series consists of 5 books. The Screaming Staircase, The Whispering Skull, The Hollow Boy, The Creeping Shadow, and The Empty Grave. 2013 to 17. If you want to read a good series that's like a magical fantasy series, kind of like almost Harry Potter-ish, with like the idea of magic in like London and stuff like that, but it's more high-end political stature, the Bartimaeus sequence is fucking amazing. I literally have it on my shelf. Read that shit in high school, man. That shit is amazing. That's where I got the idea of first person for my story, because of it's written third person from Nathaniel's view, first person from Bartimaeus' view. Fucking awesome shit. I'm so glad to see that other Jonathan Stroud stuff goes hard too. I might have to check it out because it's Jonathan Stroud. But Buffroku, do you write? Have you written? Do you like stories, bro? What is your passion? Are you just a creative mind? Do you do different types of mediums, such as art, or, you know, basically anything, as long as it's creative, it doesn't really matter. Netflix made a first season of Lockwood, but then to cancel the rest, it was after that I canceled my subscription. Sounds about right, Cademan. Same with like what they tried to do with the Wheel of Time and many other things. And like the Sword of Truth. They're just fucking terrible at it, guys. Fucking terrible. They didn't stop riding until the rain turned to snow. By the time they reached the bluff overlooking the Tuchit River, their horses were foaming, lathered, and trembling. Elias slid from his saddle, breath steaming, and scanned the narrow pass ahead. No tracks, he said. They followed. They lost us in the storm. Rose dismounted, her hands frozen stiff around the reins. Not for long, if Morton's men are half as desperate as that manifesto made them sound. They won't stop at a little snow. Elias nodded and pulled the oilcloth-wrapped journal from the satchel, and he huddled beside the fire pit they built beneath a rock outcrop, shielded from the worst of the wind. Rose sat across from him, her rifle close at hand. Read it aloud. Elias cracked open the cover. Inside, the ink had bled, but the entries were still legible. The first page bore the date, May 2nd, 1853. They've promised me a seat at the table if I sign on. Not in Olympia. Columbia. Our Columbia. East of the mountains, far from the old lords of Puget Sound. They say it's a republic waiting to be born. I say it's a powder keg looking for a match. Rose leaned close. That sounds like him. Elias flipped to a later entry. Trask suspects. He watches the postmaster too closely. If the letter makes it to Washington, the whole plan unravels. Fry says to handle him quietly, but Fry's version of quiet always leaves blood. Rose's face tightened. So Trask was murdered because he was loyal to the Union. Elias tapped the margin. And the postmaster may be next. Rose stood abruptly. We ride back at first light. We find the postmaster and get him under protection. If Fry's men are watching the mail lines... A rustle in the woods stopped her mid-sentence. Elias's hand went to his rifle. That wasn't the wind. They crept to the edge of the camp, eyes scanning the trees. A voice called it softly. Marshal James! They froze. From the trees stepped a boy, no more than 12, with a telegram envelope clutched in his hands. Rose rushed forward. Who sent you? The boy stammered. It came through Lewiston, addressed to you, said urgent. Elias took it, tore it open with numb fingers. Inside was one line. Governor Stevens has received word. Columbia uprising imminent. Return at once. The wind tore the fire apart before Elias could even stand. He read the telegram again. There was no signature, just a sharp directive. Return at once. That meant it came from someone inside Stephen's office, or worse, someone intercepting messages meant for it. Rose clutched beside him, scanning the tree line. How would Stevens even know about the map or the manifesto? We only just started piecing it together. Elias folded the telegram tight. He doesn't know everything, but somebody does. Maybe Fry's network has holes. Maybe someone's playing both sides. The boy watched them, shifting nervously. His boots were soaked, his pants torn at the cuff. Elias tossed him his own blanket. You didn't see anyone following? Elias asked. The boy shook his head. Rode hard from Dayton. A man gave it to the postmaster there just after sundown. Said it was urgent and paid $2 to send it straight. Elias and Rose exchanged a glance. Who was the man? She asked. Didn't give a name. Wore a coat with a brass buttons and union pin. Rose stood, suddenly alert. They're getting bolder. Elias knelt and pulled the journal from the firelight. He turned to a back page, scribbled across the top margin were names, some crossed out, some circled, and some underlined twice. The name stood out now. Fry, circled. Langdon, crossed out. Weaver, double underline. Weaver, Elias said. The name came up in the ledger, too. Back in Lewiston. He's a smuggler, sure. But maybe more. Rose nodded slowly. You think he's the go-between? The one moving the papers, the money, and the orders? Elias snapped the journal shut. If he is, we find him. He talks, or Walla Walla burns. The snow began falling harder. Fat flakes swirled like ash. Rose stepped away and looked down the slope toward the river and the dark plain beyond. How many people are wrapped in this, Elias? He didn't answer right away. Just said quietly, enough to start a war nobody authorized. Morning broke like a wound, red light streaking through the thinning snow clouds. First season is great. Just posted the season trailer of Lockwood and movie suggestions. Oh, good idea, Caden. Perfect, bro. Spread the word of that. The valley below was hushed, blanketed white, hiding whatever might still be watching. Elias and Rose rode hard toward Dayton. The boy stayed behind, wrapped in the blanket, given strict instructions to wait until noon, then ride to the garrison at Fort Dallas with the journal if they didn't return. It wasn't a perfect plan, but perfection was for peacetime. As they neared the foothills outside Dayton, Rose slowed her horse and pointed. There, she said. That ridge, just past those pine stands. Weaver runs freight through that pass. Smuggling, too, if the rumors are true. Elias spurred his horse uphill. Then we pay Mr. Weaver a visit. They rode in silence until they reached the upper trail, where an old cabin sagged between two pines. A curl of smoke rose from its crooked chimney. Rose dismounted first, rifle ready. If he's armed, let me do the talking. You think he'll shoot a lawman? I think he'll shoot whoever gets between him and a good payday. Elias stepped onto the porch and knocked twice. The door creaked open on the third. A man in his 50s stood inside, gaunt and gray-bearded, one eye glassy with cataract. He leaned on a cane, but the revolver on his hip was well-maintained. You Weaver? The man squinted. Depends who's asking. Marshal Elias James. This here's Deputy Rose... Lowlin? I don't know how to pronounce that. Weaver exhaled slowly. Hell of a day for introductions. Rose stepped forward. We're not here about your smuggling. Not today. We're looking for names, orders, money trails. Someone's trying to fracture the territory. Weaver's eyes narrowed. You think I want Columbia to rise? Hell no. I like things muddy. You split this place in half. You get new governors, new taxes, new patrols. Smugglers like me don't survive clean lines. Elias tossed the telegram into the cabin table. Then you'll tell us who's running this. Weaver stared at the paper, then back at them. I'll tell you something, but you won't like it. He paused. The money's coming from back east, not from settlers. From someone wearing a blue coat who wants this place burning. Elias stepped inside. The floorboards groaned underneath his boots. What do you mean, someone back east? You talking about the army? Weaver chuckled, bitter and dry. No, I'm talking about men who ride behind flags but serve only themselves. Railroad men. Timber barons. Some wore blue in the war, sure, but they've traded sabers for ledgers. They want a new territory they can carve like meat contracts. Routes. Land grants. Carve like meat. Contracts, routes, land grants. Rose looked around the cabin. Maps hung along one wall, old military routes, freight lines, land claims with names inked over them. Why now, she asked. Why the push to split? Because Olympia's weak, Weaver said. Because the Snake River's crawling with desperate men, and Walla Walla's fat with supply lines. You cut Columbia loose, the control of the yoke. You cut Columbia loose, you control the choke points, mining permits, timber licenses, water rights. Elias stared at the map. A crude red line ran from the Cascades to the Rockies, bisecting the territory cleanly. This line, he said, tracing it with his fingers. That's the proposed boundary. Weaver nodded. Being drafted 3 times in Congress, never passed, but now they're done waiting for votes. They want a spark. Rose turned back to him. And was that spark the killing in Walla Walla? Weaver hesitated, chewing the edge of his mustache. You didn't hear this from me, he said. The man they found in the river, he wasn't local. Didn't even come through my channels. Name was Major Caleb Dunn. Former Union scout turned surveyor. He was mapping military assets, and he found something. Elias's jaw tightened. What did he find? Weaver limped to a locked trunk and opened it. Inside were sealed letters, bundles of army parchment, and a journal marked U.S. Corps of Engineers. He handed it to Elias. Read page 12, Weaver said. But do it somewhere safe. I don't keep company long. Outside, the wind had picked up again, howling through the pass like a warning. They didn't speak again until they were half a mile from the ridge, just out of sight of Weaver's cabin. The horses moved slow in the descending trail, hooves muffled by slow patches of snow. Elias opened the journal across his saddle, shielding it with his coat as Rose kept watch ahead. His eyes scanned the spidery cursive on page 12, the paper brittle from cold. March 12th, 1853, between Snake and Touche Rivers. Identified new grade, viable for narrow gauge. Railroad survey aligns with timber yield productions. Locals unaware of assessment. Recommend suppression of route details until federal charter confirmed. Turned the page, March 3rd. Observed unauthorized grading along southern ridge. No army markings. Likely private crew under false contract. Confirmed identity of one overseer. Charles Avery, former lieutenant. Hey, it talks. To make the whole audio thing easier on me, I was thinking of selling every 5 chapters to several packs as a fair price instead of, the whole thing is a larger price. It would be easier on me emotionally, mentally, but then I could post the whole audiobook on Discord store and people can go there for that, right? That's a really good idea, Callie, and splitting it into different pieces so people can, maybe they get into it through the audiobook and they really like it and then they want to buy a physical copy, but they don't feel gypped because they spent all the money on the audiobook. And then you could do deals with it. There's a lot of potential for that, Callie. I like that idea. Dishonorably discharged, Elias hissed through his teeth. Dunn found a railroad grade someone's building early off the books. Rose narrowed her eyes. And they didn't want it found, he nodded. Walla Walla wasn't random. They killed a man carrying this. Rose looked back the way they came. Weaver's scared. That means the men behind this aren't just local contractors. No, Eli said. They're bigger. East Coast money. Likely using veterans to do the dirty work. Men who know how to disappear. Using my computer is really difficult with weighted gloves. Damn, Callie, it'll make your fingers go 10 times faster, though. 1,000 words a second! The wind shifted, carrying the smell of pine and cold iron. Rose lifted her rifle slightly. We're being watched. Elias closed the journal, tucking it under his coat. How many? 2, maybe 3. Too quiet for wildlife. Sudden crack echoed through the valley. Rifle shot. Elias's horse reared, whinnying. The journal slipped, but he caught it before it hit the snow. Rose fired once into the trees. Another shot rang out, splintering bark near Elias's shoulder. They slid from their saddles, scrambling behind a rock outcrop. Elias cursed under his breath. They followed us from the river, probably since we left the boy. Rose peered over the ridge. If they want the journal back, they'll chase us all the way to Columbia. How fast are you after your 10th draft? I'd say it gets slower and slower the more drafts you do, right? The first draft is super fast, and then it's like more refining, more refining, more refining. Maybe not the first draft is super fast. Maybe the second or third draft, fourth draft might be faster than the first draft. So maybe. But by the 10th draft, I think you're going pretty slow because you're just trying to get everything in place by that point, right? It's just like filling in the holes. So you're trying to make sure that everything is like word by word, line by line, paragraph by paragraph, page by page, set in place, right? You tend to be more picky the more you do. Yeah. Yeah. So you tend to move slower because you're more picky. But you have a bigger idea the more that you do it, right? But sometimes old ideas come back and you're like, fuck, I changed that. Shit. I totally forgot that I changed that. And then you have to change it again. It happens. It's the process. No, I've got the process down every draft. First drafts were pinpointing character movements. The other details I forgot. Next was smoothing out the gaps created from those additions. Now I just kind of fly through it all because I've gotten better at the process of it. But I think doing it more, Beezus, is like working on a single project, right? It's like the more drafts you get into it, the more deep into it you are. I think, but then again, it's whatever works with you, right? Maybe you know exactly where those holes are, so you skip over stuff. But I'm like, risk of overwork, something is always there. Yeah. That's why it's good to have other people evaluate your work and take a step away from it, because it removes that snowblindness and that attachment. So it could feel like it's someone else's writing, it's not yours. I know what I should work on with my narration, but I guess I'll listen to it after my workout. Sounds good, Callie. Hell yeah, that's what it's all about. The echo of gunfire faded into the trees, but the silence that followed was more dangerous. Rose reloaded with practiced hands, her rifle steady even as her breath clouded in the freezing air. They'll try to flank, she muttered. That ridge curves west. They'll come around behind if we wait. Elias peeked over the rocks, then ducked down fast as a bullet punched into the granite above his head. They're good. Ex-military, maybe scouts. Rose nodded once. We move. They scrambled downhill, crouching low. The horses had bolted. Gone. No chance of reaching them in time. The trail below twisted toward a narrow creek, half frozen, but shallow enough to cross. This way, Elias said, leading her toward the water. The current will cover our tracks. They wade in, boots crunching through the ice-crusted banks. Elias kept one hand on the journal, the other steadying Rose as they moved. Behind them, another shot rang out, closer, this time from above. Rose didn't flinch. If they wanted us dead, they'd have hit us. They want the book. Elias nodded grimly. Then we make sure it gets where it's going. They followed the creek for nearly a mile, then emerged into burdened-out grove. Charred trees left behind from an old wildfire. Smoke still clung frantically to the bark, years after the blaze. Rose knelt and brushed away a patch of snow, revealing scorched roots and flattened stones. This'll do. What? We split. You cut northeast. Get that journal to Marshal Dow. I'll lay a false trail toward Fort Colville. Elias looked at her. They'll kill you if they catch up. She gave him a sharp smile. Then they'll wish they'd brought more men. For a long moment, she didn't move. Then, with a tight nod, he passed her a strip of canvas and a length of twine. Wrap the barrel. Cold will warp the iron if you're firing downhill. She raised an eyebrow. You're sweet when you're concerned. He gave a dry laugh and turned away. Behind them, the hunters were coming fast, no longer hiding their movement. Time had run out. Elias moved fast, weaving through the blackened grove like a shadow. He kept low, boots barely crunching in the snow-crusted earth. He counted seconds, steps, breath. Each movement took him further from Rose. and closer to Walla Walla's northern ridge, where Marshal Dow was camped with remnants of the territorial survey team. He gripped the journal tight under his coat. He felt heavier now. Not just a book, but a fuse. Whoever was behind Dunn's death wasn't just protecting the claim. They were protecting something vast. A conspiracy buried in mud and steel and blood. Behind him, 2 gunshots echoed through the burned timber. Neither sounded like Rose's rifle. Elias froze. Then a third shot, closer, a lower pitch. Hers. He forced himself onward, heard heart hammering. She knew what she was doing. If she went down, she'd take one of them with her. That was their promise. You post this on any sites, Furball flashback? A half-mile on, the slope leveled. He paused beneath a jutting basalt ledge, scanning the tree line. No movement, just snow and rock and wind. From his satchel, he pulled a folded piece of oilskin, unwrapped it carefully. Inside, a letter from U.S. Senator Alpheus Mason, sealed but unsigned. Deliver this only upon confirmation of charter obstruction. No, just to one agent at Ryder's house via email. The men who fired on them weren't bushwhackers or drunken scouts. They were organized, funded, intent on stopping the Washington to Idaho rail corridor until someone back east, could own it first. He tucked the letter and journal together, securing them in waxed cloth, and slipped the bundle deep inside his saddlebag, still strapped across his back, even without a horse. He resumed his climb, boots digging into loose shale. Above the ridge, the smoke of Dahl's campfire curled against the gray sky. Then, a voice. "Drop it!" Elias froze. A man stood 10 paces up the slope, silhouetted against the overcast, hat low, carbine in hand. "You've got something don't belong to you," the man said. Elias didn't move. His hand inched towards a knife at his belt. The man raised a rifle. "I won't ask again." Elias smiled, just barely. "You should have brought more men." The man's finger tensed on the trigger. Elias didn't wait. In a blink, he pivoted and dropped behind a moss-slick boulder. As the rifle cracked, a bullet sparked off the stone inches from his shoulder. He rolled, drawing his knife with one hand, and pulled a compact Derringer from his boot with the other. 2 shots. That's all he had. Oh shit, we're in the middle of ads. I'm still reading in the middle of ads because I'm fucking retarded. Why'd you guys tell me it was ads? Starting to think I gotta work on my cover a bit more. Well, you know what they say, don't judge a book by its cover, but you know what I say? If you can't make a good cover, he says you can make a good book. I stole that from Asman. A bullet sparked off the stone. Oh, we already read that. We are at... The gunman advanced cautiously, keeping low. "You're alone," he called, "even if you killed me. There's 3 more behind." You got a lot of zingers? I steal them from other people, Beezus. If you kill me, there's 3 more behind. Elias didn't answer. He kept his breath slow, steady, eyes fixed on the shadow moving behind a thin alder. The moment the boot stepped past the root, Elias fired. The small pistol spat flame. The man cried out, dropping his rifle as he tumbled sideways onto the snow, clutching his hip. Elias was up in a flash, crossing the gap in seconds, kicked the fallen rifle away, and held the blade to the man's throat. "Names," Elias growled. "Who sent you?" The man spat blood and sneered. "Too late. Columbia's already sold." Elias pressed the edge a little harder. "Who bought it?" The man grinned through gritted teeth. "Ask your friend Marshal Dow if he's still breathing." Elias didn't hesitate. He struck the man hard across the temple with the butt of the knife, knocking him cold. The wind cut sharper now. Clouds darkened, and flakes of snow began to drift down the slow spirals. Down in slow spirals. Elias wiped the blade clean, retrieved the rifle, and turned back toward the ridgeline. The campfire was still burning, barely visible between the trees. He didn't trust the calm. Dow was too careful to let strangers wander in unnoticed. Either he was expecting them, or he was already dead. Elias ducked into a narrow ravine and followed it toward the crest. The weight of the journal felt like an anchor now, each step heavier. He had proof in his hands, names, contracts, maps, but the closer he got to safety, the more dangerous it became. Because the Columbia territory was truly being bought, not governed, then the murder in Walla Walla was just the beginning, and Elias might be carrying the last record that could stop it. Marshal Dow's camp sat just beyond a bend in the ridge, sheltered by a ring of ponderosa and basalt. Smoke coiled from a low fire, but something was wrong. No voices, no movement. Elias crouched at the edge of the clearing, rifle raised. 3 bedrolls lay flattened, dusted with frost. A stew pot sat half buried in ash, the fire barely alive, and there, just beyond the cook stove, lay a body. Face down, boots stiff, blue coat soaked dark with blood. Elias moved in fast and low. He rolled the man gently. Not Dow. Private Burley. One of the survey details, young, with a scar on his cheek and a crooked incisor. Throat cut clean, no sign of a struggle. "Damn it, Dow," Elias muttered. He scanned the perimeter. Horse tracks, many, deep, fresh. A fast withdrawal or a kidnapping. Then he saw it. A boot print, half smeared in mud, distinctively split at the heel. He recognized it instantly. Leclerc. A former Hudson's Bay enforcer turned land agent. Leclerc had a reputation for breaking treaties and making offers with guns behind them. Last Elias heard was operating under the table for 2 completing rail interests, both desperate to stall the inland charter from Olympia to the Rockies. If Leclerc was here, it meant this wasn't just sabotage. It was orchestration. And Dow might still be alive if he was useful. Elias rode and moved quickly, gathering a satchel of maps from Burley's tent. He scanned them. Under the gray morning light, several parcels along the Snake River were circled. One, just east of Fort Nez Perce, was marked in red ink. Session pending, Columbia transfer. His jaw tightened. This wasn't about territory anymore. This was a sale. A secret treaty. And someone in Olympia, someone high, had signed it. Elias packed the maps with the journal, checked the rifle's chamber, and turned north. If he moved quickly, he could reach the canyon overlook before nightfall. And if Leclerc was headed there with Dow and his hostage, Elias would have one shot to end this before more blood was spilled. Before Columbia became a lie written in ink concealed in corpses. The sky turned the color of pewter as Elias ascended into a ravine, boots crunching through crusted snow. The trees thinned to sage and dry grass, and below him the Snake River carved its black ribbon through the frozen valley. He followed a set of fresh wagon ruts veering off the main trail, heavy, recent, and purposeful. Leclerc wasn't hiding. He wanted witnesses, wanted a procession. At the bottom of the ridge, the trail curved into a horseshoe bend hemmed in by low cliffs and wind-worn stone. Elias slowed, crouched near a ledge, and peered down. There they were. 2 riders stood watch at the curve, rifles across their laps. In the center, a buckboard wagon, a man slumped on the back, bound and hooded, Marshal Dow. And near the fire, tall and lean, in a buffalo coat trimmed in silk braid, stood Leclerc. He was older now, gray at the temples, but just as smug. Elias could hear his voice, sharp and oily, carrying across the clearing. "I'm not your enemy, Marshal," Leclerc said, pacing. "I'm a broker in Washington Territory. Your precious little empire has buyers. Buyers with rails, banks, and signatures. You're clinging to mud and trees while the rest of us shape what's next. Dal grunted under the hood. The clerk knelt beside him. You think Olympia will save you? They've already lost to the East. They just haven't figured it out yet. Elias lowered himself, pulling the rifle close. A headshot would drop the clerk, but the guards would gun Dal down before Elias could get a second shot. No, he needed a distraction. From his coat pocket, Elias retrieved a small clay vial of flash powder gifted to him long ago by a Chinook trader for warding off wolves and other uses. It had other uses. He crept down the ridge, keeping to the blind side until he reached the wagon path above the bend. He lit the fuse. The explosion shattered the silence, echoing off the canyon walls. Smoke bloomed from the bluff, dirt raining down like ash. Horses screamed. The guards panicked, turning their rifles toward the ridge. Is this your own story? Nightmare Slays! No, this is Furball's story. We are reading Furball's story. But welcome, Nightmare Slays! How are you? Welcome to the stream. Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories and ideas? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? And unleashing the potential of the world of words! W for Furball. I know, right? Yes, sir. Perfect. Feel free to join the Discord. If there's anything that you want me to read, post it in the public stories. Ooh. Columbia, Part 1, The Pact. That is a fucking cover right there, Furball. Jesus. Damn, son. That goes so fucking hard. And then, like, the little, like, stamp at the bottom. But yeah, if you want me to read anything, you can post it in public stories. Definitely an avid reader. Love reading fantasy. Nice. And if you have anything that you've posted, feel free to put it here if you want to promote it. Glad y'all are liking it. Oh, I love it. It's great. That's what made me bring it up. Seeing his made me want to redo my cover. Yeah, I could see that. First of all, you designed the cover yourself? Yeah, like, did you do all of this yourself, or if you've had, like, an editor? Have you gone through, like, a vetting process? I'm actually finishing an email to try for a second publisher. My problem is I write in Swedish. Yeah, language barriers are a huge thing, Cademan. It's Canva AI, to be honest, the cover. That's okay, Furball. AI is the next generation, man. I hate this AI shit that people hate with art. Do people hate cameras? No, people don't hate cameras. So why the fuck do people hate AI? Cameras stole just as much shit from fucking artists. And now any dumbass can just go out and take a picture. Now any dumbass with AI can go out and make a fucking story. I think that's amazing. It removes the gatekeeping from, like, someone who has amazing ideas but doesn't know how to put them on paper. You know what I mean? But, yeah. Publishers usually avoid generative AI. Why don't you self-publish? It's a double-edged sword. I'm almost done with my email to a second agent I'm sending it to. Still seeing AI movies and pics, and you can still see it's AI. But is it good, Cademan? That's all that matters at the end of the day. Is it good? Right? Like, we have AI-generated stories, and we have, like, the branching comparison between, like, our written stories and the AI stories. And sometimes it's not even close. AI blows us out of the water. Other times it's absolutely ridiculous, and it doesn't even make sense. So it's very hit and miss. And it needs very heavy editing to it. But it is something that I think is going to make a lot more people able to make their own stories come to life. And I think that's a very important and powerful thing for enabling creativity. Saw an AI film of a crashing house and another of an elephant, but they was too clean to be real. Well, it's like the one of, like, the world's largest dog. The dog that's like the size of a horse or whatever. Some of that shit's fucking crazy, guys. The horses screamed, the guards panicked, turned their rifles toward the ridge. Leclerc spun, too late. Elias was already moving. Elias burst through the smoke like a phantom, rifle weight raised. The first guard barely got his weapon up before he shot a crack through the chest. A shot cracked through his chest. He crumpled backwards into the fire, sparks flaring into the gray dusk. Furball, I work for this community-led studio server on Discord. You should try and see if anyone can help you out there. Ooh, Nightmare, if you want to post the Discord link, if you're looking for more members, feel free to post the link. I would definitely be interested in that. This might be the first stream I've watched that we didn't drift into a tangent about the meaning of life. Jesus, the night is still young. The night is still young, okay? I can still do it. I can still pull that shit out of my ass. Out of nowhere.
Nightmare Slays 87 is now following.
Thank you for the follow. It's asking me for make sure you have not entered. What is it? It's asking me for something.
He used to Arch Commander Consummate and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
I'm not that interested.
Oh, I see what's going on. Okay, I understand.
Why?
What? Why are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish?
So you have been lying. Now makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll say it. Her 3-pack-a-day voice?
Okay, I have to fill out a questionnaire. Yeah, the questionnaire is to vet genuine people and not spammers. I like that. Your application is pending. Hell yeah. Let's go. The second turn shouted something, but Elias was already on him. A hard kick sent the rifle flying, and a punch to the throat dropped the man gasping to the ground. Sorry, what was the server about? It was a community of studio people, right? For like studios and stuff like that. So I'm guessing like different kinds of like publishers, different kinds of like animation studios, different maybe sound studios, visual studios, you know, that kind of thing. Yeah. Man grasping to the ground. Leclerc backed away, hand fumbling inside his coat. Don't! Elias barked. Leclerc froze, fingers brushing the ivory grip of the Derringer. His eyes, cold, calculating, narrowed as he stepped over Dell's bound form. You always had a flair for drama. Drama, Elias, he said. Untie him, Elias growled. Leclerc smirked. You shoot me, the ledger dies with me. I've got it, Elias replied. That landed. Leclerc's smirk faltered. Elias tilted his head. You left it behind in Greybend. Clerk at the depot handed it over without a fuss. A flicker of panic crossed Leclerc's face. The mask breaking. That ledger has everything, Elias continued. Every bribe, every land deal, who paid, who signed, who murdered, including Walla Walla. I didn't kill the judge, Leclerc snapped. Third question isn't filling out on the questionnaire. What's the third question? I don't remember what the third question was. I didn't kill the judge, Leclerc snapped. No, Elias agreed. You just lit the match. Someone else struck. Behind them, Marshal Dal groaned under the hood. "Move!" Elias ordered. Leclerc hesitated. Then, with practice cool, he knelt and sliced the ropes binding Dal's hands. Hood came off next, revealing the marshal's bruised, bloodied face. "God damn," Dal wheezed, blinking at the firelight. "Took you long enough." "I had to stop in and borrow your rifle," Elias said. Dal coughed and laughed. But Leclerc was still calculating, eyes darting from the fire to the wagon to the cliffs beyond. He was planning something. Elias saw it. "If you run, I shoot," he warned. Leclerc raised his hand slowly. "I don't intend to run." Behind him, one of the wounded guards stirred. Elias turned slightly to glance. That's when Leclerc moved. Leclerc lunged, not away, but forward, grabbing the Derringer from his coat and twisting his body sideways as he fired. The shot rang out loud and sharp, missing Elias by inches. Elias didn't hesitate. His fire cracked once. And Leclerc staggered backward, eyes wide in disbelief as the bullet tore through his shoulder and knocked him flat. "Damn fool," Elias muttered, kicking the pistol from Leclerc's twitching hand. "Oh, what is it? Let me ask the team." Have you tried to scroll down and maximize Discord, Furball? Are you using mobile or are you using PC? Because I use it on PC, so I don't know what it's like on mobile if you're on mobile. Marshal Dal rolled to his side, coughing. It was PC. "You're good at reading stories? You should get into audiobooks? You're good at reading stories?" I mean, thank you, Nightmare. People have always told me that. I think it'd be cool. I mean, I do my stories as, like, YouTube videos. So, we've had a lot of practice with reading stories and reading viewer stories, and people seem to enjoy the stories. So, you know, maybe, you know, I think that'd be a cool thing, right? But, I mean, there's so many avenues to go through, right? Do you share your content on Insta or TikTok? Yeah. I have a TikTok. I don't use Instagram, but I do have a TikTok. Got it. It's pending now. Nice. You give me to do 2 of these motherfuckers? Are you fucking kidding me? There's the TikTok if you want to go check it out. We do all the clips, all highlights and stuff like that. The thing we're trying to do more of is with the, what are they called? The React notes that we take. And then we want, for Surreal, I'll give it a check. Hell yeah, brother. And then we turn them into, we take the React notes and we turn them into, here, slideshows. So we have, like, what's the cover page for this? Yeah, avoid the pitfalls, amateur writing tips, identifying and overcoming common beginner errors, offering a clear path to improvement. And then you go through and it's just like, it has the thing, what it is, an explanation of it, and then an example. To narrate stories along with some engaging visuals, like visual novels. Yeah, like I'll show you an example of one of the YouTube videos, like Nepotism Unleashed or something. Welcome to his practice nature. He was in the moment once more. A sound pulled him from his inspection. Near the rear, the presidential suite. At first, he dismissed it as ghosts from the engine. Sometimes ears play tricks on you over the constant noise, altitude, and pressure shifts of a climbing airplane. This time, the sound caught the wind in his ears, closing in on the presidential suite. He knew something was wrong. The sounds grew louder, doubts looming. Those old farts can't move that fast. Thoughts spun. Resolutely unholstering his gun, Daniel raised it, staring at the door, opening it. One line of threats instantly erased itself from his mind. A singular note of perception illuminated the facade. Alcohol bottles, condom wrappers, weed mixed with coke and tobacco. The room was a disaster. Sir, he radios, you need to see this. But yeah, that's basically the gist of it. And we like, that is a story that we wrote, which is called Nepotism Unleashed, and it's basically the idea of Hunter Biden crashing Air Force One into the Burj Khalifa. Hardly goater time for Discord and streaming. Feels it is too many social platforms to keep up with. Mostly start working on networking your book, or at least yourself as an author a bit. Yeah, you always want to be marketing. People think marketing starts when the book is done. Marketing starts when you start marketing. You know what I say to that, good sir? Bye! Fuck you. And not the good fuck you, the bad fuck you. And guys, did you notice? I'm actually realizing just now, no, Muffin raided us, and then he never said anything. He never said a single word. He just raided us, and he was gone. That just clicked into me that he never said anything. Feels odd to marketing without having something to offer. You're marketing yourself, Cademan. You're marketing because people fall in love with authors, right? So you're marketing yourself and your ideas, your perspective, your means. And nowadays, people are more interested in the person behind the story than the book. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Personal branding. Yep. So it's definitely more about getting the biggest word of mouth you can and pulling interest to you. And that's not the reason why I write crazy, fucked up stories that I write. It's the fact that I write crazy, fucked up stories that people are tied to that, right? I wish I'd have started marketing before I ever started writing my book. Yeah, see, Beezus, but my entire life I've always told people, oh, I want to write this book. And then I tell them the story and the premise and they're like, why aren't you writing it? Fucking start writing it, bitch! And I'm like, I gotta work out some things and some stuff, and they're like, no, start writing! And I'm like, yeah, we'll get there. 20 years later. Guys, I'll fucking publish it before I'm 60. Okay? In the next 10 years, we'll probably have it written. In the next 15 years, we'll probably have it published. Other than that, it's just gonna be short stories. Right? Maybe another couple novel series. Like, I want to do a sci-fi one. And I want to do, like, a mythological origin, historical fiction kind of one. With, like, clouds as, like, spaceships and stuff like that. Like, very, very interesting. But grounded in that, right? But I absolutely love interacting like this, and that's the main reason why I started streaming, is so I could interact and build a community of people that could get together and talk about ideas and brainstorm and, you know, push each other and motivate each other to improve your writing and keep writing and always pressing the boundaries of what you think you can possibly do. Always take the Goku approach and always be fighting yourself. That way, you're always getting stronger because you're as strong as yourself. And all you have to do is make sure that you don't lose to yourself. I think for most people, themselves are their biggest obstacles because that's what's preventing them from starting. And the hardest part is starting. But once you've started, then everything else is just downhill and you just roll with the snowball. I mostly read romance when I was younger, but recently been obsessed with horror. It's why I started writing my newest book. Deep, dark, grim, fantasy, fucked up shit. That's what I love to see. And crazy ideas like Callie's World with like the meteor and the hybrids and everything like that. It's all super fucking epically fucked up. Man, that sounds like an old mentor who adopts a hero when they are young and teaches them everything. You sound like that old mentor. I mean, they call me the old soul. And I love promoting other ideas and stuff like that. So it's like, I think my ability to look at items like within a scale, there's a word for it. It's like it's something horizon, but it's your awareness horizon of something, and how much you can connect those two across such a wide amount of area. Love supernatural horror. If you've seen Creep Show, you know what I like. Ah, interesting. Hell yeah, Caden. I like to go all over the place. I want to write a kind of ghost story, but it's more of a psychological, but it still winds up being ghosts, but not the kind of ghost that you would think of. Not the, oh, someone's living in my house, but it's like, you know, consciousness left after death accumulated, and like the kind of idea of it is like when you die, your consciousness doesn't dissipate, and the main idea is that this character keeps getting reincarnated and dying in the exact same spot. So it's like their brain waves have built up over this period of time to be able to have like something like a Jujutsu Kaisen expanded domain, where within this like, you know, 100 square meter area, they have like full control and domain over reality. And then, you know, a house is built there or something, and then someone dies there. So there's like the minimal ghost from the first person dying there, which is like your standard, oh, it's a haunted house. Oh shit, Tyler Mayhem, thank you for the raid, good sir. Holy shit. Welcome everyone, as we hit ads. Shout out to Tyler, everyone go check out Tyler, perfect timing. Bruh, right in the middle of fucking ads. What fucking timing? Welcome everyone. Worst fucking timing.
Daddy's home.
Welcome to my life. Oh my god, I love it. I love it. It's perfect. It absolutely fits everything. I enjoy horror that still manages to flesh out characters between jump scares. Are we back from ads, guys? Are we back? That's my luck 100%, and everyone here can attest. You rating me immediately into ads? Choke is the name of the book, Beezus. It's by the guy who wrote Fight Club. Sadly, it is only in Swedish. That's what AI is good for, though, Cademan. AI is great at translating things. It may not be perfect, but it's better than learning a new language to be able to read something, right? Some things always get lost in translation either way. Chuck Palahniuk, yeah. Palahniuk. I have no fucking idea. I hate saying names, guys. But either way, welcome back. Welcome, everyone. Hello, hi, hello, I'm Intoxication. Welcome to the stream. We are kind of on a tangent. One of the first tangents of the stream, despite how far we are into the stream, because we have been on course. But now, we're way off course and talking about a horror story. And so what do you guys think about that? Where there's like the main character that or like the main kind of ghost haunting that's there, but then there's the mentor ghost that's like they've died there so many times and they have so much control over it and everything. So they're kind of mentoring this ghost in how to be a ghost. Have you guys ever heard of a story that's kind of like ghost mentors? Yeah, mentor ghost, exactly. Kingmaker. Never heard of that, Nightmare. Does that have like the same idea where it's like a ghost, like a super powerful, like kind of like ancient ghost teaches someone something? I just sent the first 10 pages to a second agent. Hell yeah, Furball. I fucking love it, man. We'll eventually get back to the story, don't worry. And yes, we can read Chapter 5, Tyler, when the time comes. Yes, that's the Kingmaker. Oh, that's so cool, I love it. But it's like, see, every story, this is what I say, Nightmare, every story has been written except yours. Just because someone else wrote the same idea doesn't mean that you can't write the story, right? But I told them you would read it for them. I will read it for them, Tyler, but we are kind of in the middle of reading Furball's story. We're almost there. Another 25 minutes and we should be done. He's mid-story right now. Yeah. As you can tell. But now we can get back to the story, guys. Okay, lock in. Here we go. Let's fucking boom. Elias shook his head, just winded. Leclerc groaned, clutching. My apologies for making it so long. That's okay, Furball. It is what it is. This is probably the longest story I've ever read. This is just chapter 1. Just chapter 1. Have you made a graphic novel before? Beezus. Clutching his shoulder, blood soaking through his waistcoat. You don't understand what's coming. Elias stepped closer, then help us understand. Who paid you to kill Dunn? Leclerc blinked slowly. I didn't kill Dunn, he rasped. They did. The ones who want Columbia born in fire. Names? Dal barked. Leclerc just smiled through the pain. You're already dead, both of you. You just don't know it yet. He passed out. Elias crouched to check the wound. He'll live, if barely. I'll have to bounce, need food and sleep. Have a good stream. Alright, Tyler, have a good night, good sir. Take care. Enjoy your night. Thank you so much for the raid, man. Really appreciate it. And everyone, go check out Tyler's stream. I'm going to shout him out again now that we're all back. Yeah, I spelt it right. Fuck yeah. Okay. Go check him out. Give him a like. Give him a follow. Give him some love. If you like epic zombie series novels, they're bad guys being torn to fleshy pieces, you will love White Flag of the Dead series. I was actually super interested in turning my story into one, but I'm way too poor to get all those illustrations going. White Flag of the Dead. Interesting, Cademan. I love the title, that's great. As if it's like the dead surrendering, but that's the oxymoron of it. We'll need him talking, Dal muttered. We need names, dates, and connections before they bury this whole damn scandal in another war vote. Did you try searching for an artist for it? Elias looked toward the east. Storm clouds were thick over the blues. Lightning flashed in brief, angry forks. If you want, Beezus, after my 1.5 to 2 years of drawing arc, when I'm a good artist, maybe I'll draw for you if you want. P.S. I only have a kick to save my name and never stream on it, only Twitch. Ah, I see. It just kind of automatically does both Kick and Twitch, just in case you have both the platforms. But if there's other platforms you're on, feel free to drop your socials and stuff for people to go check you out. You know, it's the best way to get acknowledged and get seen. You don't have a YouTube or a TikTok or a Discord? I think I'm in your Discord. I'm not sure. I join a fuck ton of Discords. Somewhere beyond that horizon, the Snake River twisted towards... I have a YouTube and a Discord. Okay, I'm pretty sure I subscribe to your YouTube. but they're not really used. Yeah. We're heading up on almost 1,000 videos now on the YouTube, guys. Maybe, sure, a lot of them are shorts, but I mean, 1,000 videos, that's pretty fucking decent. We are maintaining the fucking content. I did on Fiverr when started writing it, but never found one in my price point. Somewhere beyond that horizon, the Snake River. Anyway, peace. Peace! Have a good one, Tyler. Fuck you, buddy. Have a good night, bro. Sweet dreams, good sir. And delicious foods to you. Past mining camps, outposts, and ghost towns, born too fast and buried too shallow. You're definitely dedicated to the grind, at least. It's because I fucking love it. I play old school RuneScape, guys. I live for the fucking grind. That's all I fucking care about is the fucking grind. Go, 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 fucking go. You got this. Keep going. Give it all. Let's go. You're not going hard enough. Go harder. Fuck yeah. People who play old school RuneScape and classic WoW are deranged. We are. We're very, very much so deranged, Beezus. But so are crackheads, and you know what? Crackheads get the money they need to do the drugs they need. It is what it is! Right? He wasn't lying about the spark, Elias said. No, Dal agreed. Columbia's coming, whether we like it or not, but maybe we can keep it from being born in blood. They loaded Leclerc into the back of the wagon, covered him in an old tarp. Dal climbed in beside him, revolver drawn. Elias took the reins. And as they turned toward Walla Walla, rain began to fall. The rain fell steady by the time they reached the old toll bridge outside Walla Walla. Crackheads also lose fist fights to telephone poles. That's true, Beezus. That's true. I would highly recommend join AdWolf. I'm sure they'll have something that fits your price point. I mean, I would offer my services in there. Can you do that? I would totally offer my services in there. I mean, only because if other people want to recommend me, like we were talking about being a developmental editor, that would be so badass. Like working one-on-one with people's work and stuff like that. Well, that's kind of what we want to do. I don't know if you were here for this, Beezus, but I'm going to bring it up again. So what we want to do, guys, is we want to do a podcast collab, kind of like an author's corner, where it's get to know the author, and you know, it's like a one-on-one, it's like a Discord call, it's completely separate from the stream, it's just a one-on-one call, can be completely edited before launched, and we can go through and edit it together and stuff, but I want to judge interest in it, that people would be either willing to come on and talk about themselves. You know, I want to do the first kind of one as like an introduction and kind of, you know, talk about my life and like a stream conference, but it's not part of the stream. It's just completely its own separate one-on-one moment that's just, you know, something that we can do like once a month to kind of bring hype towards an author, and then get like a little like kind of advertisement out there on all of social media, you know, with little snippets of us talking about ourselves and stuff like that. I think it'd be Sinister suggested the idea, and I haven't seen him since, and we had this really cool idea, have it all planned and everything, but he just never showed back up again. I know he's dealing with some real life shit right now, so I don't want to push him or anything, but I'm definitely interested in it. It's a very good idea if you can get the authors. Yeah, but I meant like you guys, as in the authors, Beezus. At least that would be the start of it, right? And then, you know, maybe we could get bigger, you know, bigger, smaller name authors, but it would be mainly like you guys coming on if you wanted to and talking about yourselves. And then as we build up a repertoire, I know, lol, I just meant having enough people to interview after you'd cycled through most of us. Well, if we're doing it once a month, Beezus, I mean, I'm hoping I can gain at least one new viewer a month, and you know, over a period of time, it should probably take a year and a half to run out of people. And by then, the podcast will probably have evolved to a certain point, right? And then, you know, you could do, like, behind-the-scenes stuff with the podcast in between if we don't have guest stars. Stuff like that, right? We could bring people on for a second time and see how they've evolved since the last time they were on. There's a lot of stuff that we could do with it. But yeah, I thought that would be really cool. So it's something I'm definitely interested in. So if you guys are interested in that, check out because where we're going to do it from and where we're going to, it's because I want it to be kind of separate. So I thought the best way to do it was to use the Twitter community. And then we could organize everything through the Twitter community, and that would keep it completely separate from Discord, and we could use it to promote on Twitter, right? To have a stream conferences with people who write and talk about writing in general is interesting for me too. Okay, I love that, Cademan. Hell yeah. Perfectly awesome. I just love to do it as something completely separate from the stream, because then it's something that we can use to gather people together to bring knowledge of the stream, of the community, a way to reach beyond our boundaries of just streamers to writers. Because I'm sure a lot of writers don't picture the stream the way that I'm trying to build this community. And I think I'm pretty much one of the only people that I've seen, at least on Twitch, that are trying to have any kind of idea of building a community like this of writers, right? I have some ideas for the interview thing. Do you have an email we can connect formally on? I shared the idea. AdWolf team would love to be a part of it, a giveaway or something for the authors. Yeah, that would be cool too. We could do like giveaways, stuff like that. Feel free to spread the ideas. I've seen one. I was a part of it for a bit. Hell yeah, Callie. There's a ton of stuff like this. Like I looked up, actually, Tailforge is an actual thing. Seen some British streamers who stream one day in a week who stream in the conference. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I've always found no one has the consistency, and I stream in like the worst possible fucking time slot, the middle of the goddamn night. But it's the only time I have unless I quit my fucking job. And unless I can make minimum wage doing this, I don't want to quit my minimum wage job. I'm thinking about taking a hiatus between like September and October in order to work more on the outside aspects of the stream that I don't have as much time to work on, and writing more smut, because smut sells apparently. And I've sold $3 worth of smut already in smut that I don't think is very good. So I can refine my smut and we can do some really good stuff. I stream European mornings, which is equal bad times. Yeah. That's why I like to have longer streams, because I can stream into the morning, and that's when more people start to like come online, right? I have to do the RL work. Yeah, exactly, right? I just currently have no time for it, so I use my job as a means of facilitating that time to either think about the stream and my writing, or a word of mouth to tell people that I'm an author, and to either direct them towards my work, or the stream, or anything like that, you know? Trying to promote myself word of mouth. And I consider myself a well-presented person in a way that, you know, I have a personality. I'm very, I know certain people have certain boundaries, so I stay away with certain things with certain people, but in general, I only have one rule, and that's no underage, you know? Like, don't make jokes about it, don't talk about it, only barely even hint at it if you have to in stories, summarize the event. You know, other than that, I don't give a fuck what the fuck you write. How political it is, how non-political, how retardedly fantastical. I literally wrote a short story about gummy bears fighting over the philosophy of the hand that picks them out of the gummy bear jar and eats them. And some people are like, praise the hand, he brings us to paradise! And then the other ones are like, no! Don't let it take you! The end is nigh! Kind of thing. Exactly how art is supposed to be. Exactly, Nightmare. And I think we've lost an element of that with the age of the internet. I mean, we've gained something else, but I think we've lost the personalization of it that comes with, like, actually interacting, like, over audio and video, as opposed to just in text. Even with emotes and stuff like that, I think VR and, like, augmented reality is going to be a huge step for creative minds to be able to interact more in, like, a brainstorming, like, situation. And it's become more and more normal for, like, people to just be in random brainstorms over stuff, you know? And I think that is, like, the cure for bad education. People have become so oversensitive, art gets bombarded with tons of restrictions. Exactly. I don't think the malicious intent is the only thing that you really have to care about. Other than that, art should have no restrictions, right? Because telling the most fucked up, down-to-earth, fucked stories are the most human stories, because everyone's life is fucked up. And people like to believe in the idea of paradise and good life, but... And people don't like to believe in the idea of coincidences. Coincidences are merely an emergent factor of overlapping events. The more events you have, the more likely you are to have coincidence with those events. And people dig too far into that, especially when it comes to art. Oh, you wrote this story about rape, so obviously you're a rapist. Can music inspire you? Oh, absolutely. And you know what's great about that is one of my favorite artists is Iron Maiden, because a lot of their songs are based off of stories, and they've taken these stories and turned them into songs. And I absolutely love that idea of changing something's medium. Instead of going from, like, story to film, or film to book, or something like that, it's like, or like a real life to book to film, it's got, like, this extra layer to it, which I absolutely love, and I fucking love music and stuff like that. So it's a huge thing for me. But, tangent, guys, maybe we should get back to the story. Sometimes it takes us forever to get beyond a point because there's just so much to talk about, and I love talking about stuff, and I don't have to end the stream until I actually want to, and this is fucking way too important to ever end the stream over. I'm here for it. Hell yeah, let's do it! Elias took the reins. As they turned toward Walla Walla, rain began to fall. The rain fell steady by the time they reached the old toll bridge outside Walla Walla. Fat drops licked the canvas of the wagon, drumming against the boards like distant hoofbeats. Elias kept his eyes on the tree line as they crossed the swollen river. The Tuche was high spring runoff, and late snowmelt from the blues made the banks wild and angry. In our last project, we made a superhero adaptation of an actual person. It was a social activist in New Orleans. We made a comic out of it. Nice! That sounds epic, Nightmare. Behind him, Leclerc stirred under the tarp, groaning. You're lucky I didn't let you bleed out, Dal muttered. I've seen men hanged for less. Leclerc didn't answer, but Elias caught the faint curl of a smile on the rear mirror. It wasn't defiance, it was inevitability. The kind of smirk worn by a man who knew he was only the tip of something larger. They rolled into Walla Walla under a wet, gray dawn. The town looked half asleep. Storefronts shuttered, mud pooled in the wheel ruts between walkways. The territorial courthouse loomed ahead, brick dark with rain, shutters drawn like closed fists. Straight to the cells? Elias asked. Dal nodded. And keep your mouth shut around the deputies. Some of them still think Leclerc's one of the good men. Still? Elias raised a brow. You'd be surprised how long a clean collar buys you loyalty out here. Dal muttered. They stopped behind the courthouse and brought Leclerc inside through the back. The jailer on duty, a broad-shouldered man with tobacco-stained fingers, looked up, startled. Marshal? Wounded prisoner. Get the doc, and don't talk to him. The jailer opened a cell, and Elias helped ease Leclerc into the bunk. The man barely moved. Now, pale, lips bluish. He'll talk, Elias said as he stepped outside, but we need to be ready for what comes next. Dal closed the cell door behind him. If what he hinted at is true, if this goes past Dunn and deeper than Olympia, then this ain't about one murder. No, Elias said. It's about who owns the future of this territory. They stood in silence as the rain slicked the stone steps. Dr. Winslow arrived an hour later, soaked to the knees, and muttered about the roads. He was a barrel-chested man with thinning gray hair and a kind of bedside manner that didn't leave much room for small talk. Gunshot, shoulder, Elias said as he led him back to the cell, through and through. Winslow gave Leclerc a brief glance and grunted. You didn't kill him. That's either mercy or miscalculation. Dal stood near the doorway, arms crossed. He's more useful breathing, Leclerc moaned faintly as the doctor worked, peeled back blood-soaked cloth and cleaned the wound with carbolic. His eyes fluttered open once, unfocused. He'll live, Winslow said after a moment, but he'll be weak for days, maybe longer. Elias leaned against the stone wall. That gives us time. We need to trace his last movements. Whoever he was working with, if anyone, they're not going to wait long, Dal nodded. We start from the ledger Dunn left. That sealed the chest and his study, if it's still there. That sealed chest in his study, if it's still there. Elias raised an eyebrow. You think it wasn't just a coincidence Leclerc was in Dunn's office the night he died? I think nothing's a coincidence when someone's after a piece of new territory. What is it? Damn it, what's the saying? Not intentions. Why am I thinking intentions? Not intentions. It's not intentions. It's the other one. When interest and coincidence collide, it's probably not coincidence. Another Asmongold quote. They left the jail together. Rain still whispering on the rooftops. The streets had come alive now. Wagon wheels splashing through puddles, shopkeepers sweeping porches, farmers arriving from the outlying homesteads. The normal rhythm of Walla Walla resumed. Unaware, unwilling to know that the bones of something larger were shifting beneath their feet. At the far end of Main Street, the late Councillor Dunn's house loomed quiet and locked. Elias drew a deep breath. If Leclerc didn't kill him, someone else did. How many different Asmongold quotes are in your head at any point? Like 15, Beezus? They're just true! And they resonate! And they work! And they're perfect! You know? Like going big dick! And that someone's still out there, Dal said grimly, moving pieces. They stepped up onto the porch, boots thudding wet against the boards, and Elias reached for the key the Undertaker had given him. The door creaked open. The house smelled. You got a body pillow of him somewhere? Just off camera, I'm convinced now. Alright, off I fuck for the night. Gonna dump those points first, though. Nice, good job. Congratulations, Sean. Let's see what we got. Fuck yeah, 71,000 bitches! I'm coming for your ass, Muffin. I know you're out there somewhere. Fuck! Guys, okay, I'm broke now. Yeah, that was supposed to be rent. So, guys, I need rent now. Fuck. Kids, this is why you shouldn't gamble. Oh, god damn it. I'm gonna have to go suck more dick on the side of the road. Fuck. God damn it. Sometimes life gives you lemons and sometimes life kicks you in the balls. Either one fucking sucks. God damn it. I know it's my fault for gambling, guys. I know it's my fault for gambling. I'm sorry. Fuck. I'm just angry, okay? I'm just angry. That's a lot of money. Fuck. The door creaked open. The house smelled of paper, dust, and something faintly metallic. Blood. The copper scent hit them the moment they crossed the threshold. Elias motioned for Dal to stay low as he stepped into the front parlor, rifle raised. The furniture was undisturbed, dollies still neat. A half-buried candle rested in the brass sconce, but the silence was too deep, too measured. How do I make more shards? Let's gamble more. Nice! You can make more shards by... Oh, damn, Beezus! Damn! By gambling percentages. So you could gamble, like... half of them? I don't have any. But you could, like, gamble 50%. You know? You gotta wait 5 minutes, and then you'll get some points. Other than that... You have 0 now. Yeah, you gambled them all. You gambled all of the last hour's worth of points. You get 69 points every 5 minutes. Because 69 is the best number other than 42. Someone had been here. Back room, Elias whispered, nodding down the hall. They moved in tandem, Elias clearing the study to the right. Dal checked the kitchen. When they met again near the back stairwell, Elias gestured upward. Dal mouthed, "Ledger." Elias nodded. The upstairs study was where Dunn had done most of his work. Maps of territorial borders, mining rights, and voting tallies hung in neat rows. But the room had been ransacked. Drawers were overturned, the glass display case was shattered, and the stack of correspondence had been dumped into the fireplace, half burned. "Too neat," Elias muttered. "They wanted us to think it was random." "But they knew what to take," Dal said, eyeing the bookshelves. "The safe's gone." Let's go! There you go, bro. That's what it's all about. That's a lot of fucking points, Beezus. Holy shit. I can't remember what it feels like to not be rich. Beezus, holy shit, bro. Dude, Race, what are you? Wait. Wait, what the fuck was that? Wait. Was that... Wait. On-screen celebration for was that 40 bits, bro? My alerts are fucking broken or something. I don't know what that's supposed to do, but holy shit, bro. Do not redeem, no, sir, do not redeem. That is very bad. You should not redeem. Do not redeem. No, no, that is not how it goes. I am very sorry, sir, but now you must go back and you must buy another $500 card because you cannot redeem them. That is not what the button you are supposed to press. If you want us to collect the money that we can send you, because we need the money to release the transaction, so if you do not just send us the money, then we cannot release the transaction to send the money back to you. So if you redeem, then it does not bring back the money to us, it brings the money over to you. So you cannot do it anymore. So now you must go buy more and then do not redeem them. That is okay, okay, sir? Tang, tang, tang. I don't understand, Nightmare. Whatever you did, apparently I don't have alerts set up for. I am very sorry, so I can give you the Kappa Gen. I don't know what it's supposed to do, though. I've never had someone do that before. Love your Indian accent, please say it again. Or do you like it very much? Yes, I'm Canadian, so it is. We go with an Indio-Canadian. You can spend your points on the brown, and we can do brown for a little bit. But sometimes I get a little bit too excited when I see the word redeem, because I go very hard on that. So we go very, very much so. I do not understand where it comes from, but it is a very much I go for it because we love very much the Brown. They are great people. I absolutely fucking love them. It would be a great time for me to come over and have your grandma's curry. Very much. It's very much like butter chicken, but you know, the spices are a little bit overwhelming for some people, so we put a little bit in it for you to not hold it back, you know? Don't worry about it. I love this. I very much practiced a long time for this. I worked at a mill for 2.5 years. I crushed my foot. I worked with brown people all of my life. I very much know how the brown goes. Great voice acting. They very much say that. I don't understand, but I know where it is going. When you grow up with it and you know what you are doing, you can go very far with it. I very much go with it. I wish I could do the Asian one though. I am so jealous of people who can do the Asian accent because I really wish I could do Asian accent. I cannot. I have not been around very many Asian in my life. I just know I know the Brown because I speak of the Brown because you do the Brown and it goes a Brown. I don't know what to tell you, my good sir. We are very much around. Do you imagine doing an entire book like that? That would be... or like an entire character like that. You got like an East Indian character. Oh man, that would be so fun to fucking do. A Bollywood story in that accent? Hell yeah, fucking crazy, hell yeah. Oh my god, I fucking love Bollywood shit, man. It is so fucking good. That's where it's like, they take inspiration from that and the idea that they don't have a definition of like, what's reality. Like, the suspension of disbelief for Bollywood is so large, the entire idea behind it is how ridiculous can you be? Which I absolutely fucking love, because I think way too many things, especially when it comes to entertainment and art, are taken seriously. Art is supposed to be a fun expression of self. It's not supposed to be this granular, naturalized, structured thing. Sure, you can use those to implement the improvement of your art, but the soul of the art comes from within. And you taking your mind and putting it on an object. That's the true art. Not modern art. Art should have personality. Exactly. But you know what they say? Art's in the eye of the beholder. So if people like it, the problem is, people like it because of, oh, it's hype. And people are like, oh, well, this is ridiculous and outrageous. It's like, no, it's stupid. There's a difference between, like, 500 IQ outrageous satire and something stupid. Right? And that is the personality of whatever it is you're trying to present. Whether it be an idea, a situation, or something like that. Nice! You're building them up! 256, bro! Next thing you know, 256k. That's how gambling goes. Just keep doubling your money. Just keep doubling your money until you have millions. What the fuck, Beezus? What the fuck, dude? Don't do it again. Dude, don't do it again. Beezus has fucking rigged the system. What the hell, dude? 2 more wins. I'm taking this stream. You gotta be the real Smokey over there, Beezus. Oh my god. Oh fuck. Okay. We're never gonna get through this, guys. We're never gonna get through this. Elias followed his gaze. The small iron strongbox that had been bolted beneath the desk was wrenched free, leaving gouged wood and flecks of scorched metal. They used a pry bar or blasting powder. That took time, Elias said. Dal bent down to examine the floorboards, and they didn't do it alone. Oh! What the fuck, Beezus? What the actual fuck, dude? No! Beezus, don't do it! You're gonna lose it all! Don't do it, bro! Don't do it! Oh my fucking god, don't do it! Don't do it! No! No! No, try again. Sometimes it fails. Sometimes you have to wait like 10 seconds. This is the peak of my life. I'll never reach a high like this again. You have 1,000,000 fucking points! What the fuck are you gonna do with 1,000,000 points, dude? Oh my fucking god. Beezus, at this point, you have...
568 Novembigentillion 974 Octovigentillion 392 Septembigentillion 760 Sesvigentillion 854 Quinquivigentillion 760 Quaduorvigentillion 925 Tresvigentillion 476 Duovigentillion 290 Unvigentillion 875 Vigentillion 692 Novemdicillion 48
Oh, it's
Octodicillion
fucking cinema, guys!
Septendicillion 90
Beezus, why? Why would you do that, Beezus? Why? No! No, bro! 1,000,000! He lost 1,000,000! Fuck! All of it! Why? I can't stop when you're hot! No! Oh my fucking god! No, it's all gone! It's all gone! No! Fuck! Beezus! You were supposed to embezzle that in the company, you idiot! Fuck! Oh my god, what are we gonna tell Dad? Fuck! Oh man. Dude, my offshore account only has like 100 grand in it, dude. How are we gonna make this up? Oh fuck, oh fuck. We're so screwed, dude! Why would you do this, Beezus? Oh, fuck. Damn, now you're on a roll, Nightmare. Holy shit. Holy shit. This is a good fucking day, guys. We're having a fucking good old time. All right. 2 fingerprints. Fingerprints, 2. 2 set. Jesus Christ. Okay, here we go. Fingerprints, 2 sets. Tracked across the rug. 1 set was caked in mud. The other... Why did I say... In my head, I'm thinking fingerprints. Fuck, man. I don't know what's going on. I'm retarded. Guys, can I get an EM tard in the chat, please? Thank you. Okay, something's definitely wrong. Why did that not pop up as an alert? Oh, it just... I fucked it up, maybe? Wait, hold on. Wait, what? Guys, is Botrix fucking broken? Wait. What? Wait, it didn't work either when I did it earlier. Oh my god, Nightmare, you're getting there. Why is EM Tard not working? Apparently Botrix is broken, guys. We can't do that. You'll be in the streets with me begging soon enough. Oh, hell yeah. I already said I had to suck some cock on the side, so I figured you'd be there, Beezus, in the lineup. You're usually 3rd or 4th in line. No, I am not. I wasn't saying anything about me. We'll spare you a few, we'll spare you a few, don't worry. Okay. Okay. True, Nightmare, true. I don't know why it's not working, but it should fucking work. Botrix sometimes is retarded and breaks. I just wanted to show how retarded I am, but instead Botrix was showing how retarded it is. See? And then sometimes it's just like, nope. Nope, you're not allowed. Nope. Something darker. Elias touched it. Blood. He confirmed. Old. Dunn's? Dal asked. Maybe, or someone else's. Elias stood slowly, his eyes scanning the room. A cracked painting of a Columbia River hung crooked on the wall. Behind it, a corner of yellowed parchment peeked out from the plaster. He reached for it, pulling free a folded map, one of the territory, but with lines drawn differently. Not Washington as it was. No, Nate! Why? You're following in the same footsteps! Fuck, bro! No! You won like 8 times in a row! Why would you think you would win a 9th time? Guys, kids, this is why you don't gamble. This is why you don't gamble. Labeled in careful red ink, with names scratched beside towns that didn't exist yet. Do you have a bench near you, Beezus? You guys are gonna sit on the fucking lonely old bench, staring at the ducks like old men because you lost all your money gambling. Sorry, sorry. I've already picked myself up and gained a new fortune, guys. Check out my fortune. Wait. It didn't work. Hold on. Maybe it was too many. There we go. Okay. Alright, let's go. Yes! But unfortunately, we can't gain any more. We've hit the maximum number of points. 2 times in a... Okay, here we go. 3rd time's the charm, guys. Well, hats off to the game, boys. I think we lost. Will it give me not cause you're an admin, but because you did that, because you tried, I will give it to you. With that kind of attitude, you definitely deserve some points. I have a bit of routine now. I wake up, eat, exercise, work, eat, exercise, work. Very grateful. Hey man, you're showing support and you're trying and experimenting. So, you know, I appreciate that, you know? Now you have to gamble them all away. The fuck is wrong with my spellings? You've become intoxicated. You are now intoxicated and you can no longer speak properly because I fuck up everything that I touch. It's time to go all in again. Let's go, boys. Go big dick or go home, motherfuckers. Always go big fucking dick. Never stop. Winners win. You're a fucking loser. Capital L loser.
Lol, look at this shitty ass loser, what a fucking noob. Oh, Knight is also a loser.
My boss is gonna rail me today. I didn't sleep enough, and I stopped drinking way too late. I'm fully blaming you if I get sent home today. Record it? Yes, Beezus, 100%. 100%. Say, I can't do this no more, bro. And like have like a breakdown on camera, and then get rich off of TikTok from going viral. It's the ultimate thing. PH pays good money for boss railing content. Y'all want to watch an old man get yelled at and cry? I mean, Beezus, you're watching it happen here on stream every day. You guys just don't see my tears. It's 29 degrees in here. It's way too, you know, they instantly get evaporated off of my face. The map trembled slightly in Elias's hands. It wasn't just the boundary change. They were looking at a proposed government. A new capital circled in ink. Spokane Falls. A seal sketched in the margin. Rough but deliberate. Dal leaned over his shoulder. That's a territorial charter. Or the draft of one. Not official, Elias said. Not yet. Someone wanted it to be. He refolded the map and slid it into his coat. Let's get back to the sheriff, quietly. They took the back stair and exited through the servants' alley, cutting between stables and empty feed sheds until they hit Main Street. Walla Walla still bustled despite the rising tension. The telegraph office clanged, wagons rolled past, the smoke curled lazily from the chimneys of the old fellows' hall. But Elias noticed it now.
Thank you
the subtle
for the
shift
dreaming
in
chair
position
Itox will now dance for you.
from the
Please try and
townsfolk.
enjoy this immersive experience.
Doors swayed open, but eyes watched more carefully. People whispered faster when they passed. Kind of quiet that falls just before a storm. The sheriff's office, a young deputy stood watch out front, eyes darting at their approach. Sheriff McBride's inside.
Keep dancing, bitch, it ain't
He's
over
got
yet.
visitors, the deputy said, tapping his brim. Who? Elias asked. Army man, Fort Walla. That put a cold weight in Elias's gut. Inside, Sheriff McBride was seated beside his desk, sleeves rolled to the elbow, cigar burning in a chipped porcelain tray. Across from him sat a man in cavalry blue, silver, I don't know how to say that, epilotus, catching the light. His posture was stiff, his eyes sharper than he needed to be. Dance and Tell Stories is crazy. You got that drunk white girl at the club vibe when you dance. You know how I dance? I'll show you guys how I dance.
Welcome to a talk.
Is there just the basic clip of it? Let me see if I can find it. Okay, here we go.
Go back to normal, bitch. This shit-ass accent is killing me.
Sweet, fancy Moses. Elaine dance.
Pretty much. Okay, you want me to do it? I missed the brown. Not the brown. Okay, let us go. What are we? Who? Elias asked. Army man, Fort Walla Walla. That put a gold weight in Elias's gut. Inside, Sheriff McBride was seated behind his desk, sleeves rolled up the elbow, cigar burning in a chipped porcelain tray. Across from him sat a man in cavalry blue, silver epitotes catching the light. His posture was stiff, his eyes sharper than they needed to be. Gentlemen, McBride said, you're just in time. This is Captain Laurent. He's come with a letter from the government's office in Olympia. Laurent didn't rise, didn't smile. I heard there was a murder, he said flatly. But I believe you found something more than a corpse. Elias and Dal exchanged a glance. Depends who's asking, Elias replied. I'm not asking, Laurent said, slowly reaching into his satchel and laying a sealed document on the table. I'm ordering. Effective immediately, this investigation falls under territorial authority. The wax seal bore the eagle and stars of Washington Territory, but Elias's fingers brushed the map in his coat pocket. This wasn't just a murder. Oh shit! Uh-oh. Okay. I fat-fingered the keyboard, guys. This was a power struggle for the land itself. Elias didn't touch the letter. Territorial authority, he echoed, keeping his tone even. Is that what you call it when Olympia finally remembers Walla Walla exists? Captain Laurent didn't blink. Don't mistake politics. No, I hit the page up and page down button. So I hit page down twice. I wasn't sure if I hit page up or page down. Captain Laurent didn't blink. Don't mistake politics for protocol, Mr. Cairn. What happened here could destabilize more than your little town. Word's already spreading. And you think sending cavalry will steady it? Dallas crossing his arms. Laurent finally stood, low and deliberate. He was taller than either of them, his polished boots clicking against the wooden floor. I think your sheriff asked for help, and now that I'm here, this investigation will proceed under my command. McBride shifted uncomfortably behind his desk, but said nothing. Elias stepped closer to Laurent, just enough to make his point. We've got leads, names, a motive that smells more like secession than murder. You sure you'll want to trample over that with your boots? You say, Twi Di Pandi Siri. It's a Punjabi slur I learned. How do you say that? Tuadi Pandi Siri, 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 Tuadi Pandi Siri. Not sure how you're supposed to separate that. What are you supposed to pronounce the beginning? I don't know what I said, but I'm sure it's fucking funny. You did it so good. Well, I'm glad I could do fucking something right. Oh my god. You're a relic, Mr. Cairn. A relic from when the side of the mountains thought it could go at it alone. Sounds exactly like that guy. I mean, not to be racist, but don't they all sound the same? You know what I mean? We're all the same too. White people tend to sound the same too, but it's also like different accents from different spots, right? Like you could have a lot of different brown people with a lot of different accents. I just happen to have like the BC brown, Vancouver, like Indo-Canadian accent, I guess is the most polite way to say it. Remember when Olympia needed our wheat and hides more than we needed their postage stamps? Don't come here pretending your badge means loyalty. McBride finally spoke, voice gravely. Enough. We're not drawing lines in this office, not unless we're digging graves. Silence followed. Then Laurent smiled, thin and hourless. I sound like all those brown people crazy. Well, it's like you move to an area. Let's say you're from somewhere and you move to Boston, Beezus. Do you think after living 10 years in Boston, you would gain a Boston accent? Because I think you would. You probably wouldn't notice that you had. But after like 10, 15 years, I bet you would develop an accent. It's just something that happens naturally through just hearing. You have until sundown to hand over your evidence. After that, you'll be in obstruction. Understood? Elias didn't answer. Laurent turned and walked out without waiting for a reply. The door shut hard behind him. McBride exhaled through his nose. You two better tell me what's going on, what's got the army sniffing around murder scenes. Elias pulled the folded map from his coat and laid it across the desk. The sheriff stared. That, Elias said, is what got Josiah Hardin killed. Dell added, and that, Sheriff, is why we're thinking to bury the investigation before it even gets dirt on it. Sheriff McBride traced the bold red line drawn across the map, starting in Walla Walla, curving up through the Snake Lake Basin, and then sweeping across the eastern slopes to the Rockies. It cut the territory clean in half. You're saying this was drawn by Hardin? Elias nodded. He wasn't just pushing a local petition. He had a full territorial proposal. Names, county lines, economic justifications. It wasn't just rhetoric. And he was rallying support, Dal added. Traders, ranchers, judges, the church. McBride sank into his chair. This would have set Olympia into a panic. They barely managed to keep Puget Sound loyal with the rail vote looming. Hardin sent copies east, Elias said. One made it as far as Missoula. Missoula? Another, we think, to Denver. If Congress caught wind that settlers were preparing a formal bid, it would have forced a debate, again. McBride ran a hand through his graying hair, so they silenced him. Elias shook his head. No, they let someone else do it. Someone local. Someone who stood to lose if Columbia ever became real. The room grew quiet. Dal finally broke the silence. What now? McBride followed the map. Now we keep quiet. For a day, maybe two. Let the cavalry think. They're in charge. Meanwhile, you two keep digging, but careful. Don't let them catch you with this map. I'm thinking of getting a weighted belt. Oh, that's even better, Callie. Hell yeah. Thrust those hips. Get that dick pushing power out. I mean, what? Elias tucked the parchment back into his coat. McBride stood again, his hand resting on the butt of his revolver. The ground's shifting, boys. This isn't just a murder anymore. It's politics, it's power, and people kill for both. He turned to the window, looking east, where the early light fell over the hills beyond the river. Walla Walla used to be the end of the road, he muttered. Now, it might be where the next territory begins. Or where it all falls apart. Damn, bro! I'll give that 8 big booms! Boom! 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 Damn, son, that was fat. Epic chapter 1, bro. Holy shit. 36 pages of non-stop go. I never felt at any point that the story loomed. It was just go, fucking go, fucking go. I have no faith that you actually counted to 8 there. Wait, what, Beezus? You don't think I can... Okay, you can go back and clip it, bro. Clip it! And then count yourself how many fucking booms I did. Because last time, you fucking called me out on the wrong amount of booms. Ads. Ads. Sorry. Already clipped it? Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god, pieces. It's like, actually, that's a great thing. It's like World War II. Oh my fucking god. Do you stream reading writing content too? I think Beezus tries to. I think he's streamed a couple times, haven't you, Beezus? I'm sure everyone here has had their turn at it. Oh my god. That was quite a fucking story, though. Holy shit, man. That's just chapter 1. That's insane. Definitely completely dragged me into it. Like, I'm invested, bro. Used to stream about a decade ago, but not really these days. Unfucking believable, guys. I can't believe we actually got through it. I wasn't even sure if we were gonna get through it or not. But I'm guessing Tyler's not here. I'm more of a professional watcher. True, Beezus. Look at your watch time, bro. That shit's insane. But yeah. Guys. We had some fun today. We fucked around. And, you know. It's another day. But unfortunately, we have come to that moment where, yeah. I mean, I ask myself the same question every day, Beezus. What's wrong with me? I write it down, I amplify it times 10, and I make myself a better person by doing that. I leave it on while I'm writing, but still. True. That's a long time. Not as long as me, though. You gotta pump your numbers a little bit more, Beezus. But, hey, anyways, guys, remember, you guys are fucking awesome. I love you. Thank you for tuning in and hanging out. We had a fucking blast today. We got a little bit of a scene written, but you know, it was more about exposure and everything else today, so we didn't really have to worry too much about it. But we did pass the promising beginnings for our novel. So far, everything that we've tried to do to tell us to get the fuck off of this novel has said, no, get the shit back on that fucking novel and get your head out of your ass and start fucking writing it so you could become a rich-ass motherfucking author. And I'm like, okay, dude, fine, whatever you say, man, let's get to it. But yeah, so remember, guys, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, guys, who we rating today? Get your wheels ready! I want to see some wheels in the chat, guys! Some wheels in the chat. We know exactly who we're going to today, guys. Are you ready? Here we go.